Now in today's video, we're going to be building the biggest and the most complex app I've built so far on this channel. And this is going to be a business app. So lots of interesting techniques, lots of interesting things happening there. And most important of it all is that by the end of the video, we're actually going to be building two apps, which is something that I've never done on this channel. So you're going to learn a ton. And hopefully you'll enjoy this app building tutorial to the fullest. Now, before we get started, as always, if you're a member of our amazing Patreon community, you'll be able to view or clone this entire app right there. And so if you're a member of our amazing Patreon community, you can simply go on there and get access to this whole app so that you can do anything that you want with it. And if you are not a member and you want to become one, click the first link in the description below the video. All right, so in this tutorial, we are going to be building a CRM app. Okay, so what is a CRM app? CRM stands for Customer Relationship Management. And this is going to be a complex app. We're going to be using FlutterFlow, Supabase, and some BuildShip as well. Now, what is the objective of this app? Okay. The objective of this app is to discover, nurture, and close leads with close deals with leads or customers, right? So initially they're leads and your job is to convert them into customers, okay? And so this is a fairly common type of app, type of business app. Many businesses from Fortune 500, huge businesses, big businesses to small businesses use some kind of a CRM app, right? Because they want to keep track of their leads. They want to, turn them into customers, do business with them, etc., etc. So this is a very, very common type of app. Okay, so here we have kind of a structure, an initial kind of architecture of this app. These are going to be the different screens. So we're going to have the dashboard on the first page, and this is where a user will initially log into the app, and this is where this is the page they're gonna see like initially. Okay, and when I say user, I'm talking about a salesperson. I'm talking about somebody that's working for a company that's trying to bring other people. So a salesperson is a good one. Okay, next we have the sales pipeline. Okay, and this is going to have different pipeline operations. So what is a sales pipeline? This is where a user will be able to track deals, basically where they are with each of the leads in terms of having them interested in the deal, actually signing the paperwork, signing the contract, right? All the stages, right? This is kind of the main screen when you think about CRM apps. This is it right here, and we're going to try to do kind of this Trello board where they can move different deals with each of the prospective customers through different stages. Okay, so this is going to be a fun area kind of to build out. Next, we have task management. Okay, so what is task management? Well, this is where the user can create different tasks that they need to do with each of the customers, right? So let's say I am a salesperson and I'm trying to close 3 businesses, right? So I might have, 3 tasks, I might have 10 tasks, and each of those tasks is going to be connected to one of these businesses, like, as I just said, 3 in this case, but maybe I need to call, this person from company A, I need to call another person from company B. These are all tasks, okay? Next, we have the contact management. So contact management is where a user, right, a salesperson, will be managing contacts. And when I say contacts, I'm talking about leads and hopefully customers, right? So you can just think of leads. These are, the people. So let's say I have a new lead. I'm going to add that lead. And I'm going to say, well, this is the initial stages, right? So they're a lead right now. They're not a customer. I need to call them. Maybe the status is call them. Maybe the status is email them. Maybe I have another contact that I no longer do business with. So I may delete them. Maybe I want to change something. Contact management. Next, we have the messages. And this is going to be a chat messages feature where a user, a salesperson, will be able to connect with the contacts, right? Maybe instead of like emailing them or calling them, maybe they want to send them a message, okay? So this is the messaging functionality. Next, we have interaction logs, and this is going to be all the logs that each user, right, so a salesperson did with each of the prospective customers, the leads, right? So maybe they called them, maybe they emailed them, maybe they messaged them, right? These are going to be all the interaction logs. And the idea is we can select the salesperson and see all the things that they're doing, right? So this is a good way to see if they're actually working, right? Just as a quick example, right? We can see, okay, so they've done, they've done like 10 things today, which is fairly good, or somebody else, they haven't done anything, right? They haven't connected to anyone. So we want to find out maybe why. So this is essentially the logs of all of these operations here, right? These previous 4 operations, okay? Next, we have the user profile, and this is where the user can modify information about themselves, which is pretty typical in a lot of these apps where we have users. And then I have a couple of other things. Maybe we'll have an admin panel, a user management panel, a role management panel only for admins, and maybe we'll have some kind of like role-based authentication, right? So as an example, in this interaction logs, we don't want like just any user, right? Any salesperson see all the logs for everybody. But that is something that we may want to make available to their team lead or their salesperson lead or whatever you call it, right? Somebody that's higher up. We want to make this available, okay? So this is the part where we'll see if we have ample time. We'll create user roles and management, okay? So here's a quick kind of write-up of all the different things that I talked about, right? So the dashboard is a central hub for quick insights and navigations. We have the sales pipeline to monitor and manage sales progress. We have the task managers to manage tasks and follow-ups, context management to store and manage customer information, messages to facilitate communication and collaboration, okay? And interaction logs to track all interactions with contacts, okay? All right, now we're going to be setting up our Supabase database schema, okay? And like I mentioned, we're going to be using Supabase as our backend because it's an awesome backend that makes it super easy and kind of straightforward to get started. And this is the backend that I prefer for all kinds of apps, anywhere from simple apps to more complex apps, okay? Now, before we jump into our Supabase database, let's take a look and see what we're dealing with, right? Let's take a look and see here. So these are going to be our tables, right? So we have the users table, which is actually built in into Supabase once you enable authentication. We have contacts, which is going to contain all the users, right? All the prospective customers, right? I know this can be a little confusing. So users is like salespeople, the users in our app that are using the app. Contacts are the leads. So I can even make this leads, okay? So it's a little bit easier to understand. Next, we have the task table where the users, the salespeople will be able to create different tasks. We have the messages where they're going to be communicating with the leads. We have the deals where they're going to be tracking the status along the sales process, right? So new lead, talking to the lead maybe is interested, etc., etc. And then we have the interactions table that will have all the interactions, that have taken place between any user and any lead, okay? And here I went ahead and created a table schema. Okay, so the users is actually built in, and unless we need to create a couple of other fields such as role or something else, last login, we don't really need to create another table. If we need extra fields, we need to create another table and have a one-to-one relationship to it. And so we'll see what we need to do here. We have contacts here, we have tasks, we have messages, we have deals, and we have interactions, okay? And I also have some relationships, right? So users to contacts, and you can think of this as leads, okay? Just to make things a little bit easier to understand. Users to leads is one-to-many, right? One user can have multiple accounts or contacts or leads. Leads to interactions, one-to-many. One contact can have multiple interactions, right? Users to tasks, one-to-many. One user can have multiple tasks assigned. So for my salesperson, I can have one task, I can have 20 tasks. And then leads to deals, one-to-many. One contact can be linked to multiple deals. Okay, so this is important to understand, is that even though that we are working with one lead, we can have multiple deals with them, right? So we may sign one contract here, we may sign another contract here. This is something that we decided to include as part of the architecture. Of course, we could have done lead can have only one deal, but here we've decided to have this as part of the architecture, right? So as a way to set that a lead can have, you know, multiple deals. Okay, all right, so this is our kind of our main tables here. This is our database schema here. Okay, so having that, let's jump into our Supabase database and let's go ahead and create a new project for this. So I'm going to select my organization and I'm going to say CRM, and the database password, I'm just going to say suggest a new password, create a project. Okay, that's going to go ahead and create a brand new Supabase project, and that's not only going to contain the database, it's going to contain a lot of other things. Things like, you know, authentication users, real time, everything that Supabase offers for our app. Okay, so this is really nice. So it's still setting up the project. We need to give it a couple of minutes. All right, it has been fully set up, and now we can go to our table editor. And as you can see, we have no entities available, which means we can create new tables. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this side by side so that we can set this up. All right, so users is a table that we have already, right? So I'm not going to create this for now. I'm going to jump over to contacts, and this is going to represent our leads. In fact, why don't I just put it as leads? You can call it customers if you want. So I'm just going to say leads. We're going to create a new table. I'm just going to say leads. And what do we need in this table? Well, this is going to be automatic. ID created, and this is going to be automatic. We need the first name, email, address, title. We have the owner ID, right? This is the person that's dealing with this lead. The lead cannot exist in a vacuum, right? It cannot just be created without somebody that's responsible. So here we have the owner ID, last name, phone, company. Okay, so let's go ahead and just add some initial columns. I don't like to kind of get bogged down with all of these fields. These are all possible fields. So let's go ahead and say first name. I'm just gonna say first name here, and I like to select text. And let's go ahead and say email. Email is important. I'm gonna say text. Next, I'm gonna say let's go ahead and put, should we put last name? Yeah, let's go ahead and put last name. It's important, right? First name is not enough. Go ahead and do that. Put this right here. Company. Yeah, company is important. What company do they represent? This is also going to be text. And let's go ahead and create a foreign key that's going to link back to the user. Okay, so I'm going to come in here and I'm going to say user ID. Okay, here it says owner ID. Do we want to use owner ID? Yeah, let's use owner ID. I mean, it's kind of, it's a little better understandable this way, right? This is the person that owns this account, right? They don't own the person, they own the account. So what I like to do with these foreign keys, I like to put them all the way to the top. In fact, somewhere here, just next to this ID. Okay, in fact, we can probably put it just here. And this owner ID is going to be a relation, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a relation, add a foreign key relation, and this is going to be linked to our auth, and this is going to be linked to this users here. Okay, so public leads, we have the owner ID from this table linking to users ID here, and it automatically gives us the type, right? Because we know the type needs to match, and so we're gonna hit save, and it automatically selects the type, and now we cannot change it because this is part of this relation. Okay, so that looks good. We have created that, updated that. We'll skip phone number for now. We kind of have everything that we need right now. So I'm going to hit save. Let's go ahead and wait for it to create. All right, table leads is good to go. Okay, that is done. Let's go ahead and create the next table, which is going to be tasks. All right, we have tasks. So for tasks, this is going to be, we need, well, we're going to have the ID. This is the, so we also need two foreign keys here, right? Because a task has the person who is managing, who has created a task. This is going to be the salesperson. And then, the other, the lead that the task is about, because task cannot exist in vacuum. I cannot create a task that says something like, buy groceries, right? It needs to be linked to somebody. So here we have related contact, and here we have assigned to, right? So let's go ahead and say owner ID. Go ahead and put this. So owner ID is going to be who owns the task, right? And so this is going to be a foreign key. And here we need the lead ID, right? This is going to be from the table leads. Okay, so owner ID is the user. This is the lead. We're going to set this up in just a second. Status. So yeah, maybe due date. Due date, I'm just going to put, we can put here date. You can use a calendar date, or you can do date and time, including time zone, which is what we're going to do. So we have that time zone there. Status, which is going to be the text. Okay, priority. Yeah, priority is good. Priority is going to be a text, just to keep things very simple. Priority is a text, and that looks good. Description. We don't have a description. This is going to be a text. Okay, so we have two foreign keys that we need to create relationships for, and let's go ahead and select. So this is schema public. Select a table to reference. We're going to select leads, and here we're going to select the owner ID. Now the owner ID is going to be linked to the users, right? So in this case, we actually need to select Auth, and I'm going to say users. Okay, so this is the target, right? This is the target here. So I'm going to say owner ID, and this is going to be the ID right here. And let's go ahead and add another column. And in this case, I'm going to say lead ID. Next, I'm going to hit save, and I'm going to create another foreign key relation. In this case, this is going to be the lead ID, right? Because we have the lead not set. And this is now is going to be linked to leads, right? So we're selecting the target. Here we're selecting the source, lead ID, and public leads. This is going to be the ID. Okay, so this is what we have. We have the owner ID linking to that users table. We have the lead ID linking to the leads table. Okay, let's go ahead and save that. All right, so now we've created a task table here. Let's keep moving. What else do we need to do? We need messages. We have deals and interactions. Let's go ahead and create deals here. I'm going to do a new table. I'm going to say deals. And let's take a look at the foreign keys. So when you think about a table, you have foreign keys, and then you have data that's specific to the table. I like to look at my foreign keys, right? So a deal has the owner ID and the contact ID. These are the two foreign keys. It says here foreign key. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create them right here. I'm going to say the owner ID of the deal, right? Who owns the deal? And I'm going to say the lead ID, right? This is the person that we're trying to convert to a customer. Next, how about the regular values, right? So we have the value, we have the title. Let's go ahead and put the title. We need something descriptive. This is going to be a text, and then we have the value of the deal, right? And of course, later we can always change it, but right now it kind of makes sense. This is numeric, created that we have updated close date. I think close date is good. It's good to have a date. All right, when we need to close it. And I'm gonna say this one again. And stage, right? Stage is very important. I think stage is super important. Stage is gonna be text. Okay, so stage should be right here. Should be one of the first ones. So stage, title, value, close date. Okay, that looks good. Let's go ahead and set up our foreign keys here. And the first foreign key is the owner ID, right? So who is the owner ID? That's the users table, right? So we're going to come back here. We're going to go into Auth. We're going to go into users. We're going to select the owner ID. I'm going to link it here, and I'm going to hit save. And now that is set up. The field is there. Let's go ahead and create another foreign key, and this time it's going to be the public, right? So here I'm going to select the lead ID, and I'm going to select the ID. Okay, so now we have the owner ID and the lead ID here. Let's go ahead and save this table. All right, and our deals table has been created. The next table I want to create is the messages. All right, so for real-time chat, let's go ahead and create a new table. Messages here. let's take a look at our foreign keys, right? So with messages, you typically want a couple of tables, right? So when I did my messaging apps, I had one table for the different chats and then another table for the actual messages in the chats, right? So let's take a look at what we have here. So this is actually the messages table, okay? So let's go ahead and call it maybe chat messages. And so we're gonna have ID, we have the receiver ID, the sender ID here, message type, message content. So let's go ahead and create this. So let's go ahead and set this up. So if you're doing it the method that I was doing, you're gonna have the chat ID here, right? And we'll do that later, right? We need to set it up right now because messages is gonna be one of the last things that we build out. And so what I'm gonna do is right now, I'm going to say that we have the chat ID. I'm gonna say that, okay, so we have the receiver ID and we have the sender ID, right? So these are gonna be the messages between users and leads. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna put lead ID, right? This is gonna be the lead ID that's sending the message, the user, the lead that's sending the message. And here I am gonna put the user, the owner. In fact, we can put owner before something like this, and now we can create the references. And depending, we can always set this up the way we want, right? So maybe the owner ID is going to be filled in if the owner sends a message, if the lead ID is going to send a message, but we need to make sure that we have this. Let's put the message itself. This is going to be text right here. So we have the message here. We have an optional field for the thread ID, right? Which is where you have multiple threads. Let's see if we implement this. This is an optional one. We also have status, whether the message was sent or not. Let's go ahead and add that. We'll see if we implement that. I don't think it's at the top of my bucket list, but we'll see. So we have the text here, status. And we have the owner ID, the lead ID. So depending on who sends the message, one of these is going to be set. And then in the app, we can figure out who actually sent this. Let's go ahead and create this foreign key relation. First, I'm going to say, I'm going to do for leads. I'm going to say lead ID is linked here. And then I'm going to create another foreign key relation for the owner ID. And that's going to be this one right here. And it's going to be Auth. We're going to say users, and I'm going to say owner ID, and this is going to be linked to this ID right here. Okay, so we have two foreign keys here, and one of them is going to be filled in because, we only have one message, right? So depending on who sent, who actually sent the message, we can figure out who the actual user is, right? This is going to be helpful for us. And by the way, we have read time, we have send time. We'll see if we want to do that later. I don't want to get bogged down right now. We have the message and we have the status, which is enough. So I'm going to put the status right here. All right, so now we have this chat messages created. And the last table that we need to do is this interactions table, okay? And this table is going to log interactions that a user, a salesperson, is having with one of the leads, right? All the interactions, any of the interactions, okay? So let's go ahead and create a new table. Just gonna say interactions log. And what do we need to do? Well, we have the interaction ID. We need the type. Well, let's take a look at the foreign key. So we have the contact ID, right? Which is the context, right? Which is the the people that we're trying to convert, right? This is the contact ID here, but I want to be able to store the actual user as well. So we're gonna have two foreign keys. We're gonna have the owner ID and the lead ID. Okay, the more information, the better. If you need to display it, you don't need to display everything, but it's good to store it. We need the timestamp. So this created ad is going to have the timestamp for us. And we need the type. Type is good. And maybe a summary. Okay, so type is something quick, and maybe an email, email meeting, and a summary is a little bit more information, a little bit longer text. Looks good. Let's go ahead and set these foreign keys here. What do we have first? The owner ID, right? So this is going to be auth users, and we're going to select this owner ID and this ID here. Save. Let's go ahead and add another one. This is the lead ID. This is going to be leading to the leads, lead ID, and this is ID, right? And that is what we have right here. So we have the owner ID, we have the lead ID. Okay, and let's go ahead and save this. All right, so at this point, we have how many tables? We have 5 tables, and this includes all the tables here. Here I have 6, but we also have users here, which is automatically built in. And so we can jump back into Supabase, and we're not done just yet, right? We need to add RLS policies, and these stand for role level security. And as you can see, it says here, RLS is enabled for this table, but no policies are set. Select queries will return an empty array of results, right? So we have the security that's enabled on all our tables, but because we haven't set the policies, we won't be able to access these tables. So it's very, very important to set this up. Let's start at the beginning. So we're going to click here and we're going to create the policy, And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a very, very permissive policy, right? I'm just going to say all, and this means that all users can do everything, right? And here I'm just going to say true. And I'm going to have a check expression. I'm going to say true as well, which is going to enable everything, right? So I'm going to save that policy. And later on, we can lock it up, right? When you're developing the app, you just want to make it easier on yourself, right? You don't want to just, limit it, right? You can do that later. Okay. All right. So let's take a look at what we have here. Let's do the same thing for deals. I'm going to create a policy for deals. I'm going to say all, and I'm going to give it a couple of true, which means it's always going to true. Which means it's always going to allow us, because this expression is going to be true. Save policy. And we have this. Let's go ahead and create a new policy. And actually, there's some templates here. Policy with security. So as you can see, there's some templates. So you can have this enable read access. You have this all policy, but it has a condition, right? Team ID is in this, but we need like an open policy, right? So I'm just going to create my own all, and I'm going to say true, save that policy. And we just have 2 more tables here. Create policy, all, save policy here. And last table here, create policy, all. All right. Oh, forgot this. Oh, all right. Go ahead and save that policy there. All right. So now if we come back here and we select the table, we have this one auth policy, and you're going to see that on all the tables. And that means everybody can access it regardless of whether you're logged in, logged out. And this is great for the development phase of the app. Later on, we'll lock it down. But right now, we have our backend set up and fully ready for integration with our front-end FlutterFlow app. All right, so now that we've set up our backend here, our Supabase backend, the next thing that we need to do is we need to set up our front end. Okay, so here I am inside of FlutterFlow, which is my no-code tool of choice because it makes things super easy, but yet you still have that flexibility when you need it, right? So it's great for beginners, intermediate, and advanced as well. And so as you can see, I have a ton of apps here, and we're going to create a brand new app here. And we're going to say, we're just going to call it CRM app. Okay, we're going to do a blank app here. We're not going to be setting up Firebase here. We're going to say start. And now we are here at the screen where we can start building the app. Now, before we start building the app, we need to configure it to our Supabase backend. Okay, and so what I'm going to do is I'm going to open my Supabase here, and we're going to put them side by side, so that it's going to be easier to kind of configure it. Okay, so I'm going to put this right here, and I'm going to jump back to my app, and I'm going to put it right here. Okay, and so if I select Supabase here, search for Supabase, I can enable Supabase, and now what I need is an API URL and an anon key. Okay, and so you can easily find it by going to project settings and clicking on API, and here you see all your settings. So we're going to copy this URL here, and we're going to copy, you see it wants this anon key. So you have these 2 keys. Now you have to be careful, because this service role key, this key bypasses all security, right? So it bypasses role level security. It's just like, it's just like an admin. If I give you this key, you'll be able to do anything that you want without me being able to kind of limit it, unless I somehow, remove this key. And so you never want to be sharing this key. You always want to be sharing this non-public key. So we're going to paste that key, click on Get Schema, and now we see all the tables that we have defined back in Supabase. in our app. And this means that our app has access to these tables. Now, it's important to realize that if you make any changes up here in Supabase, you need to click on Get Schema to refresh the schema. The schema is not going to be automatically updated, all right? So keep that in mind. But right now, we have everything that we need. So we can expand the screen and start building our app. Now, the next thing that I want to do, and this is something that I typically do all the time I build apps, is I'd like to create some sample data or dummy data, which is going to make it a lot easier to see how the data is being displayed and for us to be able to interact with that data. And so here I am back in my Supabase dashboard. I'm going to click on this right here, this project CRM here, and I'm going to go to my tables here and I'm going to create several records. I typically like to create 3 records for each table just so that we have enough of sample data. We don't have too much, we don't have too little. It's enough to get started. And that way we can start building our app and seeing how the data looks, right? It's going to be a lot easier to kind of get started and to keep going. Okay, so let's go ahead and create our users first, right? So remember, we have 2 types of users. We have the leads and we also have the users that are using the app, right? The owners, as we call them in some of these tables. So I'm going to go into Auth and I'm going to go ahead and create a couple of users here. So I'm going to click on here. I'm going to create a new user, and you want to make sure that we auto confirm it right here. Okay, so I'm going to say tom@tom.com, and password is also going to be okay. So we have 1 user there. It is auto confirmed. That is the user right here. So we can log in as this user. Let's go ahead, create 2 more users. James@james.com, password is James. Create this user right here, and 1 final user, rob@rob.com, and create the user. Okay, so now we have 3 users in our system, which means that if we go to our table editor and we click on Auth and we go into users here, we should see records for these users, and we have the ID, we have everything, right? Email confirmed because we auto confirmed it, right? Everything. And so we have these 3 users in the system. So let's go back to our database table editor. And let's go ahead and create 3 records in each of these tables. So let's start off with deals, right? Because that is going to be one of the initial screens. Is going to be, I think, the second screen just after dashboard. So this is an important screen. So we're going to insert a row, and this is automatic. So the owner ID, let's go ahead and say this is going to be, I don't know, James, just to keep things. So we don't have a lead. Okay, so we need to create our leads. Okay, so let's go ahead and create leads first. Very, very important to have your foreign keys covered. So let's come in here. Let's insert a row. Owner ID is going to be James, right? So I'm managing this account, right? So this is going to be, I don't know, like this needs to be someone else. So maybe Nicholas Waters. Okay, email is nick@nick.com. Company is Widgets LLC. Okay, and so we have 1 account now. Let's go ahead and create 2 more accounts. Owner ID doesn't really matter. We can keep it the same. We can have another one. Let's do for Rob. And this is going to be Michael Jordan. Email is michael@mike.com. Company is basketball safe. And 1 more user here. Let's go ahead and link it to, I don't know, Tom. I think Tom is the one that doesn't have any accounts. First name is going to be Richard Sawyer. Email is richard@rick.com. Company is Richard LLC. Okay, so now we have 3 leads here in our system. Okay, so let's go into deals and create a couple of deals. Insert a row. Let's say we are the owner, right, of this deal, right? So I'm going to say James, lead ID. I'm working with, let's say Nicholas here. Stage is, I don't know, lead. We'll have to think of stages later, but I'm just going to say lead for now. Title is, I don't know, working on this contract. And the value of this lead deal is $1,000. Let's go ahead and save. Let's go ahead and create another one here. Owner ID, let's assign it to I don't know, James. Lead ID is going to be assigned Richard. Is the lead ID stage. ready to purchase. Okay, ready to purchase our product. Title, I don't know, like big machine, big business machine. Okay, so we're selling this enterprise machine and they're ready to purchase. Value is $10,000. Go ahead and hit save. And last one, owner ID is Rob. Lead ID is Michael. Stage is lead. Title is introducing to our product. Value of this deal is, let's say, $5,000. Hit save. Okay, so now we have 3 deals, and really this is what the app is going to circle around, right? It's moving these deals. It's like a to-do list, right? It's like a Kanban board, like a Trello board, where you have various tasks and you're moving them along status as well. This is kind of what it's all about. Let's come into leads. We have leads. Let's go ahead and create tasks, and then we'll also create some messages. Okay, so let's go ahead and create 3 tasks. And the owner ID, this I'm going to start with myself. The lead ID, I'm going to start with Nicholas. So this is something that, you know, it's concerning, right? It's concerning this lead. Okay, status is new, priority is high, and description is call the lead Monday morning. Okay, so something like this at 9 a.m. Okay, so this is a to-do list to myself. The user does not see it, the lead does not see it. This is a personal list. Let's create another one. Insert owner ID. Let's say myself again, right? I can have multiple, maybe I'm working on multiple accounts, and let's say this is Nicholas. Status is moving, almost ready to buy, something like this. We'll have to work on our statuses when we build out the UI. Priority is medium, and description is sign the contract Friday afternoon at client's office. Okay, so something like this. And last one, let's go ahead and give it to another owner. I already have 2. Let's give it to Rob. Lead ID. Rob is working on Michael Jordan, and he wants to sell Michael Jordan something, right? Status is priority is medium, description is introduce the client, or set up a meeting with the client to talk about our product offering. Okay, so something like this. Go ahead and hit save. And now we have 3 tasks. Okay, so in the UI, I will be seeing those tasks if I'm logged in as this guy, right? We have my owner ID here, so I'll be able to see them. Okay, so we have leads, we have tasks, we have deals. Let's go ahead and create a couple of chat messages. So we still need to work on the chat system, because that will depend on how we structure it. But here we can create a couple. So let's say this is between me and Richard. And so if I send it, so this is important. This needs a chat ID, right? Because if I create a message, it's not clear who's sending the message. But if we have the chat ID, we can clear one of these fields. Okay, so we need a chat ID and we need a list of chats. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another table, and I'm going to do it so that we are storing the users, and we're also storing a couple of other things like the last message, so that we can display things like that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say owner ID here, and I'm gonna say client lead ID. That's kind of what we have. We're gonna add foreign key relation. We are going to do first the owner ID, right? So auth users, I'm gonna say this is gonna be the owner ID. Okay, so this links to the owner ID, and I'm gonna add another one. This is to the lead, and I'm gonna say this is the lead ID to ID here. And now we have this. So now we have like a chat, and I'm gonna say last message so that we can display it on that screen, on the message screen. This is gonna be text. Okay, so I'm gonna say save, and let's see how this is gonna look. All right, so now we have chats, and before we create records and chat messages, we need to create chats. I'm going to insert a row, and I'm going to say this is a conversation between myself and, let's say, Richard. Okay, and the last message was, there's no last message. Okay, just to keep things simple. Okay, so now we have a chat. Now we can go into chat messages, and we can create a chat. So we're gonna do we need to create a column. I'm gonna say chat ID, and this is going to be a foreign key, chats, and this is gonna be chats ID. Okay, so now we have this. All of this is set automatically. The only thing we need to enter is chat ID, really. the name of the field. So I'm gonna do that. We're gonna save that. We added it. I'm gonna go ahead and move it because I like my foreign keys in the beginning. Okay, that's just most comfortable with. Okay, so we're gonna create a message record, right? So owner ID is, let's say, James. Lead ID is, let's say, Richard. Status is so this is message status, right? This will depend if it was sent, read. I'm just gonna put send messages. Let's set up a meeting, and the chat ID is we're gonna put here. Okay, now this is a message, so potentially we only need one of these, right? So we don't need owner ID and lead ID. We can potentially just have one of these because we know who are the people that this specific message belongs to. We know the chat. Okay, so we don't really need to have both of these. So in fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to save this, and we can clear them. The problem is these are different types, and so it could make sense to have them the same type. So we cannot have just one field, right? And so what we can do is we can just have one of these fields empty. Okay, so we can simply come over here, we can come back here, and what we can do is we can simply edit this row, and let's say we don't want this lead ID. We only want this owner ID, because that way we know the owner ID sent the message. Okay, we know the other user because we have access to the chat ID. Okay, so we can do something like that. We can do that, and now we have this is null, so we know that the owner ID sent this message. Okay, so now what I can do is I can insert another row, and I can say, well, the owner ID is, now the owner ID, we don't need the owner ID. We can just have the lead ID. And let's say this is Richard, status is sent, message is okay. And the chat ID is going to be that same chat ID, okay? And we're fine with having two rows, right? So that way we have two different fields, and this is the person that sent it. So we have this information, right? This is null, and we know who the users are, right? So if we pull up this message, we only have this lead ID, it's fine because we have access to the chat ID. And so we know the owner. So we can do a query, create a view that just displays all the information, all the messages for that specific chat, right? And we'll do that later, okay? So we have chats. I'm just gonna create one chat because this is very flexible. We might change it around depending on what makes sense a little bit later on. We have deals here, right? We have 3 deals. Interaction log. So interaction log is an interesting one because what I envision for interaction log is I'm going to create a trigger that is going to listen on all of these other tables. And anytime there's a new record or maybe an update, depending on what we want, it's going to create a row here automatically. Okay, so stay tuned for interactions, because this table, the records in this table might be created automatically. We'll see a little bit later in the video. But for now, we have this lead over here, and this is actually filtered. We can clear that. Make sure that you check this filter because sometimes it's filtering by a specific setting here. Okay, so we have 3 leads. We also have 3 tasks. Okay, so at this point, we are ready to start kind of building our app, building the pieces, the moving pieces of our front end. All right, so at this point, we are ready to start building the app. And if you recall, one of the first windows, one of the first pages that I was looking at to build was a dashboard. Now, I'm not really sure how the dashboard is going to look at this point. It's going to be clear a little bit later in the video once we have the other moving pieces in there. And so what I propose is we skip dashboard for now and we work on the sales pipeline, because when you think of a CRM app, sales pipelines, this is what it's all about. It's about moving, a person from, a lead to somebody who might be a customer, becoming a customer, sold, etc., etc. So I'm going to go ahead and rename this page. We're going to call it sales pipeline, and we're going to rename this, just call it sales pipeline. Now, how do we want to structure this page? Well, I envision this page to be similar to a Trello board, right? So you're going to have various columns, one column for each status, and then you'll be able to move that particular lead, customer, that particular deal even, to a different column. Okay, so let's go ahead and set this up. We have this column here ready. What we need to do first is we need to create a container that will be, holding those columns. Here, we're going to increase expansion. Okay, so it expands as much as it needs. And inside the container, we're going to have a list view. Okay, and this is important because a list view expands, as much as it wants. And so we need to constrain it one way or another. Okay, so we have this list view, and inside this list view, we're going to have another container. And inside the container, we're going to have a column, and inside the column, we're going to have a text field, right? And so this list view, depending on how many items are there, it's going to create X amount of columns. Okay, and this is exactly what we want, right? Now, the next thing that we need to do is we need to define the statuses. Okay, so this will depend on, how granular you want to be, how specific or how general you want to be. I actually went to ChatGPT and I had it create a couple of statuses, well, 5 statuses, right? So we have new, contacted, qualified, closed won, closed lost. And this is a good starting point, right? This is a good place to get started, right? And so let's go ahead and create our app state here. And I'm just going to say status list. And this is a string and this is a list right here. And I'm going to add them one by one. So it's new, contacted, qualified, and then I think it's won or lost. Yeah, closed won, closed lost. I think this is a good amount of statuses, right? Closed won, closed lost. All right. So now we have this here. We're going to come back here, and what we can do is we can feed these statuses, this array, this list, to this list view. Okay, so I'm going to come here. I'm going to go ahead and select my app state, select that, and I'm going to give it a variable name. I'm just going to say status item. And at this point, we have this list view that's fed with these items here. Okay, and this text here is going to display the items, right? So we can go in here and that's going to display the items. Okay, so now it's displaying the items. Okay, but as you can see, we are not seeing this list view there, right? Because we fed it. And so at this point, we should see some change going on. Well, the issue here is that this list view here is actually set by default to be vertical, right? And we want it to be horizontal, right? So we're going to select horizontal. And now, once we configure some of the other settings, we should see it horizontally expand. So for instance, if I go to this container here, and let's say I increase the width of this container, let's say I make it 350, now we see, right? But here in this container, we want it to be automatically sized, right? So we don't want to be using this width here and height, right? We want it to be automatically sized. This container should depend on its children elements, right? And these child elements, right? Its children are the ones that are going to be sizing itself, right? So essentially, we're saying the container says, hey guys, I'm not going to do anything. So you guys can hang out, as much as you want. Like, let's say parent tells his children, right? Like, you don't have to be, home by 10 o'clock. You can be out all night, well, within limits, right? But it's not giving it a strong constraint. That is exactly what's happening here. So we're not setting this, although we can't. And as a result, it's taking up the amount of space it needs depending on its children here, okay? Now, there is another issue here, okay? So if we come to this container here, you see the second container, it has a fixed width, okay? So I can change that. I can make it 200, and now it's a little bit wider, but there's an issue. Switch this to a kind of a tablet format, right? How it's going to be viewed on a tablet. It's not going to be correct, right? Because we can configure this to work on a mobile all day, but when you switch it over to a desktop, it's not going to be correct. So here we need some special magic. And what we need to do is we need to take the current width, right? The current width, which is a dynamic variable, and we need to divide it by the number of items. And that's always going to give us a column that's perfectly divided by the number of items in there, right? So if we have 5 items, each column is going to take 20% of the overall width, okay? And we do that by setting it here, okay? And so what we're going to do is we're going to come here and we're going to do a code expression. This code expression is going to accept 2 variables, which is the current width, right? The current screen width and the number of items. And it's going to divide it. And it's going to give us just the width for each column. Okay, so I'm going to give it 2 variables. I'm going to say this is an integer and this is going to be a double, right? Because we're dealing with the current width. And so this var1 is the number of items, right? So we're going to go to status item, and we're going to go, actually, we're going to go into app state, select status list, and do number of items here. Okay. And here, we're going to just search for width, I think. Yeah, screen width. Okay. And so now we have these variables configured. We can just take this variable and divide it by this variable. Okay. So var2 divided by var1. Check for errors. Should be fine. Confirm. And now this is going to be perfect, right? This is going to be exactly how we need it to be set. Okay. Depending on the width, depending on what we're dealing with. Okay. And so let's come over here and let's take a look at our container over here. We also have a height. We actually don't need the height, right? We don't need to set it. The only thing that we need to set is the width, and this will allow it to be set correctly. Okay, so let's go ahead and run this app so that you can see how it displays when we actually run it. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and run it right here. All right, and here's our app. And as you can see, we are right now in the mobile view, and as you can see, it's lined up perfectly because it takes the width, divides it by the number of items, and each column gets its own share. Okay, so now if we click over here, it's perfectly responsive. You see how it is now. It has been stretched to fill its entire width. If I click here for desktop, same thing. And so this is how you create a responsive screen when you don't know the number of items, the number of columns, etc., that you need to display beforehand. And in our case, even though we have this fixed, this could be dynamic, right? This could be determined by the app. Maybe we're getting data from a database, etc., So this is a recommended way of doing it. Now, once we have this layout here set up exactly how we want it, the next thing that we need to do is we need to populate it with deals. So if you recall, we have this deals table here, and we currently have 3 records here. And so what we need to do is we need to have these deals appear in some of these columns, right? Either, in all the deals in one column or kind of spread around the columns. And so what we're gonna do is we have this list view that lists all the columns kind of horizontally, and now what we need to do is inside the list view, inside one of these columns, we need another list view that's gonna list the actual deals. And so this text here, right, this here is the header. Okay, and so what we need to do is we need to list more things here after this text. Okay, and so inside this column, what we can do is we can create another list view here, and now we can have a list of actual deals inside of a specific column. So for now, what I can do is, let's say I put in a card, and let's say this is a deal, right, as good as any, and then inside this card, we're gonna format the deal. And so let's say for now, we are looking to display, let's say we want it to be actually in a column here, right? Because we want it to be from top to bottom. So we have a card, and what kind of things do we want to display? Well, let's say the stage and the title and the value. Okay, so 3 things, the 3 main things. So I'm gonna do a text here, and I'm gonna duplicate it. I'm gonna duplicate it again, and now we have these 3 ones, and let's go ahead and give it a little bit of padding. Let's say a 10. Yeah, 10 looks clean. Okay, so something like this. Let's do that. All right, so this looks pretty clean, and let's go ahead and get this logic working, right? So this list view needs to get the deals for this specific status, right? So we know the status because of this list view, and so what we're gonna do is we are going to come over here and add a query and do a filter on that query, right? Supabase query. This is going to be deals, a list of rows. We're going to be filtering by this status, so the stage. I think it's the same thing. Yeah, stage. Now in this stage here, we have slightly different ones. I think so let's come back out here. Let's double check. So right here, we're using a status list, new, contacted, qualified, closed, one. Okay, so this is kind of what we're using. But here I have different ones, right? So I'm going to go ahead and change it, make sure they kind of match up. And so let's say this is a new, and this one is contacted, and the last one, let's say this is closed one. Okay, so let's give ourselves a pat on the back, closed one. Okay, so now we have the statuses correctly. We can come back over here and we can do the query. Okay, Supabase query, we're going to be doing lead deals, and we need a filter by stage equals to, and now we're gonna come back here and we have the status item. Okay, so you see, if I hover over, it's gonna appear here, right? So if I hover over, it appears there, and that means that we're dealing with this other list view, right? So I can just go to the status item and that's it, equal it. Okay, and that should hopefully filter each one's, right? So it's gonna filter for each column the right deals for that specific situations. Okay. All right. So now you see it looks like, you know, it's gonna have multiple of these cards. Okay. So let's go ahead and fix this. Let's make this a title. Okay, and let's give it, I don't know. I like to put an E as a default value so that we can see if it's null or not. This is going to be the value, and let's go ahead and format it as well. This is currency, right? We're gonna do a custom format, display as currency, and that looks good. And this last one is the status, but because this is a status, it's gonna be redundant. So can we display something else? Maybe created at. Okay, so maybe like when this deal was created. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that, and let's go ahead and format it, datetime format, and maybe yes, something like this, just really standard. Okay, so that is kind of what we have. Another thing I like to do, I like to have a little bit of padding on the cards so they're not kind of squished in together. Okay, that looks pretty clean. All right, let's go ahead and run this and see if this works. We're going to reload our app here. All right. Okay, so there we have it. Okay, so you can see it, right? So let's go ahead and do this tablet. Okay, so on the tablet, it looks a lot better. So working on this contract, this is new, this is contacted close one. Okay, this is exactly what we want. This is exactly what I was envisioning. Okay, now there's still a lot of work to be done. There's still some UI things that I want to fix it, but that will be done later. But the main thing that I want to do is this drag and drop functionality, right? So it's kind of like this Trello board, right? So I should be able to drag it here. And once I drag it, it needs to change the status, right? It's going to change it from new to contacted, right? So it's going to do the Supabase query, the update query, when we drag it. Okay, so let's go ahead and see how this is going to work. When you're using drag and drop, you need to know a couple of things. First of all, you need to, assign your draggables, right? So what are going to be the items that you want the users to drag? And this is going to be this card. In that case, what you want to do is you want to wrap it inside of a draggable. Okay, so now this card will be draggable. Okay, now if you click on draggable, you have properties, right? So what exactly are we dragging? Right? Is it like a string? Is it, an integer? What kind of information do we want to make available to the target, right? To drag the drag target. Okay. Now, in our case, this whole thing, this is just data from Supabase. So it's going to make a lot of sense to do as a Supabase row. Okay. So I'm going to come over here, deals. And the value is this deals row, right? Because now we're passing the entire row and we can just grab the data that we need. Okay, so this is draggable now. And the next thing that we need to do is we need to assign a drag target. Now, what is going to be our drag target? Well, our drag target is going to be a column, right? So this whole column is going to be the drag target here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap it in a drag target. That means you can drag it anywhere in this column. Okay, so remember, it's this column, not this column, because this column just has 3 fields. But this column is basically a list of our, of our items, right? The specific items here. Okay, so we should be able to drag it. Now, once we drag and drop it, once we drop it, we need to do something, right? It's not enough to simply drop it. We need to make sure that we update the status. Okay. And so this drag target has some events. Okay, so if you open this up, we have on drag accept, on drag enter, and on drag exit. Okay, so on drag enter is kind of cool. You're typically going to be using it for visual effects. So in our case, maybe we want to, if the user is dragging it, right? So the user is kind of dragging it. Maybe we want to kind of make a border around it or do something. There's lots of interesting things that we can do. Another thing that we can do, and this is something a little bit more advanced, is that you can show like a phantom a phantom card here, as though there's a card that appears with like a kind of a dashed border, right? This is something that we can do, and let's see, maybe this is something that we'll do, or maybe we'll go with something simpler. Okay, but this is all of this is just like, you know, aesthetic stuff, right? This is all kind of visual things, and I typically like to leave visual for last because visual is easy. It's relatively easy compared to the logic stuff. Okay, and so let's go ahead and do our events here. So on this drag target, we're gonna open it up and go and drag accept. And what do we need to do? We need to change the status. And what are we gonna change? Well, we're gonna change it to the new status. We really don't care about the old status. We care about the new status, right? So what we need to do is we're gonna come in here. We're gonna type Supabase. We're gonna update the rows. It's this deals table, matching rows. We need to find the row first, and then we need to update it later, right? If you don't do matching, it's going to update all the rows, which you don't want to happen. So let's go ahead and find the row. We're going to find it by ID, and because we're dragging it, we have this drag target, right? So we have this drag data, and we need to make sure that it's correctly, right? This drag data it should not be text. It should be a Supabase row. So let's come back out. Let's go to this drag target. Let's go to its settings and make sure this is set to Supabase row, and this is deals. Okay, so now this drag target knows what kind of data it's getting. Okay, so let's go ahead and come back to its events. Come back out here, and let's go ahead and find it first. Filter ID equals to the drag target track data ID. Okay, so now we've located the specific item that we're trying to update, right, in the database, right? Next, we're going to set the fields, and this is just one field. This is just the stage. We're going to update it to the item that we're dragging, right? So remember, all of this is in the database, right? This drag target is the item that's being dragged, and so we need to update it. We need to update the stage, and what are we going to update it? The stage to? Well, here we're updating the stage, but we need to make sure that we don't update it to the same field, right? Because this is that old stage. And so what we need to do is we need to update it to the status item, right? Because the status item is going to be different depending on the column that we're dealing with, okay? And so we're going to say confirm. And if we drag it here, right, the status item is going to be different. The status item is here. Okay, so let's go ahead and test it out. Let's see if it works. You know, it's all nice and everything, but it needs to work, right? If it doesn't work, then we've made a mistake somewhere, which is absolutely fine. All right, so here's our app, and as you can see now, this is draggable. Okay, so we can drag it to different places. Okay, and what's cool about this is that we actually have some information in this debug panel, right? And so now let's go ahead and drag it somewhere else. So let's say I drag this to qualified. When I do that, it's here, right? So it's not here anymore, it's here. And because Supabase it typically updates dynamically, we are pretty sure at this point that we have updated this here, okay? So let's go ahead and drag it to close loss, and now it's here, okay? So now you can see that chances are it has updated. So this working on this contract, it should be set to close loss. Let's come over here and let's take a look. And as you can see, working on this contract, it updated the status. Okay, so our flow is working as expected. So now I can put it back here, and now it's back here. And now if we come back over here, working on this contract should be updated to new. And if I come back here and I put this into contacted, now it's here and it should be updated to contact. Okay, so it works perfectly. And I really like this behavior. I think this is really, really nice. One thing that I've noticed is that when we have more than one of these items in a column, we want to make sure that they're sorted somehow. Now, typically, you're going to be sorting by the date. And so let's go ahead and make sure that they're sorted. They're not in some random order. And this is this right here, right? So if we come back over here, we can just create an ordering. And what I want to do is I want to sort them by created in increasing order. Okay, so that fixes the issue in case we have a bunch of these items. In our case, they're all for the same date. But if we don't have sorting there, then it would just list randomly, right? And that is not something that we want to do, okay? So this looks really, really nice. Okay, it looks really, really nice. One thing that we can do at this point is, like I said, we can give it a little bit of that aesthetic, that visual effect, okay? And so there's a couple of things that we can do. We can, you know, create a border, right? So when you're dragging, we can kind of create a border around this column, right? So if you take a look here, we have this column here. Now, you cannot create a border around the column, but you can create a border around this container. Okay, so this container, it can have like a border color that could be set dynamically. If we are dragging it, we're dragging it on top. So let me show you how that's going to work, right? So what we need is a page state variable that will track where it's being dragged to. Okay, so let's go ahead and create a page state variable. And so let's say this is drag status, and this is going to be an integer that will track which column that we're trying to drag to. And this is going to be assigned to 0 initially, like the first column. So the first column is going to be 0, this is going to be 1, etc., etc., right? So if we do this, 0, 1, 2, 3, and based on what's happening, right? So this column, based on that, we'll be able to set a border color. Okay, so if we come back over here, this container, we have this border color. So it's currently on set, but what we can do is we can create a kind of some logic around it, right? So we can say, well, it's currently being dragged, and so we can have a conditional, right? So we can say if it's currently being dragged, set it to something else. So as an example, let's say we have this page state variable here, and we can say if drag status is set. Okay, so we can have it on set initially, right? So let's say if it's set, go ahead and change this color to, let's say, red. Okay, so something like this. Otherwise, if it's not set, it's going to be unset, which means it's not going to have a border, right? So we're going to do this, and let's say border width is 1. And so now if we come over here and drag status, we don't want it to be 0. We want it to be nullable, and we don't want it to be set to anything, right? So nullable is actually a better choice because we want it to be nulled originally, right? We don't want it to be set to anything because nothing is being dragged. And now what we need to do, we need to make sure that the drag target is, working with these elements, right? So if we come over here on this drag enter, we want to set the that page state variable to the right column, and this thing knows the column, right? So if we come over here, we can just do page, update page state, drag status, and here we're going to set to a specific value, and this is going to be the drag target. We have the drag data, so we have all of this drag data, but we don't really want the drag data, right? So if we come over here, what we want is the status item, and we want it to be indexed in the list, right? We don't really care about what the status is. We care about its index. And because these columns are kind of in this order, right? So remember, they're in a specific order because the status item are in specific order. So we'll be able to figure out, based on the status item, based on its index in the list, which column we're dealing with. Okay, so let's double check real quick if we have it set correctly. So if we come over here, we have this drag status. It should be nullable initially because nothing is being dragged. And there's one more thing that we need to do. So if we come to this drag target, we need on drag exit, we need to make sure that we reset the item, the drag status. So I'm going to go into page state, select my drag status. I want to make sure that it's reset, right? So that it's not, if we leave that column, so that column has its border removed. Okay, so on drag enter, we are setting it index and list depending on the status item, and that's going to trigger the border. And here we are resetting it, so that should remove the border, right? Because if we leave that column, it should no longer need to have a border. And this is the logic when we actually drag it somewhere, okay? So let's go ahead and test that out. Let's create a new session. Let's see if that works. All right, so here's our app. Now, if we drag it, you see it's creating the border everywhere. And that should not be the case. So if we take a look, let's see. So let's try to debug it, right? So we have this drag status set to 1 right now, okay? So let's say I drag it here. It's set to 0, which is correct. Now it's set to 1. Now it's set to 2. Okay, so that is correct. Drag status is correct. And the issue here is it's not determining the right column. Okay, so as you can see, the drag status is 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's perfect. And so what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a look and see what is happening here. So if we come back to this column here, this container here, there's something wrong here, right? This border color, it should not be. So drag status is set. It's here, right? So let's take a look at this. Drag status is set. And what we are missing is we're missing another condition that checks whether drag status is set to the column, right? Because here we're just saying it's set, and it's going to be set all the time. But we also need to make sure that drag status is this column here, right? So if it's set to the correct column. And so what we need to do is we need to create 2 conditions here. So not just the drag status is set, but that, it's also the right column. So we're going to leave this condition. And here we're going to come back and we're going to create another condition, a single condition here. And we're going to say drag status equals to the column, right? And what is that column? Well, it's going to be status item index and list. Okay, let's try this out. Okay, so now we have 2 conditions. Okay, let's go ahead and reload our app. All right, so here's our app. Let's go ahead and try to drag something. So when I drag it, you see how it selects this column. So we have the logic working. And then when I put it back, we still have the color that, we dropped it, right? So if I come over here and I don't, you see how it disappears. So we need another check when we drag it, drop it, to make sure we didn't drop it on the same column. Okay, because if we drop it on the same column, we should not have this appear. But overall, it does exactly what we wanted to do. Okay, so I don't know if I wanted to be like this. I mean, this is cool. Maybe, yeah, we need to have the padding for this column, right? We need to increase the padding. So let's do that first. Let's go ahead and increase the padding for this this container here. There's no padding on it. Okay, so something like this, and this is how it's gonna appear. Okay, that's better now. That is better. And let's go ahead and take a look at, we have this container here, and then we have this column. Let's go ahead and do a little bit of padding on side. Okay, that's better. Okay, now that looks a lot cleaner. Let's go ahead and refresh this and see how it looks. All right, let's go ahead and drag something, and there it is. Okay, that looks better. But we have another issue here, is that because of that padding, we lost a little bit of real estate, right? Remember, we have that calculation that takes into account just the width, just the visible width, but we're not considering the padding that we added. So we'll have to fix that a little bit later. But at least this looks, I guess, kind of cool. At least it's a little bit more visible, right? Now there's one more thing left to do, is that when we drag it to the same one, so if I drag it here, and really I think drag it everywhere, right? If we finish dragging, we don't want this to appear, right? We only want it to appear while we're dragging, okay? So we need to make sure that when we drop it, drag target is not set, right? Because this logic here, right? So if you take a look at this container, this is the key here, right? If these 2 conditions are, if any one of these conditions is true, it will set the border color, right? So we need to make sure that drag target is not set. Okay, and so how do we do that? Well, we're gonna come back to drag target, come back over here, and just like with on drag exit, we need to make sure that we copy this, and on drag accept, we paste it. So we need to make sure that we reset the drag status, because when we drop it, we no longer care about the border. The border is really, while it's being dragged, to serve as kind of these guides for us, okay? So on drag enter, we have this thing where we set, and drag exit, we reset it, and we also reset it when we accept it. Okay, so let's go ahead and try this out. All right, let's take a look. So now we're dragging it, drag it here, we drop it, and it's gone. Drag it, drag it. I think this is what we want. Okay, this is exactly what we want here. That looks pretty damn clean. It looks pretty nice. Okay. Obviously, it's not going to be as nice here because of the padding and all these things. I mean, this app, it's going to be hard, but we'll see. Maybe later on we can see if we can have some kind of responsive, right? But this type of app is going to be best on large screens. Okay, so even here, you know, this is kind of what it's going to work perfect in. Okay, all right, so we have this behavior, we have this nice kind of UI effect. We are ready to go to the next step. Is the task management. So if you recall, we have this table in our Supabase that has various tasks for a specific lead, right? And the idea here is that these salespeople, they need to do tasks, right? So they need to maybe call this lead, they need to maybe offer this lead something, pitch this product, right? It's basically a list of tasks. These are like to-do items, right? But for salespeople, for business people. Okay, so let's go ahead and start working on this. So we're gonna create a new page, gonna create a blank page, just call it tasks. And here we are going to simply start off with a standard list view. Okay, because the idea here is we're going to be listing the tasks and then also giving them the ability to create new tasks, delete tasks, edit tasks, stuff like that. And then maybe a little bit later, we'll see if we can add some extra functionality capability. All right, so we have our tasks view here. This is going to be a standard list view. We're going to start off with a list view. I like to put a card in the middle, and I like to give it a little bit of padding for this card. And then, you know, inside the card, we're going to format the actual task. So what do we want to list on the task? Well, we want the status, priority, and the description. The lead, so the leads, these will be filtered, right? So we're going to be filtering. I don't know if you want something to appear having to do with a specific lead, maybe the company, stuff like that. So let's see. All right, let's start off with a column, and let's see, start off with some text. All right, and let's go ahead and pad this well, let's go ahead and pad this column inside, maybe a 10, and then these ones, let's give it a little bit of padding, maybe 5, and you know, we'll fix it up as we go along, right? We'll fix it up. All right, so something like this, and let's go ahead and load this from the Supabase query. We're gonna do tasks, and we need to filter it, right? Because we're only looking at our ones, right? We don't want to be looking at the tasks, everybody's tasks. So we're gonna filter by the owner ID equals to, and this is going to be, so we don't have authentication even turned on at this point. So that is something that we need to do, because we need to filter by the owner ID, and this owner ID is, guess what? It's a user. Okay, so we don't have authentication. So what I'm gonna do is I am going to, you know, leave this as is, and I'm going to go ahead and turn on authentication. Okay, so let's go ahead and come back over here, turn on authentication. We're going to be doing Supabase. We do not have an entry page. This is going to be the login page, but we have a logged in page. This is going to be the dashboard. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a login page. Let's come back over here, and yeah, this is create an account. We want kind of 2-in-1. So yeah, this is what I'm going to do. So I'm going to stick with this one. I'm going to say login. All right. And I'm going to delete these ones. Forget password. Well, forget password doesn't have anything. Okay. So FlutterFlow does offer for, you know, sending the forget password link, but you still need to create a change password. So we're gonna you know, disable that for now. Maybe we'll have time towards the end, we'll set it up. But I had a video, like I said, that explains to you guys how to do all that. All right, so entry page is not specified. Well, we have the entry page, login page. And now I'm also gonna do a dashboard as well. Dashboard is going to be done last, but I want to make sure that we at least have it here. So let's go ahead and create the dashboard here. And I'm just going to say dashboard, and we're going to do this last. Dashboard here. And let's go ahead and jump back into our Supabase authentication. And logged in page is going to be the dashboard, and this error should go away, and it went away. Okay. All right. So let's go back to tasks. Okay. These are going to be our tasks. And let's do the filter now because we have the authentication. All right. Let's do Supabase query tasks, and we're going to do filter, and we want to do it by the owner ID. Owner ID is the user. It is the authenticated user. It's the person that's using the app. And we're going to say user ID here. Okay, so that's going to filter them. And I also want to do sorting. So how do we want to sort it? I want to sort it from in ascending order, right? So I want to sort it by the date, created at, and I want it to be in increasing order. Okay, so now we have this, and we can display some information. Let's say the status, or is it the status? Yes, status, and we'll do priority. Let's do priority here, and description, I guess. And you can even type it, right? You can just find it like this. All right, so now we have the tasks, and depending on who I'm going to be logged in as, I should see some tasks. So here's james@james.com, and if I'm logged in as james@james.com, I should see 2 tasks. Now, before we test out the app, we need a nav bar, right? Because now we have multiple pages and there's no way to navigate between them. So we need a nav bar. We're going to enable this nav bar and we're going to set it up. We're going to do it on the dashboard, show a nav bar. We're going to do it on the tasks, and we're going to do it on the sales pipeline. Probably my favorite page here. So let's go ahead and come back to nav bar, and let's make sure they're ordered correctly. So dashboard first, sales pipeline, and tasks. And let's change the icons there. So dashboard, let's see if we can find something. Yeah, I think for dashboard, this might work. For sales pipeline, what is sales? Dollar sign, right? Dollar. That's what I think about money. That's what I think about when I think about sales. And tasks, well, tasks is list. I think something like this can work. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and run our app, start a new session, and let's see what's happening so far. All right. So here's our app with the login screen. We can create a new account too if we want to, but let's go ahead and try to log in. All right. So I'm now logged in as James. Come over here. We have the 2 tasks that are assigned to me. So if I come back over here, this is me. This is the owner ID. That's my owner ID. And it's call, delete Monday, sign the contracts Friday afternoon, right? Call, delete Monday. Okay, so we're seeing them correctly, and we can also do this, and we're seeing them like this. All right, so we have this here, and the next thing that I want to do is I want to have the ability to edit them, delete them, and create new tasks. Okay, so that the standard flow. Okay, let's come back over here to our tasks, and let's see where we can create a new kind of task item. Okay, so for deleting a task, right, this is going to be somewhere here on the right hand side. So I mean, we have this column, we can wrap it in a row. Yeah, I guess that can work. Let's see, we can wrap this in a row, and then we can have another column. Okay, so we can have another column, and that second column can have some buttons. Now, what I want to do is I want this column to be maxed out like this, and then this column can have an icon button to basically delete it. Okay, so something like this. Let's give it a little bit of padding. It's a little, right, it doesn't have any padding, so let's do maybe a 10. Okay, that looks better. Let's go ahead and fix this icon button. I remove the fill color. I like to do border radius of 10. Change this to delete. So like a trash icon. Yeah, that works. That's restore from trash. Is there like a regular trash icon? Delete. There it is. Delete. All right, so that's going to delete it. We can have more buttons here, right? So we can have an edit button here as well. In fact, let me go ahead and duplicate this. Let's make this. So for editing, maybe something like this. That's going to be editing. And let's give it a padding, something like this. Okay, so that looks nice. Maybe a little bit too much padding, but we'll fix that later. So this is our edit button. This is our delete. So deleting is easier because we don't need to create a separate screen as we would for the edit. So I'm gonna do a quick delete. This is gonna be a Supabase delete row for the table tasks. We don't need to return matching rows. We just need to find the matching rows. This is going to be ID equal to, come back over here. We have this task ID. Okay, so that's it. That's gonna delete it, and it's automatically going to remove it. Okay, we don't need to do anything. We can have a snack bar that just says task deleted successful. Okay, so something like this. And now for the edit, right, we want to redirect to another page that will have all of this editable. Okay, so let's go ahead and create a new page, task edit, come back here, and we're gonna say edit task, and we're gonna be listing the stuff that is editable, right? So change the due date, change the status, priority, everything. So all of these 4 ones are editable. Okay. Another thing that we can do is we can reassign the user to another, reassign them to another owner ID. I'm not sure. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe that's not a bad idea. But for now, let's have 4 of these. So status, priority, description, and due date. Okay, so let's go ahead and have this. Let's do a text field for the status. What do we have? Status, priority, description. These are all text fields, and then a due date. Due date is going to be a it's going to be the date field, right? They'll click, and then it'll change the date. All right, so let's go ahead and do all of this. We need to fix these. I don't like the way it looks. I want to do outline, and I want to do some padding. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a 20 padding, and I'm going to delete these. We can just duplicate it. Perfect. Okay, that looks a lot better. And so the initial value is going to be the value, you know, from the database, the existing value. And for that, we need to pass the values first. And so this page is going to be accepting a row, a Supabase row. So this is going to be a task row. We're going to come over here, Supabase row. This is going to be task. It's required. And once we have that, we can just, you know, put in the stuff, right? So this is a, I'm just going to say input status. Right, status priority, yes, status priority. This is going to be input, and this is description, right? Input. All right, so let's come back over here and let's put an initial value here. So this is going to be status, this is going to be priority, and this is going to be this. Now for the description, we can probably make it a little bit, you know, have like multiple lines instead of just like one long line. Okay, we'll do that later, but let's see how it looks right now. Okay, so this is what we have. We also need a button. Okay, and this is gonna say update task, and then if we come back to task, if they click here, we need to have navigation with the row, right? So we're gonna do navigation to task edit, and we're gonna pass the data, right? So the task row is Supabase row, so that we have all the data. Okay, so that's gonna navigate them there. And let's take a look at what we have. So we have the labels. In fact, as I was doing it, the statuses are fixed, priority is fixed. So instead of having a text, let's do a drop down. I think this is gonna be much better for both of these, much better. So we'll do a drop down, and it's called a drop down. Or maybe it's called select drop down. It is called a drop down. Okay, let's go ahead and duplicate this. Let's give it some nice padding. All right, so now we have these 2 drop downs. Let's give it some nice padding here as well. All right, so this drop down is going to be status, and this drop down is going to be priority. It's a lot better than like a free form input, right? So now we can, you know, we can give it options, right? Because we have the options, we have the row, but we need to give it like the list of options. So if we come back over here, right, the status is fixed, priority is fixed. We don't need to query the database again, right? So what we can do is we can come back over here. We have the status list. We can create another one called priority list. This is a list, and we can just say, you know, high, medium, low. Come back over here, and let's go ahead and define our options. So the options here are gonna be, what is this over here? Status list. The options here is going to be priority list. Okay, and this is the description that we get from the database. Okay, looks pretty good. We need to kind of fix, I mean, there's some, you know, visual things that we need to fix. So like for instance, min lines, Max lines of 3, min lines is not set, it's the default. All right, so let's see if this works. Let's give this a back button. So come to this Nav Bar, this default button, this is going to be a back button. Okay, let's go ahead and run this and see if it shows up correctly. All right, let's click on our tasks. These are our tasks. Click here and we're here. So we need to make sure that this is selected. We haven't done that because we have new high, and if we click here, these are not selected. So let's go ahead and fix this real quick. So if we come over here, we have this initial option value, and this is going to be the value from the task row. So this is going to be the status here, and this is going to be the priority here, right? Now we need to make sure that these are the same statuses. So they're not the same statuses that we have here. So if we come back over here, statuses, this is new, contacted, qualified. So this is, I don't know, let's put qualified here. Yeah, new is it? Yeah, qualified. Yeah, qualified is like, you know, they're ready to buy. It's in the middle. It's in the middle of the sales cycle, right? It's in the middle. So you can just do that. High, medium, that should be standard. Let's go ahead and reload our app here. All right, click here, and there we see it. We see the initial new, and we can change it to something else. There's too much padding. Our label, we need to fix it. Yeah, let's go ahead and do the visual stuff. So for the visual stuff, what we need to do here is we need to do it manually. So I'm going to do 20, and then here I'm going to do it manually as well, and then yeah, 20 from the top. Okay, so that's better. All right, so now we have this, we have this. Another thing that we can do is we can give it a different background, right? So we can give it a kind of a white background because these ones have a white background. Now, let's see if we can do it on this input description, border type, fill. Yeah, we can do it here. Okay. Because otherwise we would have to do a container, but we should be able to do it here. And so let's go ahead and fill it. Fill color. Yeah, let's do a white. Okay, that looks pretty good. That looks exactly like it's supposed to look. We can also, you know, make it a little bit narrower, or make these wider, right? So we can come in here and we can make these wider, right? Or just make this narrower. So I don't know, let's see if we can make this a little bit wider, right? So like 350. Okay, yeah, 350 is perfect. All right, so we have these ones. And now it says here, please select. So that should not be, you know, it should not say that, right? So there's no need to change that. Okay, that looks pretty neat. That looks pretty clean. One thing I want to change is the button, right? I'm getting more into kind of the design aspect of it. And so what I like to do with my button is I like it to be flat. And let's go ahead and do that. And maybe, I don't know, something like this. Maybe a different color. Something maybe this one, and then let's give it a border radius. Give it a border radius of 10. Okay, that looks nice. Maybe 15. That's too much. Yeah, that's probably a little too much. It's a little too rounded. Okay, so something like this, and obviously we'll have to change it everywhere, but I'm just experimenting with stuff here. Okay, so let's go ahead and give it the logic. Let's go ahead and do an update. Update rows, tasks. Yeah, we need matching rows. Otherwise, we're gonna update all the rows. So this is gonna be ID, task row, ID, and set the fields. Which fields we are setting? We're setting status. We are setting priority. And we're setting description. Okay, let's come back here, status. So this is going to be all widget state, status. All right, and that's it. And then we'll just do a snack bar that says successfully updated. So if you do not see the snack bar, you know there was an issue. Okay, successfully. Okay, so something like this, and that should do it. Oh yeah, and we forgot the due date. Okay, so if we come over here, let's see if there's something having to do with dates. Okay, there's a calendar. Yeah, but we need a date picker. Okay, and so what we're gonna do, there's actually a date picker, and so what we're gonna do is we're gonna duplicate this, put it right here. In fact, no, put it right here. Maybe make it first. Let's make it first. Let's go ahead and duplicate this, and let's just make it first. And this is going to be no, it should be the input. Let's do text field right here. Yeah, right there. And let's make it nicer. Let's give it a padding and let's fix it. I don't like underline, I like outline. And I'm going to give it a fill. We're gonna fill it with white. Okay, that looks good. Yeah, the padding. So manual padding, and let's do and bottom padding. All right, and now what we can do is we can have an action so that it has this date picker. I think that's the one. Yeah, date picker. Okay, so when you unsubmit it, no, it should be not unsubmit. Wait a second. It should be is it unfocused change? I think we can do. Okay, so date picker will work. Do we want to do unfocused change? Let's see. Let's see how this works. We have an invalid value. Which value? Okay, interesting. Because we changed input status, input priority, input description. All right. And what we can do is let's go ahead and run our app, see how our date picker functions. All right, let's go ahead and log in. All right, there we are logged in. This is what we have. We can click on edit. Okay, because it captures state. Okay, so what we need to do here is we need a button. So when you trigger that button, it's going to come up with a date picker, and then we can select the date. So in fact, this is not the correct way of doing it. What we need to do is we need to have a text field and a button, or in fact, we can just even have just a text field. Okay, so let's do this. We're going to have a text field, and this is going to capture the date. Okay, and so let's go ahead and do our little padding here, and this thing is going to capture the date, right? This text field, I'm going to wrap it inside of a container, right? Because a text field, I don't believe I can't size it the way I want to, right? I can do this or this, but that's not going to help us. Okay, so we need to wrap it inside of a container. Okay, so I'm going to put a container right here, right there, wrap it here, and then I can wrap it this way. Okay, and now this is going to be 350 height. We don't need the height. Let's give it some padding. Okay, and this here is going to display the date, right? And so when you click on it, it's going to trigger the date picker, and then the date picker will be selected, and this is going to have the date. And so let's go ahead and let's put this right like this. Let's make it a little bit bigger. So something like this. Let's see how this looks. And now what we can do is we can have this trigger. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a page state variable, select it. This is going to be a date time. Okay, and I'm going to set it to this date selected here, and default value, we're going to have this default value, and then if they click on it, it's going to select the date picker here, and we have default setting, minimal. We don't really care about any of this. Allow future date, allow past date. And so now that we have this date picker, we can come over here and we can do this. Now we have widget state, we have date picked. Okay, so we don't really need, in this case, we don't really need the page state variable, because it has its own page state variable that it gives us. So I'm going to remove this. We don't really need this, because once you select this, it's going to be selected there. Okay, let's go ahead and center this right there. Let's go ahead and get this properly aligned. We can do a padding of 10. Okay, so something like this, that looks pretty cool. The only thing I want to do is I want to change the border, make it a little bit, I think like 10 or 15. No, 15 is too much. It should be 10. 10 is nice. In fact, 10 may be too much. What do we have here? Do we have it? It said border radius is 8, so 8 is better. Okay, and let's give it a border color, something like this, and let's give it a border width. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and run our app and see how it looks. All right, come back here. We want to edit this. Okay, so it's empty. We click it, we select it, and now it displays the date. We can format that, but I don't really like the emptiness, right? So the emptiness, it should not say that. So we should say select, click to select a date. Yeah, so it's this date picker, right? I mean, we can have it so it displays the original date, and then you can click on it and select a new date. Okay, so maybe that's the approach that we want to have, right? So instead of this date pick, what we can do is we can do a conditional. So if date picked, if it's, yeah, we can have a conditional. So what we can do is we can create a condition. So we can say date is set, then display the date. Right, display the date. We can have this date here, and then we can format something like this. Otherwise, we just want to display the original date, right? So we can go into task row, and I can say due date, and I can format it the same way. I think this was the formatting. Yep. Okay. Let's see if this works. I think this is the best of both worlds. Let's see if that works. All right, here we are. We can click here, edit, and we have an error here. Unexpected null value. Okay, let's see what's happening here. In fact, let's take a look. We have the current time. We have these tasks. Let's take a look. I think it's because this date picker is set, but it's not set to any value. Is that, we have app state. Let me take a look. We have backend queries, which is nice, but we're not seeing this, the actual date picker, right? We're not seeing this date picker here, so it's not being displayed. So I think that's the issue there, right? We need to make sure that this date is set. So date pick is set. I think this is what's causing the issue here. Okay, and so what I'm gonna do is let's remove all this. Let's try something else. So if I do date pick here, and in fact, okay, so now it wants the default value, and that is what, yeah, it's not being set correctly. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to make sure that it is set. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is, let me try this. Let's test it out. So if I say date pick, and yeah, let's say, you know, I format it however I want, but now it's not gonna let me. Oh, it will let me. Okay, let's go ahead and see if this works. Because if this doesn't work, that is the issue we have. It's the date picker. It's not setting it initially. All right, come back here, edit. Okay, so you see there's nothing there. Right, so what that means is that it's just empty, right? This date picker is empty, but if I click on it doesn't even let me click on it. Wait, let's see. Yeah, date time picker. Interesting. Let's do something else. Default value, click here, click to select. Thing is just empty and there's nothing to click on. All right, click here, click here. Now it says clicks, and now we can click on it. Okay, now we can select it, and now it's selected. Okay, so that's the flow. I'm not sure that's the flow we're looking for, right? But this works, right? We can have this input, we can have, it's a nice date picker, right? Now we can select the date. But I think ideally, what we can do actually, we can say all date here so that they can compare it, right? So what about something like this? What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say we have this text here in this container, and what I'm gonna do is inside of that container, I am going to two columns. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is, let's do this. I'm gonna copy this, and I'm gonna say I'm gonna do a row first. I'm over here, and I'm gonna say row, and I'm gonna wrap it in a column. So something like this, and then I'm gonna put two columns. So something like this. Now the second column, right? This is gonna take the majority of the space, and this is going to be that new flow, right? So I'm gonna come over here, and so inside of this thing, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna display this new date flow, and here it's gonna be the old date. So maybe something like this. Let's see how that's gonna look. So this is gonna be this old date, right? Task row, due date. I think this is gonna look really nice actually. I think I've seen that somewhere else, something like this. So this is going to be the new date, and here is going to be the new flow. And I'm going to make sure this column takes the maximum space. So this is going to be this thing. And so here, what we're going to do is this text here, we're going to say select new date, and we're going to have a date picker. There's the date picker. By defaults, have it all in defaults. And when we click on it, we're going to select this date pick, and default variable, click to select new date. I'm going to format it like this. And now we're going to have this really nice flow because you're going to be seeing the old date and you're going to select the new date, right? So that way you have a comparison. You have something, you have a reference point. Okay. So let's go ahead and see if this works. Come back here, edit, and we are getting an error. Why are we getting an error? Well, if you go to our database, our due dates are null. Okay. So let's go set our due dates. Let's go ahead and do this. Due date. Let's do this. All right, that is what we have. And now let's go ahead and reload our app. Hopefully it will work. All right, come back here, edit this, and there we see the old date and we see this new date. And we probably need to change the font. It's just too big, 16. But regardless, if I click here, I can select the new date. And now you see the old date and you see the new date. We can maybe even change the colors, add a little bit of text. Let me go ahead and reload that. In fact, what I can do is I can make it a little bit kind of grayish, maybe secondary text, something like this. No, like this or something. And then we'll add some text to specify old date, new date. But I personally like that flow. Let me know in the comments below if you guys like this or not. There we go. I select this. And obviously this is what is going to be saved, right? Another thing that we can do is we can have like a clear reset this to the old date. But I like this. I really like this. The colors, all right? So maybe something like this. Let's see that. All right, that looks a little bit better. And this is the new date, right? So old date, new date, and you have something for reference. And then obviously when we save, we're going to be saving this date. So let's do that right now. Let's update this, and we need to add the date, due date, and the value. Value is going to be widget state, date pick. All right, and that should update it. Let's go ahead and give it a test. All right, come back here, edit this, and let's say this is this call lead Monday, and let's say move it forward by a week, and this is contacted, and it's now, yeah, it's still high, and I can say something like, well, this is the same task, right? So yeah, it's contact, and I can say contacted the lead, need to prepare for the presentation at the lead's office. Let's see if this works. Successfully updated. Okay, so that went through. Come back here, and there's the new one, right? I just saw this update. Contacted the lead, need to prepare for the presentation at the lead's office. Okay, so this works here, and it's a nice flow. It's kind of a nice flow, right? So if we go back, come back here, now it's July 18th, and now we can change the date to something else. I like this flow. I think it's kind of cool. Now, I hope you're enjoying this app building tutorial so far. Now, if you're serious about building apps and you want to build all kinds of apps, from simple apps to more complex to production ready complex apps, maybe a business app such as this one, then you guys definitely need to check out Mastering FlutterFlow, which is my flagship FlutterFlow course that teaches you everything that you need to know when it comes to building all kinds of apps. Inside the course, you're going to find video modules that walk you step by step on everything that you need to know, all the concepts when it comes to building pretty much any kind of app that you can imagine. And most importantly, as a member of Mastering FlutterFlow, you're going to gain access to our private Discord community, where myself and other community members are going to be more than happy to help you out any way that we can, so that you can build the very best app possible. And so if you're serious about building apps, definitely check out Mastering FlutterFlow and consider joining. Additionally, I also have Mastering Supabase, which is my other training focusing on Supabase backend. And so if you're serious about building all kinds of apps, if you purchase Mastering FlutterFlow, you're going to be getting an amazing discount automatically on Mastering Supabase. So with that said, I hope to see you inside of our private communities. Now, another thing that I'd like to do here is I want to create a way for this task to be reassigned, right? So maybe there's another person working on the same team, and it makes sense for the task to be reassigned. And then maybe later we'll create some rules around it. But right now, we'll make it available to everybody, okay? And so the idea here is that we're gonna have a drop down here, and they'll be able to pick a new user, and we're gonna reassign this owner ID here. So the issue right now is we have this users table here, but it's not accessible because it's not in the public schema right now. Okay, so what we need to do here is we need to go back to the public schema, and we need to create another table that's going to link to the users. Okay, this table is going to have a relationship to the users table. And the reason we need to do that is because we need to have a list of users available in the dropdown, and we can pull it from the Auth users table, but we can't pull it from another table that will be linked to it. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another table. This is always a good idea if you need to store some additional information about the user, which is almost going to be the case, and if you don't, then big deal. You just have an extra table. You don't need to use it. And so I'm gonna call it users extra. And the idea here is going to be a one-to-one relationship back to the auth users table, right? So this is going to be the user ID here, and we are going to link it to the other users table. So we're gonna say right here, this is the other table, auth, and we're gonna select users. And so this user ID is going to be linked to this ID here. Okay, and then you can have extra fields. So for instance, let's say we want to have the user's name or some information, right? So let's say users whatever first name, and then we can have last name. Okay, and these are going to be text right here. And for now, this is enough, but later on you can add more columns and provide extra pieces of information for each of your users. Okay, so I'm going to say save right here. All right, so this table has been created, and next I want to add an RLS policy. Okay, so I'm just going to create a full access RLS policy just to get started. We're going to do this. We're going to say all. I'm going to do a check expression as well. Okay, so now everybody can access this table. Come back to it. This is the users extra, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a link to some of the users. So if we take a look at the users, well, there's me, James. So let's go ahead and create a link to that table. Insert a row. I'm going to say this is the user I'm using, right? So we have James, and I'm going to say James no code. Then we have two other users, and I'm going to create a link, Rob, and last user is Tom, I believe. Yeah, Tom. Now remember, here you're never going to have like a many-to-many or a one-to-many. It's always going to be one-to-one. So each user is going to have exactly one row here. Okay, so James is not going to have more rows, Rob is not going to have more rows, and Tom is not going to have more rows. Okay, this is kind of how we're going to have, a user might have no rows here, but at the maximum, they're going to have one row. All right. So we have this table. Let's jump back into Supabase. Let's go to our Supabase. Let's refresh the schema. Come back here, and we can create another select here. And I'm gonna say I'm gonna put it at the top. Wait a second, right there. And this is going to be our user reassignment. And so let's go ahead and define the options. So the options are going to come from Supabase, right? So here on this level, we can do a query and just get all the user data, right? So I'm going to do a Supabase query, users extra, and I want to order them by last name, or maybe just first name, okay? In increasing, so A to Z, and now I have access to it. I can come back over here, define my options, and now what I can do is I can use these rows here, right? I can say, well, I want to list the first name. Okay, so I can just do mapping. I can come over here and I can map a field. So I just say last name, and that's going to set it up, right? It's going to set it up so that there's a list of all the users and just listing their last name here. Okay, now another thing that's very important for us is we want to have not just the labels, but we want to have the values, because the value is going to be the user ID, because when they update it, we need to update the user ID right here. So the user ID needs to be available to us. Okay, and so for labels, we're going to be using the last name, but for values, we are going to do this. We're going to do mapping, and we are going to map them to user ID. So that way we have this user ID there, okay? And that's it. And so now when this loads, it's going to have a list of users, and we can select a user by their first or last name, in our case, last name. And when we select it, when we update it, it's going to write this data. And in fact, we need to update our saving, right? Because we don't have this. So I'm going to do a owner ID. We're going to update that. And widget state, see, I don't remember. I think it's one of these, but that's why we need to label them, right? So input status, this is no longer input status. This is input owner. Yeah. And so now we can jump back here, come back here, owner ID. And now if we go to widget state, we have input owner right here. And that's going to be the ID, and we'll be able to save it. So let's go ahead and run this app and see if it works. Let's go ahead and log in. We have this, we can edit this, and it says, please select, and now it's listing the last name. So we have the same issue as before. It's not defaulting to the currently selected user, but we can update it, right? We can say Tom, and if we take a look at this, it says contacted delete. This is this right here. So this is going to be changed. So if you update it, successfully update it, come back here, and this is now different. Oh, and status was changed. Okay, so status was also changed incorrectly because we duplicated the field. So let's go ahead and fix this bug real quick. And we have status. See, it's input owner. It should be input status. Okay, because we duplicated priority, description, due date, or input owner. Okay, so we have that. The next thing we need to fix is make sure that the default, right? So let's go ahead and this is this initial value, and we can just put in the task row. And so the task row, remember the task row only has the ID, which is not what we want. And so what we need to do here is we need to filter it, right? We need to come in here and we need to filter it correctly, right? So we need to, so we have this, actually we have users extra. And so what we can do is we can filter it, right? Filter users extra by the ID, by the ID filter condition. We're going to create a condition where we say item in list get row field user ID is equal to the task row owner ID. Okay, and that should work. Let's see. We have a condition, user ID, and let's say, yeah, and it should obviously get the first item, right? It should get just the first because we have a list. Okay, and here we need to get the last. All right. All right, let's see if that works. Let's see if that works. That is fairly powerful, what we just did. Right, we filtered something else based on the ID that we have. All right, come back here, edit this, and it's not setting it correctly. Something is off. I think our filtering is off. Let's see if we can filter it. So we're taking this user's extra. We're filtering by the user ID, first item. Yeah, that should be fine. Why isn't it working? Wait, we have the owner ID. We don't have due date. So due date was deleted. We need to make sure we have due date. Let's take a look. Which one are we dealing with? Sign the contracts. Sign the contract. So we have the owner ID, right? This should match. Do we have this? Let's take a look at the user's extra. It should be there. Yeah, it's right here. It should say no code. Okay, let's double check and see what's happening here. Last name. We're taking the user's extra. We're filtering them by user ID. User ID here. Let's take a look. Users extra equal to the owner ID of the task row. And yeah, this is the user ID here. Yeah, that should work. That should get. And yeah, we're getting item with index. Let's take a look. Let's try something else. Let's see if I do item with index first and then I display last name. Let's see if this works. Okay, let's just try something else. We want to display the first item, which is going to be this one here. Okay, so let's see if this works, and then we'll try the other one. Okay, I just want to backtrack for a moment while I'm debugging and see if it works. All right, come back here, edit this. See, it still doesn't work. Because no code is not. No, it is no code. Yeah, it should be. Yeah, no code is fine. Let me go come back here. Tasks. This is the owner ID, right? Which task are we looking at? This is sign the contracts. Sign the contract C0. If I go into users extra, I'm right here. Yeah, C0BB, I'm right here. It should work. Weird. So we're getting the last name, users extra. We're getting the first one, options, last name, and values. That's fine. Because it's value. It's value, okay? It should be set by the value, not by the label. That is the problem. So what we need here is we have the values, user ID, we have the labels, first name, and the initial option value is going to be task row. That's what. Okay, now it should work. And that is correct. It should be the value. It should never be, because values are unique, whereas labels, could be anything. All right. Let's go and see. And there it is. Now it works. Okay, so the issue was value. Okay, so now it's set correctly. So values of the user IDs, first name, and this is the initial, which is the owner ID. Okay. So it's correctly. The only question is, do you want first name or do you want something else? And so in this case, what we can do is we can have a code expression or a custom function that takes in all the rows as a list of rows and gives us back just the array of first and last names, right? Because here we can only get them, right? We can't really have a code expression here. We need to, work with what we have. Okay, so here we have first and last name. Another thing that we can do is we can have that in this table, right? We can create some kind of a calculated field and have it on this table if you want, right? And so for instance, we can have, display name, right? We can have something like this, display name. And what we can do is we can say, well, this is text. This is just another approach. This is just text. And what we can do here is we can just do it manually if you want, or do it, with the system. So as an example, this could be something like no code James, just another approach. Rob, right? Last name, first name, format, and because they're the same, it ends up being the same. Okay, now if we go back, sometimes it's a better approach than doing all the code and custom functions and all of these code expressions here. And so now if we come over here, users extra, we have this display name that we can use, right? So we can come back here and right here labels, we can come over here and we have display name. So sometimes it's a nice approach. Sometimes it might be the better option instead of doing all these code expressions and custom functions and all of that. All right, come back over here, edit this. And now you have your full list. I think this is nice, right? We can display the date. Really, really clean. Okay, so this thing, this is easy to do. I think it already should work at least. We'll test it out later. The next thing I want to do is create a new, right? The ability to create new tasks. And typically you can do it right here in this app bar. And so what we can do is we can wrap this text in a row, and we can just add an icon button right here, and we can obviously have this centered like this. And now this icon button needs to be not that. This should be 10. We can remove that. It's the icon color, that one. Okay, perfect. And so this is plus. I like this approach. Let me know, guys, what you think. And this is going to open up. Oh, this is an edit task. Okay, actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut it and I'm going to do it on the main one. Okay, I got a little bit ahead of myself, but no problem. Right here and here, I'm going to paste it. Whatever. And here I'm gonna create that icon again, icon button. I'm gonna space them out as much as possible. I really like that approach because otherwise we'll have to create it somewhere here and it gets a little confusing. And let's do this white. And this is nice. Do we want the border width? Do we want the border color? I don't know. It's up to you. Let's remove the border radius. Maybe. It's up to you. I'm just gonna remove the border color. I think it's fine like this. I think it's cleaner. All right. So this is going to open a new one, kind of like task edit, except they can create a task that's going to be automatically assigned to themselves. So I'm going to duplicate this page. I'm going to call it task add, and I'm going to change this. And here we are no longer, we're not going to have a drop down, right? So everything else is going to be a drop down, except this right here. This needs to be set. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this container and I'm going to duplicate it because I'm going to be using something similar. And I am going to remove this and I'm going to have this. So this has a row. I don't think we need all that. So yeah, something like this. Let's give ourselves a little bit of padding. And in fact, we probably don't even need this column. I'm going to remove this widget. I'm going to remove this row. And now I'm just going to center it. Oh, that's the container. Oops. We're going to center this, come over here, and we're going to expand this so it takes up the whole thing. We're going to give it some padding, and this is just going to be the user, right? This is going to be just the user, right? So So we'll need to pass parameters here as well. And this is just going to be the authenticated user. And so I'm just going to put email. Or yeah, email is fine. We can put something else, assigned user. Oh, well, yeah, we should probably have assigned. So in this case, it's probably a good idea to have it what we did before, because now we can just remove this and say assign, and then we can max it out, right? Well, we can't do it here because it's actually, we can. We can do it like this. Assign, this is maxed out, and this is minimal. Perfect. The only thing we need to do is we need to remove this. We need to delete our action. And now we have it. So I'm going to make this font a little bit smaller. So something like this, maybe even smaller. No, that's too small. 14, I think, is good. And this is going to be the user's email. This is going to say, and this is going to be the due date, right? So in this case, I can remove this and just say, and this is 16. I'm going to make it 14. I'm going to make it just normal color. Okay, perfect. And so it's the same thing. Now we can expand this. And now we have it set correctly, right? We have assigned to due date. This is status. Status, there's no initial value. There's no initial value here. In fact, we're not passing any parameters. At least right now, we don't need to pass any parameters. Maybe later on, we'll have a reason. And so I'm going to come in here and I'm going to remove this parameter. And do we have any errors? Yeah, we have some errors, which is fine because we changed the form. Right? We need to do a couple of things. That's fine. Let's go ahead and open this. We have these issues here. Status, everything is fine. Description is fine. Due date. Due date is date pick. Owner ID is our auth user, which is going to be the user ID. And that's it. And what do we have? We still have an error. One or more filters is invalid when specifying matching rows. Yeah, we're not updating. We are inserting. Insert. Okay, good. We didn't need to do any of that all over again. It didn't delete all of that. Okay, good. This is going to insert a new record and it's going to say successfully created. Okay, so we have this. We have add task. Now we just need to make sure it's wired up. Navigate, task, add. Okay, good. Let's go ahead and run it. Let's see if it works. All right, here we are. Let's go ahead and log in. Alrighty. Come back here, edit this. We have everything set up correctly. Hit this, and it's assigned to me automatically. Let's try creating it. Let's say for the 17th. Please select this is new, and this is hi, call John at Widgets Inc. and see if we can set up a new meeting. Okay, add task successfully created. We need to redirect them back. Come back here, go into tasks, and we should hopefully see another task. Okay, and there's the task. There's no lead because we need to have them select leads, right? So if we come here, we have a list of leads, right? So this is company. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create the ability of them to add a lead. So let's go ahead and duplicate this. This is going to be input lead, and we are going to come over here, add a query for leads. List of rows. Let's go ahead and filter them by company. Relation. What am I doing? Not filter. I want to order them. Order them by company in increasing A to Z, and we are gonna have this here. And let's go ahead and configure. So nothing initial. Options are not going to be status options. They're going to be lead rows, and these are going to be map list items. This is going to be company. Okay, we're just going to assign them by company, and that's it. Okay, that's it. And when we add this task, we want to make sure that, we need to do it separately. So labels as company, values is going to be map list. It wants a string, but ID is not a string, right? So ID is a number. Okay, that's why it's telling me all this stuff. So what I need to do is I need to format it. I need to convert these. ID is no, actually, maybe if we do number format. No formatting. Let's see if that works. Okay, that works. Okay, good. So it automatically converts it. And here we can specify. So we have it specified as a string. Should be no issues here. And so we have the lead here. And so let's go ahead and reload this. So that way we can create a new task for a particular lead. And in fact, there's one other thing I realized is that in this leads, we have the owner ID, right? So we can, instead of displaying all the leads, we can just filter by the leads that the owner is working with that are assigned to somebody. Okay, so we'll do that in a second. Let's see if this works. Let's go ahead and create a new session. All right, come back over here, edit this, and add this. All right, and what do we have assigned to? And we have our leads here, right? We can assign this lead, assign this task to a particular lead, and like I said, we can filter this. We can select a new date. Looks pretty clean. Let's do that filtering, shall we? I think that's a good idea. So these leads need to be filtered, right? Both of them, right? So we're going to come over here, and instead of mapping directly, we can do filtering, and we can have a condition. Let's take a look in here. So what we want to do is we want to filter the leads to be equal to the owner. Actually, wait a second. What are we filtering? Owner ID. That is what we need to filter. So what we need to do is we need to do owner ID equals to authenticated user. That's what we need to do. Next, we're going to do mapping, and we're going to grab what we need to grab. So this is for values. We need to grab the ID, the lead ID. Right, so the lead ID that one, yeah, because we're creating a new task. So actually, we're creating a new task. Let's come back here, and the task needs the lead ID. Yeah, that's fine. Yep. So this is good. We need the ID here, and I think we need to do number format, and that will fix it. Okay. And so as you can see, we have all of this, and same thing here. We can't display all the companies, so we need to filter by a condition where that condition is going to be true. And so this is going to be item and list, get row field, owner ID is equal to authenticated user ID. Confirm. And here, now we can do mapping. Come back over here. And what do we want to do? This is a company. So we want to just get the company. All right. Okay, so there's a lot of filtering. Let's go ahead and see if that works. And now it should just display like one company, right? Because I believe like my account may have like, if I go into leads, yeah, every account has one company. So we're going to be seeing one company regardless, you know, with which user we log into the system. Okay, let's come back here. All right, come back here, and let's say we want to create a new one. And here we just see one, because that is our, you know, we just have one, you know, customer that we're working with, right? One thing I want to do real quick is this please select. I really don't like it. Please please select lead. This should be please select status. This should be please select priority, or you know what, just have select priority. It's just too many letters. I like to have a 2 letters max, and this should say select lead. Let's go ahead and reload this. All right, jump back here, plus, okay. All right, jump back over here, plus select lead, select status, select priority. Okay, looks good. Let's go ahead and try to, well, before we add it, let's double check if it's actually doing everything that we needed to do. So status, priority, description, due date, owner ID. Is that right? Status, priority, description, due date, owner ID. Let's take a look at our tasks. Status, priority, description, due date, lead, and owner ID. So we need to say have the lead also. Lead, and we should have this lead in our widget state. Input lead. Okay, so lead is an integer, but here it's text. So we need to convert it. We're gonna do a code expression with one argument, right? So this is going to be a input lead, and we need to convert it into an integer. Okay, so we're gonna take yeah, so it's actually this one, int parse, and then you can do var1. I just looked it up real quick. Okay, and that should convert it, and now we have everything: status, priority, description, due date, owner ID, which is our user ID, and the lead ID that we chose. And in many cases, well, at least now, for now, it's just one company you can choose. All right, jump back in here, add, and we have the lead, we have the status, priority is high, call Mike and see about scheduling a meeting. Okay, so something like this, due date, let's make it urgent, add task, successfully created task. I like the sound of that, and there it is. Lead status is 1. That should not be 1 because I think we're saving status is new. Okay, it should be saving the values. Let's double check that. Status, is it saving the right thing? Input lead. Okay, that's why. So it should be input status. Okay, let's go ahead and reload this and do a quick test in case. All right, jump back here, select lead widgets inc, new, call up John in sales. Okay. Oh, date, add task, successfully created, and there it is. Okay, now it works. And let's do a redirect back to the list so that way we can immediately see the task. Add task, and let's do a redirect. You can even do let's do a redirect, navigate to tasks. Okay, alrighty, and we don't really need back navigation here. All right, okay, so that should do it. All right, come in here, next Monday, status new, hi, call up Mike in sales, and that is for some reason not clicking. Alrighty. Let's try this again. Widgets, new, just enter something. And there it is, successfully created task. And that task should be here somewhere. We have an overflow issue because this is not scrollable. I'm going to fix that in a second. But we should have the task right here. There's the new task with a very nice description. Let's go ahead and fix this real quick. So there's no issues. This should be new so that there's no issues kind of down the road. Let's go ahead and fix this. Okay, there we have it. So at least the data is consistent. Let's quickly fix this because this is an issue that has to do with scrolling, right? All right, let's go ahead and reload this. Come back here and there's the list. And now it's nicely scrollable. Okay, and we can edit it, and I believe deletion should work, right? So sign up the contracts, delete it successfully. And did it really delete? Sign the contracts Friday afternoon. Yeah, it deleted something, but there's one thing that we need to do to make sure it refreshes, and this is right here. Come back out, we need to refresh. So if you search for refresh database request on this list view, okay? And now it will delete it and refresh it automatic. All right, come back to tasks. Let's say we want to delete this call up John widgets, and there it is. It's deleted, it's refreshed. We can also delete this one, gone. All right, that's our tasks flow. All right, so the next thing that I want to work on is the context flow. Okay, so what are contacts? Well, if we go back to our database here, contacts are the leads. Okay, so we called it leads, but it's the same as contacts. And the idea here is that we're going to create this kind of lead management, contact management flow where a user who is responsible for that contact, meaning who is working with this contact, will be able to go in, modify the contacts, create new contacts, maybe even delete contacts, things like that. And another cool thing they'll be able to do is they'll be able to perform other actions. So maybe they'll be able to create a new task for this contact, or maybe inside tasks later on, they'll be able to go directly to this contact from tasks, because tasks and contacts or leads here is very much related, right? They're interconnected. Okay, so with tasks we have this lead here, and so we'll be able to connect it together. All right, so let's jump back into FlutterFlow and let's go ahead and create the first flow. I like to start off with a list flow. And I'm gonna start with this tasks. Okay, it's similar and it's gonna get us started. So I'm gonna go ahead and duplicate it and I'm gonna call it contacts. Or you know what, let's just call it leads. Okay, just to simplify it. So I'm gonna say leads here, leads, and let's go ahead and see. So well, first thing we need to do is we need to change the listing, the list view. Okay, so we're gonna come back here, edit this. We're gonna say this is now leads, and we are filtering where the owner ID is the user ID, right? Because we only want to see our own leads. And what kind of information do we want to display? Well, we want to display the first name and last name because we're connecting with the person, their email, and the company, right? So all of these fields is gonna be what we want to see. Okay, so let's go ahead and say, so this is gonna be first name, last name, email, and this is company. Okay, so I'm gonna come in here, and what I want to do here is, well, I can do get row field first and last name, but the problem is I can't combine them, right? So in the previous, when we were building one of the other modules, we had another field that had both of these, right? And so we can do that again, right? So we can do that again, or we can just use combine, right? So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say combine, which is another way of doing it, right? Combine text. And here I'm going to go into leads and I'm going to say first name. And then I'm going to do another one. And let's go ahead and put a space there and do another one. And I'm going to say leads and I'm going to say last name. Okay. And so this is going to be their, their name. This is going to be their email. Let's go ahead and put in their email. And this is going to be the company that they work for. Okay, let's come in here and put company. All right, so now this should hopefully display it. Now, before we run our app, we want to make sure that, it has visibility, right? People can access it, and because we duplicated, right? It's showing a nav bar. The only thing I want to change is the nav bar, and I want something with people. Okay, this is nice. Yeah, so I'm just gonna stick with this one because it's perfect, right? Leads, contacts, people. Now we do have an error, so we're passing parameters. Okay, so this is for edit and this is for delete. So it's gonna have similar functionality, and we're gonna be passing this. So I'm gonna come in here and we need to pass it. Now here, we need to pass it to the task edit, well, the delete edit. And so right now I'm just gonna delete it just to simplify it, and that's it. Okay, so now we don't have any errors. Let's go ahead and run this app to make sure that we're seeing our leads, everything is fine, and then we're gonna start building out the rest of this. All right, so I'm gonna start a new session here. All right, so here's our app. Let's go ahead and log in. We're gonna come in here. We got the dashboard, and we're gonna jump in here, and we see the leads. Now I'm only seeing one lead, and that is because let's see, which is my user ID is COBB. So if you see here, right? When it comes to leads, all three users, each one of them has only one lead. And that is why we're seeing one lead here, okay? And looks like, it's showing up fine. I mean, we can kind of format it. Maybe we can make this a hyperlink. We can make this clickable, maybe make this bigger. Yeah, let's go ahead and make it a little bit bigger. Maybe this is 16. So this here can be, clickable, right? Because what you can do is you can make it a hyperlink, right? So what you can do is you can do something like this. You can do, it's going to be, what's that action? I think it's called utilities, redirect, navigate. Is it navigate? Navigate to. It's gonna be a custom action. I forget what it's called. Launch map, no. It's something launch. Let me see if I can find it. Launch URL, okay? And so here what we can do is we can redirect them to something like, mail to, and the email, okay? And that's going to, when you click on it, that's going to open your default email client, and that's gonna start sending them a mail here, message there, okay? So if you open this up, we can do mail to, but the issue here is that this is dynamic, so we need to come in here from variable, and what we can do is we can say combine text. We can do mail to, and then their email here, and that's going to create this mail to, and so that's going to be a special link that it's going to open up the user's default email client, right? It's like having a link to a website, right? In this case, this is a link to send them an email. All right, so we have this. We also have this edit, and we have this delete. Okay, we also have this new lead as well. Okay, so this is nice, and let's go ahead and reload this. All right, let's come in here, and it's a little bit bigger. Now this is a hyperlink now, right? So if you go ahead, if you click it, it's gonna open my default email client here. Okay, this looks fairly clean. Maybe we want to left justify it, kind of fix it up a little bit. Let's see. Maybe we want to left justify it here. What do we have? We have just a column here. So we can maybe even take this column and we can do something like this. So maybe left justify the column, and then what we can do, yeah, this I think is gonna look good. And then maybe give this let's see, this column a little bit more padding, right? So you can do it like 15, something like this. I think that's gonna look nice. Go ahead and reload this. All right, let's click over here, and that looks cleaner in my opinion, right? That looks a lot cleaner. And if it's longer, right, it's gonna extend. There's space here. or we can add more padding, but I think I'm just gonna leave it as is right now. Next, I want to create the other flows, right? So add contact, add lead, modify, edit lead, and delete lead, okay? So first, let's go ahead and do delete lead here. And if we come over here, we need to do a delete. This is going to be lead. Matching rows is going to be equal to ID. I think we don't even need to change anything here, right? It's the same ID. Lead deleted successfully. Refresh database, right? So all of this is the same. And in fact, maybe later on, we'll make this button red. I think it's a good idea to make it red. Okay, so that you know it's you're doing a destructive operation, and we'll change it around later on for all the buttons, right? This is new. This is edit, so maybe we'll change it. I don't know, maybe something like this. Let me know if you guys like it or not. Okay. In fact, I don't know. I don't like this green. Maybe something. Okay, I think I like this green a lot better. All right, so we have this edit. Now we need we need to create a page. So I'm going to duplicate this page and I'm going to say lead edit. All right, and let's go ahead and create a folder. Let's go ahead and organize our pages. So let's do tasks. We'll do tasks first, and I'm going to drag and drop it right here so that it's kind of nicely organized. It's all visible, and I'm going to create another one, another folder, and we're going to go ahead and organize this, lead edit, and just leads. Okay, so it's nicely organized. Okay, and then you can collapse this one. You can collapse the other ones. Go ahead and put all of these here. Okay, and then you collapse this, and then you can only be working on this. So it's really nice. So we have, what do we have? Task edit, and I also have task add. I'm going to duplicate it. I'm going to come put it in here, drag and drop it. I'm going to say lead add. And now let's go ahead and change this. So this is edit lead. We need to change, well, we need to work on this, and let's go ahead and fix it. So what do we want to edit? Well, all of this, right? First name, last name, email, and company, and maybe even reassign the lead as well. This is good functionality. So this is reassignment of the lead. I'm gonna leave this here, and we don't need dates, do we? No, there's nothing, there's no dates. So we're gonna delete all this. Next, we have a pull down. But all of these are going to be freeform. Right? And so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this, right? Because it's kind of close to what we want. I'm going to delete these. I'm going to delete this. I'm going to delete this container owner, and then I'm going to modify this. And so I'm going to revert this so that it's standard, right? So I think I need, max lines. I'm gonna delete this, and this is going to be first name. Go ahead and put first name here. We're getting this task row, which is not what we want, and that means we need to change the parameter that we're being passed. So we're gonna change this from a task row to a lead row, and we're good. And now we can get the fields we want. First name here, initial value. I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this, and I'm going to say last name. I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this. I'm going to say email. And this is the last field, which is going to be the company. And so I'm going to use this field. I'm going to remove this, make it default, and I'm going to say company. Next, I want to change the padding, right? There's a lot of things happening here. And so I want to do 10. No, not 10. Let's do the same thing here and same thing here, because we don't want to have this double padding issue. And yeah, this should have bottom padding, like something like this. All right. So we have this reassignment. Now let's go ahead and change these fields, right? So this is input F name, input L name. This is email, input email, and this is input company. All right, now this should say update lead, and let's go ahead and fix our actions. This is where the errors are. We're updating leads, matching rows, filter by ID, and now let's go ahead and, well, let's start over. Owner ID is fine. We need to get there's 4 fields we need to update. So I'm going to add these 4 fields. I'm going to modify this to email, and I'm going to modify this to company. All right. So owner ID, let's get our email. You can just search for it. Input email. Company, you can just search for it. Input company. Here you can put F name, and here you can put L name. All right, so this is what we have. We should be good to go here because we have our set fields and we have the matching row, which is the ID. We still have one error, and this is something, a string property not properly set in input owner. Let's go ahead and see what's happening here. Task row parameter is task row. That should not be task row. Why is it task row? Did we not modify it? Lead row. So why are we lead row here? Let me see what's happening here. Task row, lead row. That should be owner ID. That is set. We still have an error input owner. So this is our input owner. It must be, well, this is fine, right? We're getting users extra again so that we can display the name. Come back here and see what is going on here. It looks good to me, right? This should be fine. Display name, and what is it telling us? Input property, string property not properly set in input owner. String property. Oh, string property. If I remove this, does it go away? This is what? Display name, user ID. Okay, so we removed everything. Where is this issue? There's nothing here. Okay, let's take a look at this. Let's put this back. Let's put this back. Yeah, lead row, lead row. Initial configuration is, yeah. Actually, yeah. We're gonna put, yeah, first name. So option values are the IDs, right? So we're gonna come on here and we're gonna map and we're gonna get the ID. No, not this ID, user ID. Okay. And option labels is going to be here, map list items, and let's say we want to display the first name. Okay. No, this is not correct. This is value, right? So it's going to be lead row owner ID. That's what we need to do. And this actually should not be a first name. It should be displayed. Okay. So that way displayed, these two need to match up, right? Because value, these two need to match up. And so, yeah, looks clean. Input owner, string property not properly set. What is this string property? So I don't see what this property is. And so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use the nuclear option. I'm just gonna delete this and do it again. Okay, so now we don't have that error anymore. Let's go ahead and delete this and start over. So that is what I do sometimes when I can't figure out what the issue is. So a little bit of a tip. Let's go ahead and do this again. And sometimes, well, most of the time, it actually solves the problem because it helps out. So I'm going to put 350 here and I'm going to configure it from scratch. And that way I can see exactly what the issue is. Let's go ahead and give it a little bit of padding and let's go ahead and configure it. So define options. We're going to do labels. Values are the IDs, right? So, oh, okay. So we need to pull this Supabase query users extra. And I had the, I had the ordering. I'm going to order by first name. And now I can configure, right? So I'm not getting the error. I'm getting another error, but that's fine. That error is there because we don't have this configured. So values are the IDs, right? So I'm going to come here. I'm going to do map. I'm going to get my IDs, user IDs. Okay. And labels, I'm going to get my labels here, display name. And then option value is going to be the owner ID, right? So as you can see, we're not getting that error anymore. And so if we come over here, option value, it's going to be the owner ID. So it's going to be here. And you see, we don't have that error anymore. So I don't know what that was all about. In any case, please select. Okay, so we have that. And let's go ahead and fix this. And this is the owner ID. So our owner ID is drop down. Okay, this is our owner ID. And so now we don't have an error anymore. So I don't know what that was. Maybe a bug. And so I'm going to say input owner. All right. So we are good here. We can update our lead. We can also reassign it because we have this owner there. So let's go ahead and link it. So we're going to go back to leads, come back over here. We're going to do an action. We're going to say navigate, and I'm going to navigate to edit. Lead edit. We're going to pass the lead row. Okay, so there it is. No issues. Let's go ahead and run our app and see if it works. All right, let's come over here and we have our lead. So I can click here and we are redirected. Okay, so as you can see, it's assigned to me because I can see the lead. So potentially I can reassign it. And maybe later on we'll have some permissions here, right? We'll create some rules to make sure that another group of users can reassign it. Because as an employee, I should be able to reassign leads. Or maybe like a team lead or something like that will be able to reassign it. So we have this information here. So let's say I want to rename it. I want to say that this guy, it's actually not Widgets Inc. Widgets LLC. It's actually Acme Inc. Okay, let's go ahead and try that. Successfully updated task. We need to modify that, and we come back here and let's see, and now it's Acme. Okay, so updates work, and the fact is, you know, we still have the old data, means that, you know, everything works. We don't really need to test this because it updates all of it. The only thing we need to do is we need to change the what happens when you press the button. It should not say task, it should say lead. Let's do the delete flow, and I think it's already done leads because we have the matching row. We can just match by ID. Okay, so this is done. Let's do the add lead. So let's go ahead and link it to task add. No, that should be lead add. Should be right here. Lead add. Okay, and we come back to lead add, and now we're gonna create this flow. Add lead assigned to this is a text, so it's not well, when we are creating a lead, it's going to be automatically assigned to us, which is the right flow. We don't need due date, so we can delete this, and then once again we have these inputs. Okay, so we need to do the same thing again. We need to delete these inputs here, because when we are creating a lead, the only drop down is going to be this. All of this is going to be text. Okay, so let's go ahead and delete all this, and let's go ahead and duplicate this, and let's go ahead and change this back to defaults, and let's go ahead and duplicate it a couple of times. All right, and I want to change. In fact, what we can do is we can copy styles. I haven't used that all that much, and so we can say 20, and I'm going to copy the style, and I'm going to come in here and I'm going to paste this style. Looks awesome. Okay, and what is the fourth one? Yeah, regardless, it doesn't need to be that, and we can leave it as is. Okay, so this should be input F name, input L name, email, actually input email, and this is gonna be input company. All right, so we come over here and there's a label. So I'm gonna say first name, I'm gonna fix it up, I'm gonna say last name, and I'm gonna say email. All right, and that's it. So now we have, yeah, so that's it. So we can go to add task, change it to add lead, and create the logic. This is gonna be, we're gonna keep owner ID, and we're just gonna change the field. So we're gonna start first name, F name. This is gonna be L name, and this is going to be email, and this is going to become. All right, and owner ID stays owner ID. We're going to say successfully created lead, and we're going to navigate to leads. All right. All right, let's go ahead and see if it works. We have this connected. Okay, let's go ahead and reload our app. All right, let's come back over here. Let's go ahead and click here. See, assigned to James. So this is a read-only input, right? It just displays it, and then on the back end, it sets it to whatever I specify, which is my authenticated user. So let's say I want to add a new lead I'm working with. You know, somebody told me. I just met this guy. Maybe it's an old, I don't know, schoolmate, classmate, and I realized that this guy is selling good things, and this guy is running a company, and I want him to buy some of my goods. Okay, so let's say I want to create a lead. This is a Thomas Smith, T Smith at company.com, and company is Company Inc. Go ahead and do this. Successfully created lead, and we have this new lead here. Okay, and if we jump over here, we have this lead assigned to me, and we have all the information. All right, and so now I can edit it, I can delete it. Let's try deleting it. Delete it, and that works. Come back over here, and he should be gone here as well. Let's go ahead and reload this. Let's refresh it. Sometimes it doesn't refresh automatically, but I am sure it's not there anymore. All right, and there you see it. We're back down to 3 leads. That new lead that I created is not there. Okay, and so this is our our flow here. But like I said before in the beginning of the video, is that we can integrate things, right? So we have this task, and so we can say, well, I want to edit this lead, for this task, right? Because this is a link somewhere. Or this lead, I want to create a new task for this lead. And that is what I want to do next. The next thing that I want to do is I want to create a little bit of an integration between tasks and leads. Because after all, leads are people that we're contacting, and tasks is how we organize that, right? Because every task is connected to a particular lead. So in this table here, all the tasks, they don't just exist in a vacuum, right? It's not like a to-do list that I need to do. They're connected to a lead because we're trying to get business, right? We're trying to make money. And so they need to be connected to a specific lead. And so what I want to do here is I want to be able to, for instance, if I'm looking at leads, I want to jump in and maybe create a new task for that lead. Or if I'm looking at tasks, maybe I want to click here and edit that lead or something like that. Okay. Now, before we jump to that, I realized that this looks really nice, but this doesn't look that nice. And so I want to fix it up real quick to make sure that it looks consistent. So we're going to go into tasks here, and I'm going to make sure that this column is left justified. And also I want to make sure that there's the padding, right? So this column has a 15 pixel padding. We're going to come back over here and we're going to do 15 pixel padding. And also the text here, 16, 16, 16. That's what I'm going to do here. Instead of 14, I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. It looks a little bit nicer, and maybe also modify the buttons a little bit, right? So if we come over here and we take a look at this button, we have this color here, right? We have this, and so I can click here and I can see what color it is, right? So this is this color here. I can just copy this green color, come back here and do the same thing, right? So I can just remove it, press enter, and I have that color. Same thing for leads, same thing for delete. Oh, this is error. Okay, so we already have that color. So I can just come in here, use this error. Okay, so it's a little bit nicer. It looks, just a little bit cleaner, right? We want our apps to look nice, right? All right, so now if we're looking at tasks, let's say I want to jump to delete, okay? And so what I can do is I can have another button that jumps to delete. So in addition to, editing this task, deleting this task, let's go ahead and create another button in this column that jumps to delete. Okay, so we have another button here. Maybe we want to remove the padding a little bit. There's a lot of padding here, right? Maybe we want to make it 5. I think that will be a little bit cleaner. Okay, so this thing might jump to delete. Okay, so let's go ahead and give it a nice, so something like this, and maybe a blue. Okay, so that looks kind of cool. Now, where do we want to redirect them to? We don't have a leads detail page. We only have the list of leads, the edit, and the add. So I'm just going to redirect them to leads edit. So if you go into leads edit, we need to send a parameter, right, which is the row of the lead. And so we can't just redirect them. We need to get the lead information. Okay, and so what we need to do is we need to come back here, and on this level, right, on this buttons, on this icon buttons level, we need to do a query to find the lead that we want to redirect them to, right? So what we want to do is we want to do a Supabase leads, and this is going to be a single row. And so we need to do a filter where ID is equal to, and this is going to be lead ID, right? So this is task row lead ID. Okay, so we need to get the lead, and then we can redirect them to, right? And so now if we come over here, this is incorrect. We're going to do a navigate to lead edit. Okay, in this case, and we're going to pass this leads row. All right, let's go ahead and log in. All righty, come back here and come back here. And now we have this button. So if I click on this button, I am redirected to edit lead. Okay, if I come back, I'm back on tasks. Okay, so this call Mike and see about the meeting. Let's take a look at these tasks here. Well, it's these two tasks, right? And the lead is the same, right? As the case is, my only two tasks are connected to the same lead. And so it's funny, it says call up John, call up Mike, well, it's the same lead. And so I can change this lead, right? Let's say I'm working with two leads. Well, I can change it, right? So let's go ahead and change it. And let's say I want to work with this basketball, right? And so here, I can change one of the leads. And so let's say I'm going to leave Mike as is, and I want to change John, right? So I'm just going to edit this row, go over here, and let's say I want to change it to this one. And now I'm working with another lead. Okay, so now I have two leads, Mike, and then a different lead, right? So if I come back to my app over here, right, I have two leads. So now, this is going to be another lead, right? So if I click here, this is Nicholas, oh, I need to change these descriptions, right? This should be first and last name. So Nicholas Waters. And if I come back here, this is Michael Jordan now, okay? And also, obviously, I need to change the owner, right? Because this is set to the previous owner, right? Because, I'm doing it manually. In the system, it's going to be done automatically, right? So if I come to this, I go to this record here, I need to make sure that the owner ID is now myself. So I need to come over here, change it because I changed that setting just for demonstration purposes, right? And so I want to make sure that now it's myself, okay? So there are two places to change it. All right, so now if you come over here and let's say I'm looking at my tasks, I come here, I'm the owner, right? And this is one lead, Acme Inc. And then I come here, I'm still the owner. And this is now Basketball LLC. So it's another lead, another company. And mind you, you can still have multiple people that are different people at the same company too, if you want. All right. So now let me fix these descriptions, right? For this edit lead flow, edit lead page, right? That should not say description everywhere. That should say first name, last name, email. All right. And yeah, we have it here, we have it here, we have it. Okay, so now let me go ahead and reload our app. All right, come back here. We got the leads, we got the tasks. I can click on this. And now it's all right. Come back here, click here, and now it's displaying first name, last name, etc., etc. Come back here, and I can come back to this lead here. All right, so now we have this one-way integration. The other thing that I want to do is, let's say I'm looking at a lead, and this is probably going to be more common, right? I'm looking at a lead and I want to create a task, right? Because I'm looking at my leads. I just logged on Monday morning and I want to start, creating tasks. And so what we need to do is we need to take a look at the leads here, and we want to create another button that will create a task for this lead, right? Because, if you come to tasks, you have the owner ID, which is going to be an authenticated user, and the lead ID is going to be the lead that we're looking at. Okay. And so what we want to do is we want to create another button. Let's go ahead and duplicate this, and I'm going to make it blue, and I'm going to change the icon. This is tasks. See if you put task. This is kind of cool. So come in here, and that's going to redirect us to another page where we're going to be adding a task. So I'm going to remove all this, come back here, and I'm going to say navigate, task add. So this is good. So if you come to task add, there's no parameters, right? But it would be nice to send in a parameter, right? Which is a lead. So that way they do not select the lead because we want to have a parameter. So in this case, what we can do is we can have this page task add have an optional parameter. Okay, we don't need to send it, but if you do send it, we can select it. So this is going to be lead ID, and this is going to be a what is our lead ID? I think it's an integer. Is it? Lead ID is an integer. It's just a number. So this is not required, okay? And so I'm going to say confirm. It's not required. But if we do send it, this is going to be selected. And so here, optional value, we can display it if we have it. Okay, so I can come in here and I can say, well, if we get this lead ID, we can just display it here, and that's going to set it automatically. If we don't have it, it should not set it. All right. So let's come in here to our leads, this thing, and we're going to pass this optional parameter, lead ID. And what is the lead ID? Well, it's this ID for the leads row, right, that we're looking at. We're looking at our leads, so we can pass in the lead ID that we want to default the new task that we're creating. Okay, so I'm going to come back here, reload this. All right, come back over here, leads, and we want to create a new task. Okay, and as you can see, now it's selected Acme Inc. because we're looking. I'm going to come here and it says Basketball Inc. So how cool is this? This is really cool. It simplifies the life. On the other hand, if we come back to tasks and we want to add a new task, If we don't have this optional parameter, then nothing is selected, which is exactly what we want, right? This is the default behavior, okay? So it's a nice little integration that we have between tasks and leads. Now, many companies have something called lead generation, which is a process where they get new leads, right? And so as new leads are coming in, we can come in here, we can enter the lead, and then we can create tasks around that lead. We can add all these tasks. And so this is a really nice integration here, because many companies have something called lead generation, where they get a series of new leads, and that way a salesperson can get a lead, come over here, create this lead, and then later on they can create various tasks, and that way they can, contact the leads, start the sales cycle, and hopefully get a sale down the road. Now, as I was building this app, I realized that I also want to include some kind of messaging feature, right? I want to have the ability for, let's say, salespeople to contact their leads. And this kind of makes sense because, leads should also be able to log into this app and maybe see other things, maybe see a different dashboard, maybe see other things, but they should be able to log in and at least see the messages, right? Be able to communicate with the, with the salespeople, right? So I think that would be a good feature to have. Now, in order for us to have that feature, we need to make sure that these leads now, right? They're no longer separate records. They need to be part of the system, and so they need to be able to log in. Because right now, the only people who can log in are the people that are in this auth table, right? This auth users table. These are the people that can log in, and right now it's the people that are, it's the salespeople, right? It's the people that are trying to reach out to these leads, trying to get sales, etc., etc. But we need to change that, and the way that we're going to be doing it is we need to bring these people in, right? So we need to bring these leads as users. And so here I have a couple of leads. If I clear this filter, we have 3 leads, and these will become users, right? We need these leads to become users. And so once they become users, we'll be able to kind of communicate with them, right? Because they need to log in somewhere to read the messages, right? And for them to log in, they need to be part of users. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to migrate these leads into users. And really, this makes sense, right? Because at the end of the day, we want to have an integrated system where, leads and users are both in the system. They can communicate, they can log in, they might see different screens and stuff like that, but they should have, they should be able to log in and kind of have that functionality. And then later on, we'll make sure that if a lead logs in, they're only going to have access to like messages or something like that. We'll do that using something called access controls, role level security, and things like that. Okay. So the first thing that I want to do is I want to bring these people as users. Okay, and so for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another screen over here, and I'm going to go ahead and create a couple of other accounts. Okay, so I'm going to say, well, we have these three leads here, and I'm going to say, well, I'm going to create Nicholas Waters. In here, I'm going to add a user. I'm going to say nick@nick.com. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and create these accounts one by one, and we need Michael Jordan in there. I'm going to say add user, Michael Jordan at michaeljordan.com, or actually just michael@michael.com, and our last user is going to be Richard Sawyer, rick@rick.com. So now we have these 3 accounts, and the next thing that we want to do is we have these accounts here. So if we go to our table editor and we go into auth and we go into users, we should see these accounts here. Okay, let me clear my filter here. All right, so these are the accounts here. So there's not a lot of information, right? There's mainly just the email, and that's it, right? So we need to be able to store these 2 fields and this field separately. And we already have a place to do that, right? So we're going to come in here. We're going to go into users extra, And we are going to create some additional information about these users, right? So first, let's go ahead and add another column. So this is going to be type, right? So this is going to be the type of user, right? So I'm just going to make it simple, and I'm just going to say text. And we're going to have two types of users. We're going to have the users, and we are going to have the leads. Okay, so these are all users. So I'm just gonna say user, and then I'm gonna create records for leads, and these are gonna be of type lead. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and create another row, and we're gonna link them to, I think we're gonna go with Nicholas Waters first. Let's see where Nicholas is. Nick. And so now we can fill out some information. Nicholas Waters. Display name is going to be Waters Nicholas. Type is lead. Okay, that's the first user. Let's go ahead and create two more records here. Michael Jordan, Mike at Mike.com, Michael at Michael.com, Michael Jordan, and type is gonna be lead. And last but certainly not least, Richard Sawyer, Rick at Rick.com. I'm gonna add another row here, Rick at Rick.com, and this is a lead. All right, so now we've brought those users in, and they have their own user ID, so they can log in. They have, you know, the same kind of login functionality as the regular users, but later on, we're gonna create some permissions to make sure that they don't have access to the entire app. All right, so we have this, and we really at this point don't really need this anymore. Oh, we still need the company, right? So we need to go into users extra. Let's create company because we need to store their company, and I'm just gonna make it a text. And let's go ahead, and for these last three ones, I'm just gonna put some companies. Acme Inc. This is Widgets LC, and this is going to be Richard Interactive. All right, so these have companies because they're leads, and typically all leads need to have companies. They're linked back to the user ID. It's a one-to-one relationship. So at this point, we don't really need this table anymore. Oh, we forgot owner ID. Okay, so we need the owner ID as well for the leads. Okay, so I'm gonna come in here and I'm gonna do owner ID. It should be, let's make it like this, and this is going to be a, well, it's going to be a foreign key that will link back to Auth users. And now I can put in the owner. So I'm going to put the owner ID right here, and I'm going to put the type maybe right here. So that way I can see, okay, so I'm going to give it an owner. Let's say this is me right here. This owner is going to be, this is going to be the owner. And for Richard, the owner is going to be Rob. So now we have our users and we have leads as well. Now, another way that you can kind of organize this is that you can create another table called user leads, and that's going to be a one-to-one table here. Okay, and that way you can have all the columns you want for leads, while this regular user table is going to have just the columns it needs. Okay, that's just another way that you can organize it. So it's up to you. But what's nice about having them all in this table is that it's going to be easier when we are dealing with chats, because in a chat situation, all of these users are the same. So it's easier, you know, when you have one kind of unified table for that purpose. But, you know, it depends, right? It's kind of cons and pros to both design decisions. And so at this point, we really don't need this table, right? This table is, you know, it's like a duplicate data of what we have here already, right? And so we can delete this table, but before we do that, I want to take a look at some of the other tables and see if there's a, you know, a field or some kind of a record that depends on this table so that we have a smooth transition. Now in this table, we have this lead ID that links to that lead ID in the other table. And so the best form of action is to simply delete it and create another column. Okay, so I'm going to delete this right here, and I'm going to go ahead and create another column. Okay, so this is going to be lead ID, and this is going to have a foreign key to another table, users, and this is going to be this ID. And now we can simply hit save, and that's going to create our foreign key here. Okay, and so now I can put that right there, and now I can assign the leads. Okay, so these are tasks where they belong to a certain owner, but they need to be linked to a specific lead ID. And our leads are, I believe, yeah, Rick, these three, I think. Come in here. I think it's Nick, I think, and let's just link it to Rick again. And so now let's quickly take a look at some of the other tables. We have deals here, right? And so we have these deals, same thing. I'm going to go ahead and rebuild this column here instead of redoing it. It's a lot easier to simply just recreate it. I'm going to say lead ID, and we're going to add a foreign key to a auth users, and I'm going to hit save. And now we're going to assign it. Okay, so I think Michael is there. We also have, I think it was Tom and Rob, I think. These were the leads. Okay. So now we have this assigned here. Let's take a look at some of the other tables as we do it. So there's a lead ID. Okay, so we'll have to rebuild this table. For now, I'm just gonna delete this column. We're gonna change it. And this is a better design in many ways. It's just a good idea to have all the users kind of in one place. So I'm gonna delete this here, and now we should be set. So now we don't really need this this leads table. So if we come over here, we can just delete it. Interactions, we have a lead column here. Let's go ahead and delete it. And now let's come back to leads and delete this table. All right, successfully deleted the table. Okay, so we no longer have that table because the users are in the users table, right? Along with this users extra, where we can tell whether this is a user or a lead. Okay, so now the next thing we need to do is change things around in this app by first going to Supabase, getting our schema, doing this, and now we don't have that leads table anymore. So we have a bunch of errors. That's fine. We can all fix that. So then the first thing that we want to do is we want to get the list of leads here, okay? And so we can simply come in here and we can edit this, and we can say we want to do users extra and we want to filter, right? So where owner ID is this, and also type is equals to lead, okay? Let's do that. That will give us a little bit less errors. Let's go ahead and fix this. So I think this was first name and last name. And this is fine. Looks like it's good. This one is not. And this is a launch URL. So mail to, this needs to go to mail, right? And we don't have that. We don't have the email field yet. Okay, so you know what? I'm just going to, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put user ID here because we need an email field as well. And actually we do have the email field, but it's in the other table. And because we're pulling this data here, we need to make a decision. So right now I'm just going to put user ID here just to get rid of this error. Okay, and company, we have company. Company is fine. Let's take a look at some of these other issues here. Okay, so now we need to take a look what's happening here. So we have a button here, which is lead edit, and it's pulling up, and it also tells us that parameter lead row passed by icon button is not. So here what's happening is that we are trying to pass to lead edit. And remember, lead edit, it takes this lead row, and we don't have a lead row anymore. And so what we need is a user extra row, which is going to become the lead row now. Okay, so we have that, and we have a lot less errors. And so now if we go into leads, this thing here, it needs to do it. So we have this user extra row. This is fine. Let's take a look. And here's the same thing, lead row. And this is passing to lead edit. Okay, so we need to see our parameter in lead edit. It's this one right here. This is going to be users extra. So we have this lead row. Okay, so that works. Let's come back here. We need to pass the right one. And right here, it says task row. And that is because we had a separate query, right? So if we come over here, let's take a look. I should have a separate query that goes on leads, but we don't have the leads anymore. And so what we need to do is users extra ID is equal to, let's take a look. It's going to be ID because the user ID, and that will give us the record that we're looking for, right? So user single row, we're filtering by ID, and it's this ID. In fact, we don't really need this because we have the user extra, right? So this, we have it. I think we have it to begin with, right? So let me take a look. So if we come over here, this lead row, it's a list of tasks. Okay, so yeah, we need it because in the leads, it was the lead. Yeah, so we do need it. So I'm gonna do a Supabase query. We're gonna do users extra. We're gonna just get the single lead and where, let me see, this we are doing is equal to task row. And here we need the lead ID. That's what we need to match it on. And lead ID here is it's the ID. So let's take a look here. User ID, that's what we need. User ID. And if we come to this task, lead ID. That's it. Okay, that will do. All right, so that's going to give us the data, table not set. Okay, icon, let's take a look. Delete row. What are we deleting here? I'm not even sure what we're deleting leads. Okay, so here's the situation, right? Deleting leads is going to be interesting because we can't really delete the user per se, right? We can't really delete the user. And so what we can do is we can mark it deleted, right? And so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do something else. I'm going to mark it deleted. So in this users extra, I'm just going to mark it deleted. And that's going to be nice because in case this is an error, we can always bring the user back. And so I'm going to say is deleted. I'm going to create a mark here, and this is going to be a Boolean. We're going to try this, and default value is true, is false. So now we have this is deleted false, and when we delete it, we can just set it to true. Okay, so that is one way that we can do it. All right, so let's come in here. This is deleting leads, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna do an update on users extra. We're gonna find the matching user. This is going to be I think ID can work here, right? Users, yeah, it's by ID is fine because we have that list. And we're gonna say is deleted. Oh, we need to come back. Supabase, I'm gonna do get schema. And now I'm gonna get this users extra. We have is deleted. And now I'm gonna come in here and I'm gonna set this new field. So that's going to be doing deletions. Update. What are we updating? We are updating leads. Okay, so we need to update users extra. And what is this field that does not exist? Owner ID, company, first name, email. Email doesn't exist. I'm gonna remove it for now, just so that it works. I'm gonna add it later. Okay, next we have this button, add lead, insert a row into users extra. So adding a lead is gonna be a little bit trickier, right? Because what we need to do is we need to add a user. Right, we need to add a user, and so I'm gonna add another action, and what I'm gonna do here is I'm going to say user. Actually, I'm gonna say Supabase, and I'm gonna create an account. Okay, I'm gonna do it email, and now I need their email, input email, password. So what is the password gonna be? Well, we are going to add an action that's gonna create a random password. I don't think we have the ability here. So it's going to be a code, it's going to be let's see, maybe a custom action that's going to generate a password. And then we are going to, so we're going to create a custom action. This is going to generate a random password, return to us. I'm going to say string, and it's not going to be nullable. And that's it. So I'm going to say code pilot, generate a 15-character random string. Let's go ahead and see how this works. All right, let's copy this action. And so we have this thing. This is going to give us back a random string, and I'm going to say gen password. Okay, and we know what the string is, so we can display it to the user. Save this action, declaration not found. Yes, gen password, and assuming it works, looks like it kind of works. So I think I'm gonna do save. Okay, so this is gonna generate a random password. This is gonna say action out, which we're gonna get the results. We're gonna generate the random password. We're gonna come in here and we're gonna say action output, action out, which is the string right here, and same thing here, action out. Okay, and now we're gonna create this user automatically, and we're gonna configure it in Supabase so it creates it without needing to validate their email. Next, we're gonna do a backend call to the so that we insert this new information here, right? So we're gonna insert first name, last name, company, owner ID, and we need to add a type as well. We need to make sure that this is actually a lead. And so that's gonna go ahead and create our lead for us with a randomly generated password. But for testing, I'm just gonna set a string field, right? So I'm gonna go into this combined text. And I'm just going to say password so that at least we can test this user account, okay? But later on, you want to have it, randomly generated so that you can tell the user, hey, this is your account, this is your password. Okay, so I'm going to do from a variable, combine, and I'm going to say password so that I know I can at least log in with the user. Okay, so that is kind of what we have here. This is our new user flow here, right? This is how we're going to be adding the lead with all of this information here. Okay, and yeah, looks good to me. Let me double check. Owner ID set. Yep. Yeah, so this is what we have here. Let's go ahead and fix the rest of this. So now it says select lead, to add a task. And so here we need to list the leads. Okay, so here we're should be pulling it from users extra list of rows, and we want to filter where its type is equal to lead. There's that. What else are we missing? What is it telling us? Let me check this. Okay, so next one, this is leads, and this should have I forget what, yeah, this was the email, right? So I'm gonna put just the type here. Okay, we're gonna get the email set up in a little bit. Okay, so now we have a lot of these issues with this, kind of what we had before. So let's go ahead and take a look at this. Okay, so this is user extra rows. This is right here. This is value. So we need the ID, right? So we need the ID and we need to filter for leads. Okay, so I'm going to say get row fee. Actually, let me take a look what's happening here. Let me remove this. Let me start over. So these need to be the values, right? So we're going to go into user rows and we are going to be doing mapping, and I'm going to say user ID because that is what we need. We need to list the user IDs here, and here we need to have the labels, okay? And the labels are going to be whatever we want to display. Okay, so if we come over here, we can just map this and we can display, you name it, right? We can display, let's say we want to display just the first name, just for testing purposes. Okay, so that fixed a lot of issues. Now we have input email and we don't have an email. We don't have an email. So I'm just going to put, nothing, no email for now. We'll fix that later. All right, so we are done restructuring our database and restructuring our UI. And this happens, right? This happens all the time when you're building apps, right? You decide you want to do it another way and you go out and you do it this way, okay? And thinking back, I realized that this is a better approach. You want your users, right? If you want them to have some kind of an access to your app, and typically you do, because you want to send them a message, you want to send them some kind of a note or a notice, like a notification or something like that. So it's always a good idea. Okay, now let's go ahead and run our app and see kind of what's happening because we changed a lot of things. We want to make sure that at least that our app functions to some degree. So let's go ahead and start a new test session here. All right, let's go ahead and log into the app. All right, here we are logged in. We have our leads here, okay? And this is, I'm seeing one lead. And so we need to make sure this is correct. I am maybe the owner. Let's see, I am COBB. So yeah, there's one lead where that is the owner. So we are seeing one lead. That is correct. We come over here and we see the task. So the task we didn't touch, but here what I can do is I can click here and that's going to redirect us to edit the lead. Richard Sawyer, we don't have the email, we're going to add that. And this is the second lead, right? Michael Jordan. And we have this lead here, still no email. Now, if you come over here, we can create a new task for this lead. So if I come over here, you see this needs to be filled in. Right, this needs to be filled in because what is the lead? The lead is Nicholas Waters, right? So if I come over here, it needs to be selected on Nicholas. Okay, so let's go ahead and fix this right here. That is kind of what I'm seeing. This is add task add, and this is this thing right here. And so as you can see, there's a lead ID that's being passed, but it's not compatible with the values, right? So we're passing something else. We're not passing the right one, and that's why it cannot select it because it's not one of these values. Okay. And in fact, can we see, oh, there it is. Okay, so you see this route right here? This is this lead ID. This is the argument that's being passed. So it's obviously 4, which is not correct. It should be the user ID there, right? So if you come over here, we need to either change it. So there's two things that we can do. Either change the way this is being passed, or change this to display IDs instead of user IDs, okay? And so if we go back to, let's see, what was it? It was this leads. We come to leads and we go over here. This lead ID is ID. So we need to pass, so we can pass user ID. Oh, actually, we need to redefine it. Yeah, because it's the ID and we want to pass, this thing here. We want to pass a user ID, but user ID is a string, and this is defined to be an integer. And so we need to redefine it, and we can redefine it in this task edit, right? So we come over here and we make it a string, right? And so now we can go into, what was it? Leads, I think. Yeah, right here. And we can pass everything now, but we're going to do user ID. Okay, so that's going to work. All right, so now if you reload the app, it should work. All right, let's come over here, tasks, and we want to, I think, leads, and we want to add a task. Come over here, and now it displays it. Now it's Nicholas, and actually it's better to display the whole thing, right? So let's go ahead and change that. So for this task add, this thing here, I wanted to display not just the first name, but the whole thing. And here we can click here and we can just do a display name. Okay, so this is the label that we're going to be seeing. Remember, labels could be anything you want. It's just this value needs to match this list of values. This value needs to be in here. Okay. All right. Here we are. Click here, and now we see the full name here. Right. We can assign to one of these leads this new task. Thing that I want to work on is the chat functionality. So we already have these two tables that we've created in the beginning that we can use for our chat system here. But there's still a couple of things that we need to do. So in this first table, chats, this is going to contain the chats that the user is part on, right? So that they are participating on, right? So, you know, I can be chatting with one lead, I can be chatting with another lead, and they're two separate chats. The only thing that brings, you know, the only thing that they have in common is I'm part on both of these chats, right? So I would, in that case, we're gonna have a lot of chats, but only two chats are gonna have me on it, right? And so we no longer need this owner ID, because with chats, there's really no owner ID and lead ID. It's just two users, just multiple users, right? Unlike these other places, right, where we have kind of this user and lead relationship. In fact, all of these other places have a user lead relationship. Here, we don't really have that. We just have users chatting. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this column right here. We really don't need it. And I'm going to create another column, which is going to contain the people that are chatting, right? So this is going to be a string. I'm going to do a text, but this is going to be an array, right? And so that way we can, you know, put a list of people there so that we know, you know, who is on the chat. Okay, so I'm going to say here, I'm just going to put users. Okay. Users, which is going to be a list of their user IDs in there. Okay, let's go ahead and save that, and let's go ahead and drag and drop it here. And so we have the chat ID created automatically, which is going to be useful when we talk about chat messages. We have the users, and we have the last message that we can display on the screen. Okay, that is kind of what we have. Now, if we jump into chat messages, we need the chat ID, which links to the previous table. We no longer need the owner ID, right? So we can delete the owner ID here. In fact, what we just need is the user ID. We could have renamed it, but what we're going to do is we're going to just create a new one. So this is user ID, who sent the message, right? So maybe I sent the message, maybe you sent the message. Now this user ID is going to be linked to the other table, right? To the auth users table, so that we know who the user is, okay? To this users table, and we're going to link them right here. Okay, and now we have the message. We also have a status as well. So we're going to put this user here. We're going to put this message here, and status we'll see. We're just going to leave that there. Okay. And so right now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a just some dummy data, right? So we have this one, we have this chat. I'm gonna add 2 users in there, right? And for that, I need to get their user IDs. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and grab a user. I'm gonna grab myself as the first user, copy this, come back here and enter them here. And let's go grab a second user, just put Michael Jordan here just to make it easier. Come back here and paste it here. All right, so now we've entered our users here, and last message could be anything. It's whoever sent the last message. Sounds good. Okay, so we have at least something. And for chat messages, you know, this is where we enter the messages. They're both linked to chat ID 1. And let's say the first user, which is me, sends one message. So let's say James here. Let's set up a meeting, and Michael Jordan says, sounds good. Okay. And so that's a quick kind of some dummy data for a sample chat. Okay, so we have this here. Now we can go and build out the UI. And so let's go ahead back to the app and let's create the UI. So I'm going to start with another folder here, chat, collapse this. I'm going to come in here, and here I'm just going to create. So in fact, why don't we just reuse some of these leads? Yeah, I'm just going to reuse them because they're so similar. Okay, so this is going to be our chats. And here we're just going to list, we're going to list our chats. So this is our chats. Oh, we need to refresh our schema. Okay, now we can go back, get our chats, list of rows, and we need to filter it, right? So what we want to do is we want to add a filter where this list contains me, right? It needs to contain me. I need to be on the list of users who are chatting. Okay, so otherwise I'm just gonna get all the chats. Okay, so now we're getting the chats. I don't think we need any buttons. Well, I'm just gonna leave the delete button, but I think we are good now. We don't really need, yeah, we need just maybe who are we chatting with, right? Chat with, etc., and then maybe a last message. So this might be last message here, and this is the chat, right? So here I can, you know, display somebody, right? So I can display the users, you know, the other user, right? I can create something, right? And so what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna display the first user. For now, I'm just gonna keep it really simple, and then we'll later on we'll figure it out. Now for chats, well, the icon. What icon do we need? People is nice, but I think this is even better. This is even better. Okay, so now we have chat functionality. That should list the chats, and we only have one chat, and I'm on the chat. Okay, so it should be only one. I think we have, what is this? Launch URL. What is this? Let's go ahead and put something there. Launch URL, huh? It's because we have this action. We don't need this action. We need to remove. All right. So we have this list of chats that should display one of the chats, and we'll be able to delete it, or we can click it, and that's going to redirect us to the other page. Now, this next page is going to be radically different than the other pages, so we're going to create it from scratch. But for now, let's go ahead and run this and see if at least we see that chat there. All right, let's go ahead and log in. All right, I'm logged in. I can come over here, and I do not see the chat. Why is that? That's a problem. Let me double check what's happening. So we have the current user ID COBB01, and I believe let's go ahead and check this chats. Yeah, there it is. I am in the users. Oh, we don't have a RLS policy. Okay, so we need to add an RLS policy, because without an RLS policy, nobody has access. So I'm going to go ahead and add an RLS policy. All right, now if we come back, chat messages has an RLS policy. Obviously, chats has an RLS policy. Okay, so now it should see. Okay, there it is. Okay, so this is my user ID, and here we probably want to display the other user. We want to display the other user. Now, if you come over here, we don't have the other user. Okay, we just have a list of users. And instead of creating another view that combines it with the other table, that is an option. One thing that we can do is we can have another field, just to keep things simple, that will contain the other users. Okay, so a list of the other users, right? So for instance, we have here a list of IDs for quick matching. And here we're going to have another one. So user names. And that way we can quickly figure out who is the user. Okay. And so I'm going to come over here, user names. I'm going to define them as a text. And this is also going to be an array. And these usernames are going to be in the same kind of order as we have it here. And so here we can figure out where I am. So I'm the first one here. That means I'm the first one here. So I'm just going to say James and Michael was the other one, right? Now, all of this is obviously going to be generated automatically, right? Just so you know. I'm just creating some dummy data. And so now we can come back, and what we can do here is here, instead of, displaying it, let's go ahead and reload our schemas and come back here. Instead of dealing with this user items, we're going to come back here and we're going to go into usernames. And here, this specific index is going to reveal itself once we look up my username. And so in our case, what we want to do is we want to have a code expression that does just that. This code expression is going to take two values. It's going to take a list of these strings, which is going to be our chats row, this users, and then it's also going to take in the user ID that we're trying to look up. So we're going to come in here, user ID, and then what we're going to do is we are going to have a function that will get the index. And so we're going to get this list, var1, index of, and the var2. And that's going to give us the index of myself in this array. So if I'm the first one here, then I should be the first one here as well. Now this here is going to return me, right? So if I run this, it's going to say, chat with, it's just going to say James there. Okay. So if we run this, you're going to see that. But what we want to happen is we want to get the other user. And that is what we're going to do after we double check if this works as expected. All right. So if we jump over here, so as you can see, it says James here. So it was able to look up, the string here because it knows that this is me. So this is me. So we need to get the other user here. Okay. And so what we're going to do is we're going to come back, and instead of, looking up this user, right? What we're going to do is we're going to return the opposite, right? So if this is 1, if this is 0, we're going to return 1. Otherwise, we're going to return 0. Okay? We're going to just return the opposite, and that will give us the other user. Okay? So if we come over here, we refresh it, now it's going to be Michael. All right? Come back over here, and now it says Michael. So it was able to get the other user here, right? So it knows that this is James, and it went ahead and got the other user. Okay? So a quick thing. So now that we know this works, we can say something like chat with Michael. Okay, copy this, and I'm going to say chat with, come back here, paste, and that's going to give us the other. All right, so now if you jump back here, it says chat with Michael, which is the second name here, not me, but somebody else. Okay, so this works according to the data that we have. And the next thing that we need to do is to build out the other screen where we can exchange messages with this user here. Screen where we're going to redirect the user here. What we need to do is we need to create a new page. This is going to be a completely different page, so we need to create it from scratch. Blank, I'm just going to say chat messages, create page, put it right here. And now what we need to do is just list the messages and give the user a chance to enter a new message. So, well, first, we're going to be passing parameters to this page, right? So if the user clicks here, let's say they click on this entire row here, or this card, even better, we're going to add an action. We're going to navigate to chat messages, and we're going to pass something, right? What are we going to be passing? Well, we're going to be passing the whole chat object, the chat row, right? So this is going to be the chat row, because why not? Right? It has everything that we need. It gives the, all the information there. We're just going to pass this whole chat row, and then we can look up whatever we need as we go along. And so here we can look up who are the people, who's the other user, etc., etc. First, let's go ahead and create a list view that will list the messages. Okay, so we need to list the messages. Let's go ahead and expand it all the way down, and on the bottom we are going to create a way for them to enter messages, right? So we're going to put a container there. Next, we're going to put a row there, and this row is going to be all the way at the bottom here, and inside the row we're going to have a couple of things. We're going to have this text input first, and I'm going to fix it up. I like this. And in fact, yeah, this is a row. We're going to have a button. right? So that the user can send it right there. Perfect. And this whole thing is going to take up the you know, the most of the space here, which is exactly what we want. Let's go ahead and see what we can change here. This text, yeah, we can say something like enter a message, and this is going to say send a message. Let's do a little bit of padding on this row. Let's say 10 maybe. Okay, perfect. Okay, so this is nice. Now the key is this. How is this going to work, right? And so, well, obviously this is going to get the messages, right? So we're going to come here. We're going to do a Supabase query. We're going to do chat messages. And obviously we need to filter by chat ID equal to what we're passing, chat row ID, so that we don't get all the messages everywhere. And now we need to display the messages. Okay, so how is this going to be done? Well, it's going to be done inside a container, and inside the container we're going to have the text field. And so for the width, what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the width, and I'm going to set a max width of, let's say, 300. And for the height, maybe something like this. Here's where we're going to be displaying the messages, right, inside this text here. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, well, this is our message. Okay, this is our message right here, default value. Okay, this is going to be our message. Now the messages will be displayed either on the right hand side or the left hand side, depending on, you know, who is the sender of the message. Okay, so we know who we are, right? So we know who we are, right? Because of the authenticated user. And so if we come over here to chat messages, we're going to have the ID of the message, of the sender, right? This is this user ID here. And so we know if this is our message or somebody else's. So if we come back over here, what we can do here is we can wrap this in a stack. And then what we can do is we can say, well, this container here, in fact, maybe it's better for it to be a row. I'm going to wrap it in a row so that we can align it, right? So we can align it this way, we can align it this way. It's better for it to be in a row, and then container is nice because we can control the background and we have, you know, a bunch of other controls. And so let's say this is our message. Okay, so I'm going to say row mine. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate all of this, and this is going to be there. Okay, so this is our row, this thing is our row, and so this means it's going to be right-handed, right side justified. Row there is going to be left-hand justified, and now we have, you know, the beginning of the messages. Okay, so now let's go ahead, and so we have the messages here, and now we just need the logic, which one to display, and we do that with conditional visibility, right? So what I'm going to do is on the row level, there means that chat messages, so let's go ahead and create the condition. And the condition is going to be chat messages user ID is not equal to the authenticated user, not equal to the authenticated user. Okay, so that is somebody else's message. It's not our message. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to come back over here. I'm going to set this. And now this is going to be, okay, so these are our messages, right? So not ours and ours. Okay, and so let's take a look. Let's see what we can do. Height is 50. The width should be taken by the message, right? So the longer the message, the longer, you know, the container is going to expand. But I want to do a little bit of padding on the container. Let's do it 10. Let's do this 10. All right, so now we have our messages here. Let's go ahead and say chat, whatever. We'll fix that later. Let's go ahead and run it and see if it's displaying the right messages here. All right, jump over here. We have the chats. We click it and we have the messages. Okay, let's set up a meeting. Okay, sounds good. We need to fix it up a little bit. So this container, I want to do a border radius of 10. Okay, that's nice. And I also want to do padding on the text. Let's do a 10. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Let's take a look what else we have. So we have this height. We don't need that height. We're going to disable the height. We're going to let it set its own height and do the same thing on this side. So we have border radius. We're going to remove the height and we're going to do a padding on the text. Now we're getting somewhere. Oh, we need to have the border radius. Okay, perfect. Let's go ahead and reload this. Should look a lot nicer. All right, jump to chat, click here. Okay, there we have it. Okay, so now it looks really clean. The next thing we need to do is get this working, right? So sending a message. Okay, so this is fairly add an action, open this up, and we're gonna be doing a Supabase insert. Insert row into chat messages. Let's just expand all the fields. Let's say message is going to be our widget state. Chat ID is gonna be the chat ID that we passed. User ID is gonna be ours. Right, this is going to be authenticated user. Okay, and status, I'm just gonna skip it. This is going to be automatically created. And let's do one more thing, and that is clear text fields. We're gonna clear this text field. In fact, I want to rename it. I'm gonna come over here. I'm gonna say input so that it's easier there. And then we also need to refresh the data so that we see the new message, right? So refresh database. Okay, so that refreshes it, sends it, saves it, refreshes it, and then clears the input. Okay, let's go ahead and see if this works. All right, here we are. Come back here, click here, and now let's try sending in a message. How about send this, and there it is. Beautiful, beautiful. And then the other user, when they log in, they can send a message and it's going to be here. Now there's one more thing that I want to do. It's a nice touch is I want to display the time. So when was the message sent? Was it sent 2 hours ago, 5 minutes ago, 2 seconds ago? Okay, I want to do that. That's a nice touch. And for that, we are going to arrange this, right? So we have this container text. We need to have a column so that we put them, one on top of the other. Okay. So I'm going to wrap this in a column, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this. And so the second one, it doesn't need that much padding. Okay, so something like this, just padding on the bottom. And this is going to be the time when it was sent. So something really small, and I'm going to do a created. When was that message created? And here, oops, wait, what am I? And here we're going to select relative. Okay, and same thing here, wrap in a column, duplicate it, fix the padding, make it small, and let's give it a time. Created that. We're gonna do, all right, let's see how this looks. Let's go ahead and reload this. All right, come back over here, click here, and now it says it. 2 minutes ago, 9 days ago, 9 days ago. So that was quite some time ago. Okay, so it's a nice little touch. Maybe a little bit less padding here, right? There's a lot of padding right here. I'm gonna do 10, I'm gonna do 10, and I'm gonna do 5 here. 10 here and then 5 here. Let's go ahead and copy this. Come back to this text here and paste this. Perfect. Okay, so that should be a little bit cleaner. All right, so we jump back here, come back here, and this is what we're seeing. Okay, so that looks pretty clean. I think it looks nice. You can change it around. Maybe, maybe you want to do something else, but at least it does what we wanted to do. So I can send another message, and that's going to say a moment ago. Okay, so this looks clean to me, and I know the other user will see it as we're going to be testing in a little bit. And the next thing I want to do, well, first I want to add a back button here, and then we still need the ability to create a new chat. So I'm going to come back over here, go to the Nav Bar, enable this show default button. Let's go ahead and see if it shows up now. Okay, so now we have the back button, and what I want to do next is have an ability to create new chats. Okay, so that way we can select a user, a lead, and create a chat with this lead. All right, so what I want to work on now is the ability to create new chats. And the idea here is that users, right, so salespeople that use this app to reach out to leads will be able to click here and start a new chat. Now, the leads will not have this functionality, right? So this is going to be one way because it doesn't make much sense for the leads to start chatting with a bunch of other people. Okay, we'll see. Maybe we'll revisit that. But right now I see it as kind of a one-way thing, is that leads can just chat with the salespeople, with the users that had already reached out to them, whereas salespeople can start chatting with any lead. Okay, so let's go ahead and start working on this. So the way I see this is going to be a kind of an overlay that's going to display a series of leads, except the leads that we are chatting with right now here. Okay, so let's go ahead and create a component here. Let's come over here and let's take a look if there's some interesting templates that we can use to get started with. But I feel like this is something that we'll have to do on our own. Okay, so there's something like this, bottom sheets. Yeah, this is going to be a bottom sheet. Why don't we just keep it simple? Let's just do it with this one. Okay, so I'm going to select this one. This is chat new here, create a component. Okay, so now we have this component. Put it right here. And here we're going to have a list of users. And so if you click on the users, you're going to create a new chat and going to be redirected to that chat. All right, so let's go ahead and create this list view here. So we're going to come here, Supabase query, and let's see. So we're going to select users extra if the type is a lead, right? Because the whole point is to connect with leads. Type is a lead. I'm going to do this right here. And also let's go ahead and order it, do some sorting. Let's go ahead and do it by display name in increasing order, so A to Z, and then come over here and get the display name here. Have a default value. All right, so now we have a list of names, and the next thing is let's go ahead and wire it up so that it actually displays. So come in chat, come over here, add an action. So this navigate to lead. Okay, so this navigate to lead add. This is not correct, and we're gonna do bottom sheet, show bottom sheet. We want to have a background color. We don't want it to be transparent. We want it to be white so that it's nicely visible. This right here, we have a column and we have a list view here. Let's take a look at some of the settings. So the list view is going to be like this. Now, another thing that we can do here is we can filter these leads just by the owner, right? So if you come back over here to our database, you can come in here and if you click on users extra, we're going to see that there's an owner ID, right? So each lead is connected to an owner. And so potentially we can filter these just by the owner. Okay, so that is something that we can do. We'll do that in a little bit. But right now, what I want to do is I want to have the ability to start a new chat and redirect them to the chat. So let's do that first. Let's come here to this chat new. And if they click on this container here, right, anywhere here, we're going to create a new chat and redirect them to the page for the new chat. So let's go ahead and open this up, add an action. And so the first thing that we want to do is we want to create a new chat. And how do we do that? Well, we need to create a record, right? We need to create a record so that we have the chat ID. And what do we need in order to create this chat ID record, right? Because if you want to redirect them to chat messages, we need to have a chat ID, right? So that is something that we need to have ready. And so we need to create this chat record. And that means we need the two users and we need their usernames here so that we can display them. This could be their first names. And this is going to be empty for now. Okay. And so this is something that we can do when they click on it, right? But we need to know, we need to have some information about this user. So that means we need to pass some data. And so what we can do here is this thing here, we can create a new chat, right? So what we can do is we can do a search for insert row, and here we can create a new chat. Let's go ahead and put in all of these fields. And so we don't need the ID created at. Last message, we also don't need that right now. We just need a list of users here and the usernames. Okay, this is also an array, and the users is an array of user IDs. Okay, and so here, we're not going to be doing add value. This is going to be all automatic. So if we come over here, we really can do it. Yeah, we can do a code expression, right? And that is exactly what we're going to be doing. So we're going to have a code expression taken two arguments is going to return an array. Okay, so this is two arguments here. The first argument is the authenticated user. So that is me, user ID here. And the second argument is going to be the user that we are trying to chat with. So we're going to come back here. We're going to go into user row and we're going to get this user ID here. Okay, and so now we have two of this. And here, all we need to do is just return the array, right? So in this case, all we're going to do is come in here, var1, var2, and that's it. We're simply returning an array. And here you can specify it, but it looks like it understands it, that this is a list, and these are the two elements. Okay, so that should be no issues. Okay, so that's going to be our list for users. And now let's go ahead and do the same thing for the name so that it's going to be easier to display it. So we're going to have two arguments here. First is going to be the authenticated user, and this is going to be my user. And so in this case, this doesn't have the name, so we need to grab it from here. And so what we need to do is we need to filter it, right? So we need to filter it in here. So this one's a value. So, and this is actually a row, right? So this is going to be the other user. So how do we get the first user? Well, it's a little tricky unless we can get a list of actual users so that we can filter them later. And so what I mean by that is, so if we come in here and let's say what we can do is we can do it on the top level. So we don't have to do it for each one of this. So we can do something at the top level, just get the entire list. We can't do it at this level. I think we can do it on this level. Yeah. So we can come in here, and what we can do is we can do a Supabase query on users extra, and we can just do a filter where we are the user, and so that will have our information, right? So I'm gonna do a filter where user ID is equal to authenticated user, okay? Something like this. And so now we have this one user. In fact, this is gonna be just a single row, okay? So at this point, we have, you know, ourselves in terms of the inside the user ID table. And so if we come over here now, right? So if we come to this container here and we come over here, we have access to this field. So if we come over here and, you know, we have this filled in, we have this thing filled in. So now we can come over here and we have this extra user, extra row, okay? And so we have two of this, right? So if you click here, this is list view. This is the current user selected, and this is the options query, okay? So if you come over here, we can get the user ID. Well, we can put it in there, but we can do that with a code expression. So we come with a code expression here, two arguments. The first is going to be us, and now we can access it. So we can come over here, and this is going to be us. So we can say, well, I want to get the first name, right? So I'm going to say first name, and here I'm going to come to the other one, right? So this is going to be from this list view. I think it should be this one, the first one, okay? So this is going to be this display name here. And so now we have two of them. And so here we can just say var1, var2, okay? And return type is string and is list true. And here we can do check errors. Okay, and that should pass ourselves, so James in this case, with the other user that was selected, okay? All right. And so now we are passing the values. Okay, we have these two code expressions. And so we are ready to create the chat. And in fact, you can come over here and you can say create new chat. Okay, so this is going to create the new chat. And we also need the output here. So I can just say new chat out. And so now we're going to get the ID, which means that we can redirect the user to the other page and give them the right variables. And so if we come over here, right, if you come into chats, remember, if you click here on this card, what do we need to do? Well, we need to pass the chat row. Okay, so that is exactly what we're going to do here. We're going to come into chats new, and we're going to do a redirect. Okay, and we're going to do a redirect navigation to chat messages, and we need to pass the chat row. Okay, and this is going to be the action output. This is the chat row right here. All right. So let's go ahead and test it out. Let's see if it works as expected. Okay, let's go ahead and rebuild our app. All right, so here's the app. Come here and click here. And let's say we want to start a chat with another lead. I think we only have one of these leads, but it doesn't matter. So let's say I want to click here, and now I have a new chat. So it doesn't say anything here, which is an issue. We need to make sure that it is correct. But first, now take a look at this. See, it says James Sawyer. So this is correct. Username is passed. So we're passing the right thing. This new user chat. Last message is null, right? Users, this is correct. These are the two users. And the username is James and then Sawyer Richard. Okay, so for some reason, this logic is not working. Okay, but anyway. Let's go ahead and send the message. Hey, I think it's Richard. Let's go ahead and hover. Yeah, Richard Sawyer. Hey, Richard. Okay, so I'm sending a message to a lead. Okay, so it says here a moment ago, Let's go to our database, see what's happening here. We should have this right here. Let's go ahead. Okay, so it's there, James. So this is correct. This is absolutely correct, right? James Sawyer Richard, that's the display name. And now let's jump into chat messages and see what's happening here. Okay. So now we have this chat ID 2, which is correct. We have these, this user ID. That is the person who sent the message, and that's the message, right? Status. We're not setting that right now, so everything looks good. The only issue is this display here, and I think I know why. So if you come into chat's messages, it doesn't have anything. It should say it. It only says it chat with here. Okay, so there's no logic here. Chat is just the chat. Okay, so we'll need to create logic there. But right now, what I want to do is I want to see if there's a way to go back or to go to the main. Oh yeah, right here. So I can come over here and I should see a new chat here. Okay, let's go ahead and see if that reloads it. Okay, so it's right there. So it did not reload it. Okay, so we need to make sure that reloads it. So here it says chat with Sawyer Richard. That's the display name. I don't know if we want to display it this way. Maybe we'll fix it a little bit later. In fact, why don't we just make it like full name or something? But anyway, it's fine. There's no last message. In fact, it should have a last message. The reason there's no last message is because this logic doesn't work, right? This logic here, it should set the last message. So let's open this up. Yeah, it doesn't do it. So we need to set a last message. So I'm going to do an update here, update row in chats, matching rows, ID, chat row, ID, and here we need to set the field, and this is the last message. We need to set it here, and we need to set it whatever the input message was. Okay, so that should fix it. Now we are let's go ahead and change this, creating new message, create new message, and this is update last message, update chat last message, something like this, and that should work. And then we refresh the database request to display all the messages, clear text. Okay, so that's gonna work. So at this point, everything seems to work. So the only thing, let me take a look here. So the only thing that doesn't really work, I guess, is it doesn't refresh the chats if you go back. And we'll fix that. Let's come over here. Let's go ahead and refresh this. All right, so let me go ahead and log in again. Come back here. We have our chats. I can do this. And let's say I send another message. Hey, next Friday, something like this. Send that, go back. And yeah, this should update, right? So if I come here, you see it says that. So let's see if we can fix that. Let's see if we can get it to update. Go into chats. And we're going to do it right here. We're going to do add an action. We're just going to refresh database request and do it on the list. Okay, let's try it out. Let's see if that works. All right, so this is what we have. We come over here. We send another message. Okay, another message. Okay, we send it. And now if I come back, it still doesn't update. Okay, but if I do this, and I do this, it updates. Okay, so the issue here is that it seems to be caching. It seems to be caching, and we'll see if we can fix it a little bit later, right? This is a minor issue. We'll see if we can fix it a little bit later, but right now, I want to kind of get the functionality working, okay? So we have this first chat here, and we can do that. So if I send a message is there, but if I come back, it's not there. So it seems to be caching, which means we need to refresh this. We need to kind of force the refresh, and the current solution is not working. We'll fix that a little bit later. If we come over here, we can start new chats. And one thing I want to do is I want to make sure that we should not be able to start a chat with a person that we already have a chat. Otherwise, it's just going to be multiple chats, and well, that's not how it typically works. Okay, so let's go ahead and filter these chats, remove these users if they are already here. Okay, so how are we going to do that? Well, first of all, if we go into chat new, we have this list, and so what we need to do is we need to create some filtering, right? So we already have a filter here where type is lead, and we can create a new filter. Okay, and when we create multiple filters, this is going to be an AND condition, which is exactly what we need. So it needs to be a lead, and it should not be there, right? And so here, let's say we select a user ID. Well, we have a couple of options, right? Is not in, well, this is true or false, is in, So we have in, which is, inside a certain list, but we don't want that. We want to display user IDs that are not in the list of the people that we're chatting already. Okay. And so, let's go ahead and see what we have. Is not, okay, there's that true or false, is in, and this is again, this is going to be this true or false. Okay. And so what we need to do here is we need to be able to filter these people here, okay? Now, there are a couple of ways to solve this problem. One is by using this feature here, right? So we can say user ID is in, and this is going to be a list of users that we are not already chatting with, right? So this is one way of doing it, okay? Another way of doing it is by removing this condition, just going back how we had it before, and we can do something on each of these items here, okay? So for instance, if you're displaying a user and we can check that this user is somebody that we're already chatting with, we can take a particular action. We can decide, well, maybe we want to disable it or, make it not clickable or something like that, right? So for instance, we can come to this list row over here and we can go to each of one of these containers and we can have some conditional visibility, right? So we know the user ID here and we know the user IDs that are already in the chat. And so what we can do is we can have some kind of a condition, right? So I can create a condition here and I can say conditions and I can do a single condition where I can get a list of users that we're already chatting with and see if this user is there and then do a negative of that. So that is something that we can do. And so why don't we go ahead and try this method out and see how it works. And so what we need to do first is we need to get a list of users that we are already chatting with. And that way it's going to be easy because we can simply compare and see if this is a new user or not, okay? And so before we even get to this list view, we need to have a list of users that we already have chats opened, okay? So this component doesn't have it. And so one thing that we can do is we can come over here and we can send it to this component, right? So when the user presses the button, we can send an existing list of users so that it knows, okay, so these are the list of users that already have chats so that it can take appropriate action, okay? So as an example, we can pass some parameters. So if we click here, we can add a parameter. And what do we have? Well, let's say we want to pass a list of, we can do a list of Supabase rows over here. So let's say we want to do something like this. And this is going to be a list of chats. Okay. And so let's say we say existing or chats existing. Okay. We do something like this. We hit confirm. And now we can pass this parameter. So let's go ahead and see if we have these chats. Now, the issue here is that this button here doesn't have access to these chats. Okay. And so we need to get them again, right? We just need to get them once, which is not a big deal. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a Supabase query and I'm going to do chats and I'm going to say confirm. Okay. And so now I can come back to this button and I can pass the list of chats. Okay. We have this chat rows. Okay. And this kind of makes sense because, this chat messages, this component here, right? This dialog box, it needs to know existing chat so that it can take appropriate action, right? So that it can do its logic here. Okay. And so now we have a list of chats. Okay. So at this point, for each of these users, let's go ahead and see if there is already a chat created for this user, right? And so we can do a conditional. We can come over here, create a single condition. And what we can do is we can say, well, this user from the list query, let's see if this user ID, and then we can say, there is equal to, not equal to. In fact, let's try it the other way. We can come over here and we can say component parameter, chats existing. We can do list contains item, right? And here what we can do is, what's the item? We can come over here and we can say Supabase row. Now, that's not going to work. It's not allowing me to do row per row, right? Because this is a list of chats. So this potentially, well, actually, no, this is a different row. So that's not going to work. And so what we need to do is we need to say, a particular list of user IDs has this user ID there. And so if we can do it using this condition, that is great. If we cannot, we'll have to do it using another way, okay? So if we take a look, if we start with the components here, right? What we need to do first is we need to map items. Okay, so it's not allowing us to get the specific item, right? It says list contains item, right? And unfortunately, we do not have another row somewhere, okay? So an easy way to do it is to do a code expression, right? So we're going to do a code expression, and it's going to have two arguments. The first is going to be a list of those user IDs. So if I come over here, we have existing chats. I can't, list contains item, number of items. I can't do mapping, which is weird because mapping would have been really, really nice right now. And so one thing that we can do is to simplify it. We can try to see if we could just send a list of user IDs from here, from chat. So let's see if we are able to do that. So if we come over here and I'm going to change, well, I'm going to change the argument. Well, in fact, I'm going to delete this argument and I'm going to click on define and I'm going to change it. So let's say this is just going to be a list of strings. Okay, so existing user IDs. Okay, go ahead and do that. Now let's go ahead and see if it's going to allow us to do it. Now here, what we can do is we can decide, you know, what kind of data to send, right? We can actually do the mapping. And so this is a better scenario. So if we select this, we can do mapping here and we can click here and we can decide what field do we want to send. In our case, this is going to be users, but remember, because we only have access to this, anytime we create a new chat, the authenticated user is going to be first and the lead is going to be second. And so what we can do here is we can simply display the second user. We can simply pass the second user. And so we can just do item at index and we can just say 1, which is the other user. Okay. And this is safe because we are the only ones who have access to this functionality. So anytime we start a chat, the first person is going to be the authenticated user, which is going to be the user of that, not the lead. And so the second user, you know, the one that we've started the chat with, is going to be the lead. Okay. And so here we're getting those leads and we're passing them as a list of leads. So this is going to be a list of leads here. And so now if we go to chat new here, right, we get a list of leads. So it's going to be a lot simpler to figure out what's happening. Okay, so all we need to do is come over here, create a condition, and we can simply take this existing leads and see if the list contains item. And what is the item? Well, it's the person that we're displaying here, right? I can just come in here and it's going to be this list. And I can say user ID. So if it contains, you know, this is something I want to do. But if it doesn't contain, then I don't want to do it, right? So now here, if it contains, right? If it contains, we want to disable it or not display it or something else. Because if it contains already, there's a chat with that user already out there, okay? We can just do it directly. We can just come in here, list contains item, come in here and make sure that we select the right one, user ID here, and that's it. Now, when it contains, we can apply the opposite, which means that we don't, you know, if it doesn't contain, we want to display it, which is what we want, right? So now if the list does not contain, meaning this is a new lead, okay? So let's go ahead and run it and see if it works, right? There's a lot of interesting logic there. Let's see if it works. All right, so here we are back here. Go to chats. Let's see what we have. So we have 2 chats. We click here. We don't see any users. And if you take a look here, we have this existing user IDs and these 2 user IDs, meaning that these are the chats. And so potentially there's no other person to have a chat with. Okay, so let's go ahead and see if this is correct. So if we come to our leads here, right? So, well, first, if we check out the chats, you can see that we should have 2 chats here, okay? And the users in question is these 2, right? So if we come back here, it is correct. 127E9C. We're getting the right users because the first user is always going to be the user who started the chat, okay? So these 2 are the leads. And so what that means is that we don't have any more leads to play. So let's take a look at users extra and see what's happening. So we have these 3 leads here. Oh, that's the owner ID. My bad. So we have this one here 489, that should be displayed, Nicholas Waters. So this user should be potentially displayed there, okay, unless it's being filtered out by something else, right? Because these two are not there, whereas this one should be displayed. So let's see what's happening there. Let's see if we are missing something. Okay, so we have this here, and we don't have a chat. So let's see what's happening. So if we come back over here, list contains items. So what's nice about it is that this thing is correct, right? This existing user IDs is correct. And it says list contains items. So if let's go ahead, if we remove it, list contains item user ID. So let's go ahead. So if we reinvert that, let's go ahead and see what happens. All right, come back here, press this, and nothing is being displayed. So there's something wrong with the logic, because this is correct. We're probably not grabbing the right. Is it user ID? What do we have? List contains item, right? So this is correct, right? So let me come in here. Yeah, this is correct. User ID. Yeah, this is right. User ID. List contains user ID. This is correct. Let's come back here and let's see what's going on. So what do we have here? This is our, these are our existing chats. Okay, so, and if we click this, let's see what's happening here. Let me go ahead and remove this for now and see what's happening. It's being displayed correctly, but half of it is correct. I mean, we are getting the right user IDs from the other page. And so there's something with the logic here. Let's go ahead and fix it. Okay, come back here. Okay, it's still not being displayed. Why is it not? It's there's some filtering here. Type is lead. Is that the right one? User ID in. We have this extra filter that we forgot to remove. I knew there was some issue. Okay, this is right. So let's go back and let's go ahead and fix this up. So this is you can just select the array first, list contains, and this is our list view, and I'm going to select the user ID, and I'm going to do an opposite. Okay, so that means it's only going to display the ones that are not there, the ones that are not part of the existing chats. Okay, let's go ahead and reload this. All right, come back here. Okay, there it is. So that is the only user left, right? Because we have these two, and this is exactly what we saw, right? So if you go into what is it? Users extra, this is the only lead. Yeah, this one right here. These two are existing. This one is not. Now at this point, you have to decide whether you want it to be like I have it here with conditional visibility, or you want to disable it clickable, maybe grayed out or something like this. It's really up to you. I personally like it this way. I just want to display the users that that are not, I just want to display the people that we can work with. There's no reason, if we have 20 people, there is no reason to gray half of them out. Just display the ones that we can add. Okay, so I like this approach. The only thing I don't like is this extra space, and that is because we have a fixed height, right? So if you go into chats, chat new right here, we selected, actually no, from chats, click over here, we have a fixed height. Okay, so that is something that we need to come in here, and we need to make sure that it only displays as much as it needs. So if we go into our list view, which is the main one, we have here expansion. Okay, so that's going to expand all the way. And if we go into its column here, we have this column right here. And so this is set here. This is set to expand. So we can make it the minimum. And then if we go into our list view, we can do something like this. And that's going to take the space that it needs. Okay, so let's go ahead and see if that works. All right, so this should not take as much maximum amount of space if it doesn't need it. So let's go ahead and reload this and see if that fixed it. All right, here we are. Click here, do this, and as you can see, it takes the minimal amount of space, which is nice, because if we go ahead and delete the other chats, it's gonna do more. So I like this because I can just select a new chat, click this. Yeah, we need to fix that, chat with whatever. And I can say, hey there, so something like this. So we still need to fix this, and we need to close it there, and we need to make sure it refreshes. So now it refreshes. So a couple of small things we need to fix, and we're going to be doing that next. All right, let's go ahead and fix a couple of these minor issues. So first is if you click here and, well, we should probably display no chats, or maybe we can disable this. We'll see. We'll see. This is another issue. But one issue was if you click to start a new chat, it does not dismiss it. And the other issue was if you come over here, it doesn't say chat with someone. So let's fix those two issues first. Let's come back over here. And if you select it, right, this thing has an action and it needs to dismiss. All right, so if we come over here, it needs to dismiss, and it can dismiss itself because it knows that it's a bottom sheet. Next, I want to do chat with someone. Okay, so who is that someone? Well, it depends. We have these chats. So we have a list of chats. The first one is going to be the user, the second one is the other person, but here it's not clear. And so what we need to do is we need to get that list of users and display the other user who is not authenticated user, who is not us. Okay, and so I think we did that before. Yeah, we did it here. So what we can do is we can just copy this, I believe, and work with this. So if we come back here, because I remember I did that, and let's see if we paste that. Obviously, we have a list item at index. Let's take a look how we did it, just to refresh our memory, right? So we have this. So it gets user. So it gets the specific index, and then has a code expression, which is not that user. Okay, so this is the code expression where we are passing the users, right? And we're passing the user ID. And so it needs to figure out, hey, give us the other user. And so this is going to give us the ID, and we use that ID to look up the user. Okay, so let's go ahead and copy this this thing here, this code expression. Let me just double check chats row. Okay, so we have access to this. Let me go ahead and copy this, come back here, chat messages, and here we can say this is going to be a combination, combined text, and this is going to be chat with, and here it's going to be the other user. Okay, so what do we need to do? Well, we need to get a list of those users. So chat row, we need to get these usernames, and here we need to get item at index, specific index, and here we can paste that code expression, and here it's going to get the users, right? So if you come over here, this is going to be the users, and this is what chat messages. Okay, so we have these parameter chat row, and we can just get the users here. And what is the second one? This is the user ID of the authenticated user. Okay, so this should potentially work. Let's see if that works or not. Let's go ahead and start a new session, and those two little bugs should be fixed. All right, let's go ahead and see what's happening here. Okay, so well, if we click, there's no chats, so we can't do anything. But if we come over here, it says chat with Michael, so that is fixed. Chat with Waters Nicholas. Okay, so maybe we'll change it around, but that is a minor issue. Chat with Sawyer. Okay, so we get the list of users and we get the other user, right? We get the index in the list of the other user, and then we look up from the list of users. Okay. That's not the currently logged in user. Okay, so the next thing is this one, right? So if we come over here, it opens up this thing. So we need to disable it. We need to do something with it. And that is the next thing that I want to work on. So if we come to chats, we have this button here. And this button should be disabled when there is no users to display, right? So if you take the existing users and you look up the other users, there is no users left. Okay, so what we're talking about here is having two arrays. So we have a list of existing and we have a list of all the users. And if we filter out from all the existing users, there's no users left. That is essentially, if there's no users left, we need to disable this button. So what do we need to do? Well, this seems to me a case for a custom function, or at least a code expression, right? I don't think this was something that you can do with a just built-in features, right? Because built-in, it's more about finding this item in a list contains, etc., etc. Here we're looking at two lists, okay? And so what we need to do is we need to, well, actually what we can do here is we can get we have two arrays here, and if they're equal, we can disable the button, right? Because if they're equal, they're gonna cancel each other out. So something like this. So, okay, so this thing here, it gets the chats. Okay, so it gets the chats, it passes the chats. Okay, so it's not doing any logic here. It passes all the chats to the other one, and over there we're doing the logic, right? So if you come over here, we're doing all the logic here, right? In this, in what is this? This list view here. Okay, so we're getting the leads here. Ah, this one right here. Okay, we're getting the users extra, and here we're doing the logic. All right, but in this chats here, we need two lists. Okay, so we have one list, we're passing so we have existing user IDs right here. Okay, so this is what we need. This is what I was looking for. So this is the first thing that we need as a parameter. So if we come over here and we go to disable, we come here, can we why can't we do mapping here? Why is it that we can only do it? So we have this chat rows. I want to map them. Why isn't there no mapping? Interesting. How about if I do a code expression? Yeah, there's no, which means I can't get the field that I want. But if I pass it a parameter, I still probably won't be able to do it, right? So let's say I pass a parameter here. Can I map them? No, there's no mapping. Weird. It's so weird that there's no mapping here. And mapping is important because I want to get just that other user ID. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna just do it using a custom function. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're just gonna say create a custom function, and we're gonna pass two arrays. Okay, so I'm gonna pass a list of chats, and in fact, let's see if we can map them here, because I don't want to do the logic in the custom function. I want to do it. I want to do it. I want FlutterFlow to do it for me. So I'm gonna say list of strings, and the other argument is gonna be list of strings as well. Okay, so let's say this is the return value is going to be Boolean, not list, just Boolean, and this is going to be existing chat IDs, and this is going to be all user IDs. Okay, so something like this. So that is what we have, and let's say this thing returns true for now, just for testing purposes. And I'm gonna say can create new chat, something like this. Okay, let's go ahead and save this. And now let's say if I can pass a parameter, can I do mapping? Yes, I can do mapping here. So you see, sometimes you can do mapping, sometimes you can. So I'm gonna come in here and I'm just gonna say users, and here I'm gonna do item at index and specific, and I'm gonna do 1 because we want the other item, right? So this is gonna give us all the other user IDs. So we have the first array, and all user IDs, this is all of them, right? So this needs to come from the user IDs table, right? And so what we can do is, we can't do it on the row level, but what we can do is we can wrap it in a container, and we can do it on the container level, right? So if we come in here, we have this container, and we can just place it there, remove all of this from the container. What is this? Remove the fill color, and then on the container level, we can get the users extra. Okay, and so these are all the users that exist. I'm gonna get them. Do we need to filter users? So come back here, and so we have the users now. And so what we can do is we can run this function, right? We can just say, what was that function? Can create new chat, returns a Boolean, and we can say, well, existing chat IDs, come back here, users, come back here, and we can say item at index, specific index 1, okay? And then all user IDs, we can come back here, select this, and what do we have here? We can also do mapping, and we can say, user ID. Okay, so now we have two lists here. And so, well, there's a couple of other things that we can do. We have a list of other user IDs. We can do something else. We can unique them. That's always a good idea because we only care about unique, and we can unique this one. And so now we have two lists. We have a list of unique user IDs that we have created chats for, and we have a list of unique user IDs that are all of them. And so if these are equal, which means that we've exhausted all the chats, right? So if we come over here and we edit the function, and what we say here is we say return existing chat IDs. I think length is it. I think it's like this. Length equals to all user IDs length. Okay, so if they're equal, this is true, and this should be false, right? So can create new chat. We want it to be nothing. Okay, so you'll only be able to have this functionality if they're not equal. Okay, so let's go ahead, save it, see if it works, right? So we have unique unique, all user IDs. So this is a problem here. We need to filter this because we only need to filter it by the lead, right? Because all user IDs is going to be everybody, right? So we first need to filter that, a certain type, right? So mapping, and I'm going to do filtering, and let's go ahead and here, and I'm going to say condition item in list. No, that's not what I want. Let me take a look here. Filter item in list. No, needs to be single condition. We're mapping user ID. Okay, the filter needs to come first. That's why we weren't getting it. The filter needs to come first. So let's do no further changes. And too bad we can't really rearrange it. We need to first filter. And so we need to go in here, item in list. And here we can get the field. Okay, so now we can do, okay, so condition, single condition, item in list. And here we can say get row field and now type. So the type needs to be equal to lead. Okay. And next, we can, so we have the elements here, right? Now we can map them, right? So we can say, well, we only care about the user ID. So now we're getting the user IDs here of the leads. And now what we want to do is we want just the unique ones. Come in here, item in list. This is a user ID. Okay, so now here we have existing chat IDs, uniques, unique chat IDs. Okay, this is good. This is exactly what I want. And here we're getting the rows, we're just getting the leads, we're getting the user ID, right? We're just getting the leads, we're just getting the user ID, and then we're just getting the unique ones. Okay, so this is good. So if this is equal, we've exhausted all the users. If this is not equal, then there should be some users left. All right, so let's go ahead and see if this works, like a quick algorithm there. Let's go ahead and log in. Okay, let's go ahead and open this and nothing. And as you can see, this button is enabled and it should not be enabled because it should not be, it should, if this is true, which means that, and this is true only if they're not equal. Okay, so it looks like they're not equal. Okay, let's go ahead and see what's happening there. Do we have any debug information here? We don't have anything here. So it looks like it's enabled when it shouldn't be enabled. It should be disabled, right? Disable can create is false. Wait a second, can create is false and can create is true if they're not equal. So that should be cannot create. Okay, let's go ahead and try this, see if that works. And then we'll test it out. Alrighty. Okay, so now it's disabled. Okay, and we should be able to create it. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna delete a chat. I'm gonna delete a chat so that we'll see if it works, right? So if you head over here, we have these chats, and this is what we're checking, right, against the other list. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna delete this chat. I'm gonna delete this chat ID 3, delete this right here, and it's not allowing me, which is good, because I have chat messages. So I need to delete my chat messages first. And this is good because otherwise we would have these chat messages. So I'm going to delete this one right here. Okay. And this is good that it's not. And this is good that it's not allowing me because otherwise I'll have to do it manually. So we're going to delete this right here. We're going to go into chats, delete this. Good. So it's gone now, which means that we can start a new chat with another user. So I'm going to come back here. We're going to reload this app. All right, jump back here. And now it's available. So we can open it up and we have orders, Nicholas. Okay, so looks like it's working as expected. And what's nice about this algorithm is that it's very simple, right? We can simply compare the length. We don't have to compare one by one, right? Because if we get the the fields that we need, the data that we need, and we make sure they're unique in both of these, we can just compare they're equal, because typically this is going to be bigger, right, unless this becomes so big that it's equal now, so we don't have any other users left to start a chat with. Okay, so this works. Really happy about it. So it looks like it's coming together really nicely. Right, the next thing that I want to work on is I remembered on the sales pipeline page, there's no way to create a new deal. So if you jump here, we have these deals here, right? So remember, we can drag them and that's going to change the status, but there's no way to create a new deal with a particular lead. And so that's what I want to do now. So the first thing is we need to add a button. So we're going to come here, we're going to create a row, and then we're going to add an icon button, and we're going to spread them out, something like this, and we're gonna fix it up so it's the color should be white. All right, so now we have this button. Now what happens when we click this button? Well, the idea here is that we're gonna have a kind of a drawer pop up from the bottom, and that will ask, ask us to fill in a couple of fields. Now, what fields do we need? So let's go back to our database. We're here in this deals table. We have the owner ID, that is us. We need the lead ID, so we need to display the list of leads, and we need to display the stage, the title, the value, and that's it. So basically these 4 fields, okay? And because we've done a lot of these already, right? So we did this lead add here. We can copy some of this, right? At least we can copy the column and then use it in a dialog box. Task, yeah, I think task is the best because task has this is we're gonna use. This one, no, we're not gonna be using this, but this is this. Yeah, so a lot of it is exactly what we need. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go into the column and I'm going to copy it. I'm going to come here, copy, and then I'm going to jump back to our sales pipeline. In fact, let's go ahead and create a folder and let's go ahead and put that there. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a component, blank component, and this is going to be called deal add. Create this component. I'm going to place it right here, and I'm going to go ahead and paste it, right? What we just copied. Paste all of this. Let me see if we can copy that again. Copy, sales pipeline, deal add. Interesting. So that doesn't work too well. In that case, let's go ahead and create this column ourselves. Let's create this column here. Let me go ahead and expand it a little bit. And let's see if we can just copy piece by piece. So task add. Can we copy this container? Let's see what's happening. Okay, so this works. Okay, so piece by piece works. We have the containers. I'm going to wrap it in a next. Let's go ahead and copy. So due date we don't need. I'm gonna copy this input lead here because this is good. I'm gonna go ahead and copy this, copy that to clipboard, come in here and paste it in here. It wants to wrap it when it shouldn't need to wrap it. Wrap in a stack. Okay. All right. So at least we have it here. We don't really need that. Put that in there. Okay. So we don't really need this stack. Remove widget. All right. So now we have these 2 fields, and what are the other fields that we need? So we need the lead ID, stage. So we have these 2. We just need these 2. So these are just regular fields. So we don't need to worry too much. Let me give this some padding to the column first, so it's a little bit nicer. And this row. Okay. So let's go ahead and add a couple of fields. This one. And in fact, why don't we just duplicate? Why don't we just duplicate this thing here? Duplicate. Hey, we should be able to duplicate. Interesting. Okay, there it is. And let's duplicate and no, that's not what we want. All right, so next I'm gonna go ahead and add a couple of fields. Come back here, text, and I'm gonna fix it up first so that we can duplicate it. Outline, let's give it some padding. Okay, that's not the padding that this one has. What is this one? This one doesn't even have any padding. Okay, so let's do padding from the top only because we have padding on the column. All right, actually a little bit more. All right, and let's give it a fill color. And let's see, we have border color, border width. What is this? This is a container here. Let's give it a and we can just select fill and set our fill color. Okay. And now we can just duplicate it because we need one more of these. Duplicate that and let's give it some labels. So what are the labels that we need? Is a title and value. Okay, so this is going to be title, label here. All right, so we have the leads and that's going to put the data. We have assigned to, which is the authenticated user. What is it complaining about? What is it complaining about? Complaining about something. I will fix that later. We have this, we have the value. Now we just need the button and that's going to say add deal. And let's go ahead and give it some padding, 20. We have the title, we have the value. Let me see, what is it complaining about? Is it, we have, what is it saying? String property not an input lead. String property not properly set. So it's some kind of one of these, I think. Let's go ahead and fix that. I think I had this issue before. And we're displaying, so the values are the user IDs. If I remove that, and this is display name, see, it doesn't fix it. There's something, nothing. So we don't have it. Oh, okay. That fixed it. Interesting. So initial value is the lead. Wait a second. Okay, there it is. So what is this lead ID? Where is it being set? This lead ID is, okay. It's the default value, which we don't have because there's no default value. So this needs to be, in fact, what we can do is, yeah, this needs to be gone. All right. So this is gone, right? Because we don't have a default lead. They need to select the lead and The only thing we need is these ones, right? So remember, these labels are going to be the display name. So we're going to come over here, we're going to map them, we're going to come here, and we're going to choose display name. And these ones are going to be the IDs. Come over here, map them. These are going to be the user IDs. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and do the logic here, right? And here we're going to be doing the insert row. We want to insert a deal. Let's go ahead and get all the fields and just fill in the ones we need. Owner ID is going to be us. Authenticated user ID. Stage. Well, the stage is, I'm just going to put it to new. Okay, by default. Title is gonna be the title, widget state title, and value is the value. Okay, and close date, we don't need. A lead ID, we do need. A lead ID is this one, input. All right, and what else do we need to do? Well, we also want to display some message. Like snack bar, deal added successfully, and here we want to dismiss. Yeah, so this is fine. Deal added successfully and dismiss it. Oh, and that's it. Oh, we need to refresh our deals. Okay, so before we do that, or after we do it, let's see if we can do the refresh database. Okay, so at this point, we're inserting the deal, we're showing the snack bar, and we are dismissing it. Okay, yeah, looks good to me. Let's go ahead and rebuild our app and see what's happening. All right, that's our app. And if we come over here, we have our deals. So here we can click and nothing happens. Let's go and see what's happening here. Oh, we forgot the wire. Sales pipeline. We forgot. Yeah, we need to do a show bottom sheet. This is deal add. Next, we're going to skip the height because we'll let it size itself. And here we're going to do the white color as the background. And let's go ahead and check that it's able to size itself. So we have a column, and this is the maximum amount of space. We wanted to take the minimal amount of space. Okay, so that it shows the lead. I mean, we can't, if we do the maximum, it's gonna take the whole page, right? But I like mine to be like this. So this is nice. I'm just gonna do a little bit of padding on the button. It's so if we select the column, it's like this. Yeah, that looks good. Let's go ahead and test it out. Let's rebuild that. All right, let's come over here. Okay, now the button is clickable, and there it is. That is our bottom sheet. So we can select a new lead. And let's say the title, close a new deal. Value, let's say it's $50,000. Okay. Click on add, and now we see this new deal, right? Okay. So the date is correct, and we can drag it here. We can drag it here. Okay. So that works. That works as expected, and the app is starting to come together. Now, I just discovered an issue that we need to fix before we move further. So in our app, we can create tasks. We can also create leads. Now, the lead creation is a little tricky because if we jump back to our UI builder here and we go into lead add and we have this button here, there's a couple of things happening, right? So we are creating an account, which works. And then we need to create this user's extra row. But the issue here is that these are not linked, right? We simply create them, but we need to have the user ID linked correctly, right? For it to work, right? So because if I go to this user's extra here, we need this user ID. And so here, when we create it, we're not inputting the user ID. Okay, and that is because we really can't do it in FlutterFlow, right? We have no idea who that user ID is. This thing does not give us back the user that was created. I mean, it should. That would have helped us a lot if we had this, this thing here, this action output variable name feature down here, but we don't. And so what we need to do here is we need to create a trigger that's going to listen on new records created in that Auth users table, right? So this table right here. And once a user is created, we are going to be able to take another action, okay? And more specifically, once that user is created, we are going to be creating this record in this row using a backend process, okay? Because it's going to be listening for a new record here. And so it needs to create a new record because it has the user ID, it has all the information. And once these two records are created, once this user's extra is created, we can do an update and just update all the fields in that record with the new data, okay? And so the first thing that we need to do is we need to create a trigger to listen for new accounts being created after this action is executed. Now you can do it manually, but I really like BuildShip for that. It makes it super easy to do it. And so we're going to be using BuildShip to create this trigger here. And so you can simply head over to buildship.com and sign up for your free account. BuildShip is an amazing tool and you can follow me along. So I'm here in my account. I already have some flows here. You can ignore them, right? What we're going to do is we're going to create another flow here. So this is going to be called populate new user. Okay, we're going to create a new flow here. And now we have this flow. Now for the trigger, this is key. We're going to search for Supabase and we're going to create a Supabase trigger here. Okay, we're going to authenticate using my Supabase account here, right? We're going to say authorize. Okay, so now I'm authorized, which means that BuildShip has access to my Supabase to listen to those triggers. Here, we need to fill out some information about the node. And so I'm going to jump back to my database here, go into project settings. And I think it needs a reference ID, project reference here. What kind of events? Well, we only care about the insert event. This schema should be auth and the table name is users. And so this thing is going to get triggered when a new user is created and more specifically when this thing is executed here. Okay. Now, what do we want to do? Well, we want to create that user's extra record. And we want to pass the user ID that was just created here. Okay, so I'm going to come in here. I'm going to type Supabase and I'm going to search for create a role right here. Okay, so here it needs some more information, API key, API URL. And you can simply click here, API URL, and this is the API key and table name. Well, this is going to be users extra. I believe I need to make sure that I spelled it correctly. Users extra, okay, plural, users extra. And the object, well, what kind of row do we want to create? Well, we are only going to be creating a record and populating the user ID, this thing here. Okay, so later on, we'll update that same record and set the other fields. So here I'm going to say user ID. And what is the user ID? Well, it's going to be this one here, right? So we can go to variables, request body, record, and the record is going to be, I believe it's either user ID or ID. Let's go ahead and look it up. Users, and it's ID, all right? In this table, it's ID. Everywhere else, it's user ID. That's referencing this, right? So we're going to go back to BuildShip and we're going to leave it as ID, okay? So at this point, that's all we need to do. We're going to hit ship. And now every time we create a new user, this is going to get created automatically. So let's go ahead and quickly test it out and see if it's going to do it as expected. We're going to head over to authentication and we're going to create a new user. Create a new user. And I'm going to say this is jake@jake.com. Give it a password, auto confirm the user, create it, and that should automatically create it in both tables. So we have Jake here. We head over to our tables and let's go ahead and see if it was created. Okay, and there it is. It's created with the user ID filled in. And so this is very useful to us and also very powerful. And so now all we need to do is back in FlutterFlow, look up this record with this user ID that was just created and update the rest of the fields. So let's go ahead and create a delay to make sure that the trigger had enough time to fire and create this record here, right? Because lots of things are happening. So I'm going to create the delay. I think it's called, is it delay? Yeah, wait. Okay, so we're going to put 1 second. I think 1 second should be fine. Should be more than enough for it to fire and create it. So by this time, this should be there. And so we're going to go ahead and update it. Now, before we are able to update it, we need to look it up, right? And so if we come over here, we have this record here. Now, right now, it's just one record, right? We have the user ID and we have all these other things. But the issue here is that once the app is running, well, you can have multiple of these records created and, you know, you might have an issue where you might not get the same record. And so one thing that we can do is we can look up this record using the user ID. But here we do not know the user ID, right? We do not know what was the user ID here, right? The user ID got assigned here and we don't know. So one thing that we can do is we can also save the email and then look up that user ID with the email, because along with the user ID, the email is going to be unique. And so what I suggest, and this is something that we can do, is we can also store an email here. We can use it but it's going to be great for finding the user. And so we don't have an email here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add an email here. Okay. And it's going to be text, and we're going to go ahead and save it here. And I'd like to put it all the way here, right? All the way in the beginning, because it's a unique field. It's an important field. Now let's go back to BuildShip and let's go ahead and put the email there as well, right? The email gets sent here. So it has it here, right? And so what we can do is we can say, well, we have email, put it in here, and now we can do record. And this is the record from the other table, right? So if you come over here, just to make sure that it's called email and not like user email or anything like that, we jump here and it's called email. So we're going to capture this UID and email, but because we know the email beforehand, unlike this user ID, we'll be able to look up the right user. And so we're going to jump back here. We're going to create an account, and then we're going to look up this user using this matching rows. And here we're just going to put email. Oh, well, we need to refresh the schema because we just added the field, get the schema, and then we're going to look it up. And here we can add another field called email. No, not set field. Well, maybe even for set fields, that's fine. Okay, and here for matching for sure, come back here, email right there. It's the last field, equal to, and we can simply get this email from, right? Because we know the email before. So we can look up this user, get this record in users extra, and then fill out all of these fields. So we got first name, last name, we got company, we got owner ID, type is lead, and email, well, it's the same email, right? And this is nice too, because we can use this email without needing to look up the user. Although in FlutterFlow, you always have access to the authenticated user's email. So it's not as useful as it could have been, right? So we're going to put this email here. All right. So now we have this new flow. And let's go see, okay, custom functions, we're going to recheck that. We have a serious custom function here with just one line. Let's go ahead and wait for this to finish. This is done. And we're going to open this up. And so let's double check this. So we are generating a password called password just for testing purposes, right? We have this generate random password function that we're going to be using in production. We're going to wait 1 second for that other record to be created, for the trigger to execute. Once all of that is done, we're going to look up and update it with the values, update the record, and show the snack bar navigate. Okay, let's go ahead and run this and see if it works. All right, let's go ahead and log in. All right, there we are. Tasks, leads. Let's go ahead and create a new lead. So the first name is Bob, last name is Bob. Bob@bob.com. Company is Bob Inc. Okay, I know original, right? So it's doing it, and let's see what happened. Was it able to do it? So we have Bob here. What about the other table? Let's jump back into public, users extra, and we have Bob, but the email was not set. Why wasn't the email set? So you see the email was not set. We have the user created, but there was an issue. Let's go ahead and see what the issue is. We have this email, the trigger did not fire. Did the trigger fire correctly? It created, yeah, we have the record email. Is the, yeah, looks good to me. Let me check. So this fired. That's the second one. Let's take a look at the request. Body. And there's the record. And there's the email. Bob@bob.com. That's good. We have it. So it's trying to create the row. Input, table, users extra, object data. I forgot to do this, right? Because you see the object data only has the user ID. I forgot to redeploy. So always redeploy when you change it. Let's go ahead and try this again. Let's go ahead and delete the other user. Or let's just create a new user. So we're going to come back here, authentication, add user, create new user, John. At john.com, John. Let's see if it works. All right, we should have John right here. And let's go ahead and jump into our tables. Users extra. There's John. Okay, so there's the email now. And that means that it's able to create it. Of course, when we have our app is going to find this user with the email and update all of these fields. Okay, so now that this works, we can try it from the app. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and just reload it just for good measure. In fact, start a new session. All right, so let's go try creating a lead. Let's say this is Hank and Hank.com. Oh, this is press add lead. And hopefully, yes, successfully created lead. So now we have this. And if you see this and chances are everything worked, right? Because if there was an issue in the middle of the workflow, then you would not see the navigation, which is typically the last step. Okay, so we have this lead here, and let's go ahead and jump into our database. All right, so it looked like it created the account. The only issue is this owner ID, which is not set to me. And display name, I think we just missed that. So if we head back, let's take a look at the display name. So we don't have display name. Let's go ahead and add display name. And I think it's last name, first name. So we can do combine. And this is going to be last name, first name, and with a comma space. So that's going to do it. Now, another issue we have is the owner ID. We have it set to authenticated user, but I wasn't logged in as this user. Okay, so if we jump back here, you can see that it looks like I'm logged in as Hank. So I don't know if it's logging me in as the user that we've just created or some issue. And so what we need to do here is we need to save the current user's ID, their user ID, because it seems that this thing here, it logs the user and logs them in as the new user. This is kind of what I'm seeing the behavior. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here and I'm going to create a new page state variable. I'm just going to say all user ID, and this is going to be a string. I'm just going to make it nullable because it's null in the beginning. And when this page loads, I'm going to save that state. Okay, so I'm going to do page update page state, and we're going to save it, right? I'm going to set the value of the authenticated user. Okay, we don't really need to rebuild the page. And then here, what we can do is when we are, updating this record, this owner ID, we're gonna set it from the page so that it's set to the original user. Okay, let's go ahead and reload the app. And before we test out this whole flow, I want to add another feature, and that is the ability to log out, log in as other users. So we're going to come over here and we're going to add this auth page, actually this settings page here. And this one is fine. We can just do profile here so that we know who we are logged in as. And most importantly, we can log out as this user. So this is currently set to log out, Supabase auth log out. Okay, and this is going to display our name. Well, in order to display the name, we need to all the information, the Supabase query, the user's extra single row, and we need to filter it by the user ID authenticated. Okay, and now we can display all the information. So this is going to be the display name. Actually, why don't we, display name. This is going to be the email, and right now that's it. So just the logout works, everything, and this works, right? So all right, and let's go ahead and also we need to make sure that it has the show a nav bar, and looks good. This is kind of what we need, account circle icon there. Let's go ahead and reload our app so that we can log out and log in as different users. All right, here we are. Come over here, and we're logged in as David. There's no name. We're gonna log out, and let's log back as James. Sign in, come back here, and we have this one here that we have created, and let's take a look. Okay, so yeah, we created other ones, but they keep getting assigned to different people. And so let's go ahead and create a new lead. I'm just gonna make up names. First name is Jim and Jim.com, company Jim. Okay, let's see what happens. Okay, so it's failing. Let's see where it's failing. Why is it failing? So you see that's service unavailable. It's trying to look up this account, but it's getting service unavailable. This is a quick way to see what's happening. Okay, so you see it's trying to find this Jim, but we're getting, so maybe it's a Supabase issue, right? Maybe it's a Supabase issue because it cannot locate this user. There's Jim, and it's trying to look them up. And so that is the issue. Okay, so that is a quick way to see what's happening here. You see how it's trying to look them up, users extra email equals to jim@jim.com, and it's throwing a status. So maybe there's some issue with Supabase, maybe some kind of an issue. It doesn't seem to look it up correctly. Users extra, interesting. Let me try this manually. API, and let's go into users extra. Let's do bash. Let's do with our API keys. If I copy that, and let's go ahead and do all this manually. See, all right, so let's say execute this, we get all the values. I don't understand. You see, we get all the IDs. So if I copy this user ID here, I execute this, I'm getting all the user IDs. So why is that failing? Maybe it's a one-off. Users extra. Yep, I'm doing the same thing. Weird. Okay. Maybe it's a one-off. Let's double check. So we're doing this update here. Users extra update. Or maybe it's something wrong here. All right, let's go ahead and try this again. Let's try creating gym again. All right, so let's go ahead and log in and let's try to create this lead. So as you can see, we have the user ID here. And so it should be able to update it correctly. Let's try again. This is the user. Okay, so successfully created it. And now I'm probably logged in as this user. Let's go. Yeah, I'm logged in as this user. Let's go ahead and back to our database. And hopefully it's correctly done. Okay, so this time everything is correct. So it looks like it was a one-off error. And this time it is correct, right? Because it's linked to my username. I still don't know why it logs us out. It shouldn't do that, but we'll see how we can fix it. So now if I log in, I should see that that new lead assigned to me. Okay, so come back here and I have these two leads now assigned to me. So I can delete the lead. I can create a new task, I believe. What is this? Yeah, I can add a task assigned to, I can add a date, and by default it's assigned here. I can create this task. All right, so this works. I just don't know why it's logging out. Must be, maybe it's a bug or I'm not sure. Maybe I'm missing something, but we'll see if we can fix that later. But right now I'm logged in here. So the app is starting to come together. If you log out here, we have this. I can put that there, closed one, come here. It's starting to come together. I think it's really nice. The next thing that I want to do is I want to create some kind of a dashboard to display some information, maybe to display that we have 5 items in the sales pipeline, display maybe how many tasks we have, leads we have, stuff like that. And these could be these little widgets, right? So a bunch of cards there with some information. So that way you can get an idea at a glance what's happening. All right, so the next thing that I want to work on is the dashboard. The dashboard is the first thing that people see. Now, how should we do it? Like, what should be on the dashboard? Well, it's really up to kind of what you think is important. I'm going to start off with kind of having these widgets, these cards that display something important. So primarily it might display like the number of tasks. It may display like the number of leads and maybe the number of deals in a particular phase or filtered by something. So that's the 3 things that I want to display, like the tasks, the leads, the deals. I don't know if I want to display messages, maybe messages. I don't know. We'll see. All right. And so the idea is we're going to be displaying different widgets, and we can display them kind of in a grid view. So we're going to start off with a grid view here naturally, and we have a grid view. Now this grid view, right here, you specify how many you want. So I only want like 2 widgets per cross axis, right? So the axis is vertical and cross axis is horizontal. Okay, so I only want 2 to be per row. Right, so 2 here, maybe 2 here. We're only going to have 4 maximum widgets. And in terms of the widgets, what do I want? Well, I want it to look like kind of like a card. So let's see if we have something. All right, so I'm going to start off with this. I think something like this and see how it goes. Okay, so here it is. And this is a project card and there's an icon there as well, right? So we have a column, we have a container, we have this. So we don't need this right here. We're going to delete that. And there's some text here. So this can display what we're talking about, right? So what I'm thinking of is we might have an icon. We're going to have some text here. We're going to have the actual, like the number. So for instance, if we have tasks, this is going to say tasks. This is going to say the number of tasks. And then we're going to have a call to action button that when you click on it is going to go to that tasks area. Okay. And let's go ahead and clean it up a little bit. So we have an icon here. We have some text and let's take a look at this column here. Okay. That looks better. Kind of centered, maybe center this icon as well. Let's go ahead and center. So maybe something like this. And, you know, we're going to give it a little bit of padding. This column. Okay, that looks better. And here we can display maybe tasks. Okay, as an example. Task manager. Okay, make it a little bit bigger. Maybe make it bold. Title large. Okay, so something like this. This icon is gonna be about tasks. Something like this. Maybe make the icon a bit bigger. And what does it have? It has this container. Do we need this container? I don't think we need that container. Let's go ahead and remove it. And let's make this. Okay, so something like this, and this is tasks, and this is gonna have the number of tasks. And then below it, I'm gonna duplicate this, and this is gonna be a row. Well, I need to make this a little bit bigger. All right, so let's go ahead and fix it up a little bit. We can make it, that looks better. That looks actually better. This, I want to center it. I'm gonna center it like this. I'm gonna make this bigger. Let's go ahead and make it maybe 20. And then here, we're gonna have a button. Okay, and this is going to be our call to action button. Let's see how this looks. Let's delete that, and let's go ahead and fix this thing here. Okay, so this is 100, and let's go ahead and see. Okay, lots of padding here. We don't need that much. Okay, that's a little bit better. And this button, we also want to center it. Okay, that looks better. Once again, lots of padding. Okay, so something like this. And then this thing, we want to make sure that it doesn't have as much padding. Okay, so something like this, because it has a fixed size inside, and so this padding is taking up valuable real estate. Okay, so something like this. Let's go give it padding on the grid view. Okay, so something like this. That looks better. Let's go ahead and see this container, this project card. Okay, that looks better. A little bit less padding here. Okay, so something like this. Go ahead and fix this button. So now we can say something like go, okay, so something like this, or just tasks. Okay, and here we can display, you know, the number of tasks. So it's like a card that will be all over the screen. It looks clean. Maybe this green, I'm not sure I'm a fan of this green here in this container. Maybe make it primary but lighter, maybe something like this. And so here we're gonna have the number of tasks. And how are we gonna do that? Well, we can just pull up this number from my backend query, right? So, you know, all of these widgets are gonna have, you know, queries, and that's fine. It's a dashboard. You can't really avoid it, right? So it only loads once and it has a bunch of queries. So we're gonna do a tasks, and here we're gonna do a list of rows, and now we're gonna do, I think before, I think it's maybe for Firebase or something, it had a count here, but here it doesn't have a count. And so these tasks are assigned to me, right? So what am I gonna do? I'm gonna go into owner, I'm gonna say equal, and I'm gonna say authenticated user ID, okay? And so now we have the task here. And so if we come over here, we can come here, we can go into tasks, number of items. Okay, and that's it. So this is going to be the number of tasks there. And then all I can do is simply duplicate it, right? I can simply duplicate and create more of them, right? So if I duplicate it, it puts it in here. And this might be something else. So what is lead manager? Lead manager. Okay, so something like this. We're going to change this to person. Maybe people. Okay, that's better. People, and this is gonna be leads, and this is gonna say, you know, number of leads. So we're gonna go in here, users filter where owner ID is us. Yeah, where, and we don't really need, yeah, well, we can do lead equals type equals lead, type equals lead. And so now this is gonna be, you know, the same thing. Come in here, number of items. Yeah, and I can do the same thing again. I can do the same thing. I can duplicate it, and we're going to see it here. And I can duplicate it again, and we're going to see it here. So let's go ahead and space it out a little bit. So if I go to this grid view, there's some spacing here. Actually, spacing is nice. No, not here. Here, we don't really need spacing, right? But here, it's fine. And we can have more padding from the top, right? So we have 10. I can put 50 and then 10 all around, and then maybe 50 here. Well, it doesn't really matter. Okay, so something like this. And so this is now going to be, what do we have? Deals. Deal manager. That is deals. And once again, come over here. What are we doing? We are doing where owner ID is set. And this is chats, chat manager. And this is going to be chats, where it's no longer owner ID, right? It needs to be where users contains authenticated user, where we are, you know, on the chat. Okay, so this is going to have the number of chats, and this needs to say deals, and this needs to say, okay, so that is kind of what we have. And if you expand it, this is kind of what it looks like, right? Because this thing, this bottom part is kind of maxed out, right? So this bottom, we have one container. So if you collapse this, you open this one, you have this container, and then you have the rest of it. So this one, it doesn't have a height. This one has a height, right? So that's why. So here it only takes as much as it needs, and this takes the rest of it. And so potentially you can change it around. You can put like 150, you can put 200, something like that. But I actually like this. I think this is cool. And so we just have to kind of change how it looks. So it's up to you how you want to do it, but I think this should be at the minimum here. This is going to be the number of tags. We can kind of do more with this, right? This second part here, right? This container, and then we have this container, then we have the other things, right? And so potentially you can center this, right? So we can create another row, another column, and we can center it, right? So here I have another column. I'm going to put it in here. In fact, this column like this, and then we can put these things inside the column. Okay, and this thing also inside the column, and then we can expand it here, give this column some more breathing room, and that's going to expand the column, and it kind of looks like this. Well, this needs to be the other way around, right? This row has to be first. Okay, so something like this. Okay, so maybe that looks a little bit better. Okay, so in fact, if you want to mess with it, you should do it first. Okay, let's go ahead and give our column, space it out like this, right? So something like this, that looks a little bit better, right? And so if you go in here, we're back, right? But if you go in here, it's got a little bit more spacing. All right, so this looks a little bit cleaner. Why don't we just use this format? So I'm going to delete the rest. I'm going to delete the rest, and I'm going to duplicate this, and then we're going to fix it up. Okay, so this is our... In fact, I'm going to start with the deals manager. This is going to be... Oh, let's take a look. We have tasks and then leads. So this is going to be tasks, and then this is going to be leads. And this is going to be, what else do we have? Chats manager. Tasks size, it should all be plural. Okay, and so if we come over here, this is no longer deals. Come back here, edit this. I'm going to put it to deals. This is task, which is correct, and this is going to be leads. Users extra, and then we're filtering by the owner ID, and you can also filter by type equals to lead. And then this is chats. So we're going to come here, and we need to do something different. So this is going to be chats, and here we're going to do filter where users list contains authenticated users. Okay, where we are part of the chat, and change the buttons, tasks, deals, chats. Okay, so something like this, a very simple dashboard. And let's go ahead and do navigation. Navigate to sales pipeline. I should rename that to deals. Navigate to tasks, navigate to leads, and navigate to chats. All right, and you can also do this, and that compresses it. You can come in here, and that looks a little bit better. All right, let's go ahead and run it and see if it works as expected. All right, so here's our app. Let's go ahead and log in and hopefully see our dashboard. All right, there we are. So we have some overflowing issues, but if we expand it, no overflowing issues. So we have 3 deals, 2 tasks, 2 leads, and 2 chats. Okay, so I can click on go to leads, and I'm here in my leads. I can go back to dashboard. I can go to, and I'm looking at my tasks. I can come over here. I can click on chats, and I see my chats. So let's take a look at what's the issue here. So it's overflowing by 25 pixels. So one of these, it's this text is overflowing. Okay, so we need to take a look and fix it. Let's go ahead and see what the issue is. Okay, so you see how it's taking up too much space here. Now, the easiest way to fix it would be by making it a little bit smaller. So that should fix it. That's the simplest way, going from 22 to 20, and that should hopefully do the trick. Okay, and come back over here. Okay, and so now let's go ahead and reload it, see how it looks. And there you have it. Looks perfect here. And even if you expand it, It looks fine here. Now, obviously, we can kind of change it around, do some other things. It's really up to you. All I was kind of going after is these little widgets here. Another thing that you can do down the road to make it better, to embellish it a little bit, is drag and drop. You can drag and drop it and rearrange this. Okay? Maybe I'll do that in the next version. All right, so our app is starting to look really, really good. We have all these features. We have the dashboard. We have the sales pipeline, the task management, leads. We have even the chats as well, right? You can chat with our leads. And here we can log out and see some account information. But there's one big issue here. There's one main issue. Remember, when we created the leads, right? Later on, we decided to make leads as users, but having them have some flags, right? So if you come back to this database, users extra, we have this type that is lead for some of the leads. Okay, so we have regular users and leads, and we made this change about halfway through the development of the app because we decided this is the best approach, and it is the best approach. It is the best approach. Like, anybody that needs to log in and use this app, they should be a user. But now we have another issue here, and that issue is that if a user logs in, this is what they're gonna see. But if a lead logs in, this is also what they're gonna see. And we don't want leads to see all of this, right? Now, there's several ways that we can solve this problem, right? One way is we can just disable all these pages using roles, using RLS policies and all of that, right? But the main issue here is that this nav bar, it is fixed in FlutterFlow, right? So if we load our app here inside of FlutterFlow, you can see that this nav bar is kind of fixed. Like, we can't control it. We can't remove certain things. We can't remove pages, right? So if you take a look at all these pages, like, we can't say, well, for this user, don't show this page. I mean, yeah, we can potentially create our own nav bar, our custom nav bar, display it. And I did that in one of the previous videos. I showed you how to do that. There's a couple of ways kind of to solving it, but a really simple way to solve it would be to create another app that's only going to be for leads. Okay, so this app is going to use the same database, same everything, but it's going to be another app. And this is a nice approach, because this is kind of what you see in the wild, right? You think about like Uber, they have one app for drivers, they have another app for riders, one of these other apps, Uber Eats, one app for delivery people, another app for customers, right? So this is very, very common. And in a situation where the two apps, the two functionalities are going to be radically different, this is kind of what we want to do, right? It makes a lot of sense to simply create a limited version of this app for leads so that they can log in and chat with users, and then have this version for users. Okay, and so that is exactly what we're going to be doing, and this is going to be a first, because I haven't yet built an app that has two apps inside. Okay, but I wanted to show you an approach that I think is the right approach. And so what we're going to do is, to make it simple, is we're going to go back here and we're going to duplicate this app, because we need the chat functionality, right, to remain, but everything else will probably go. So we're going to come here. We're going to say duplicate this project. We're going to say CRM app leads. Okay, this is for leads, and we're gonna say duplicate. So that's gonna go ahead and create a copy of this app, and then we can go ahead and modify and remove the features that we do not want leads to access. Okay, so here's a copy of this app. This is custom functions. That's fine. And so what we're gonna do here is we're gonna remove all the features that we don't want the leads to access. And right now, this seems to be everything except chat, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove tasks here. I'm going to remove tasks. We're going to delete this folder. Well, we're going to delete the pages individually. So we're going to come here, delete this, delete the tasks. Okay, and that removes one page there. Next, we're gonna delete leads, and delete this page here, and that's gonna remove it here. Followed by sales pipeline. Like, there's no reason that a lead should see a sales pipeline, right? And now all we have is chats, right? So we don't even have a nav bar anymore. Okay, because we only have one page. Well, we have a dashboard here. And I'm just going to delete the dashboard as well. I mean, this is something that you can include as well, but I'm going to go ahead and delete it in this case, okay, just to simplify things. And so at this point, we only have chats, okay? So we have chat, and for our leads, they should not have an ability to start a new chat. I mean, this is a design decision. I feel that a lead should not, in this case, shouldn't really initiate a chat. Okay. Now, this might be different for your specific use case, but I feel in this flow only the actual user, the salesperson, should initiate the chat. So we're gonna delete this icon here as well, and now we don't have it here. Okay, so we can delete this container here. Okay, so now all we have is the chats and then the login, right? So this is fine, this profile, and which is absolutely fine. And in fact, we can delete this folder, we can delete these folders and delete these folders. Okay, and so now we have chat, and here we can create a new folder called user just for these two pages here. Okay, so we have login, we have profile, and the main one is chats. And so when they log in, they're gonna have this chat here, and they're gonna have this user, right? More specifically here. And I'm gonna remove this chat new because they're not gonna be initiating new chats. And so all they have is this chat and chat messages. Okay, and so that's their limited version of the app, so that they can communicate with the users, right, with the salespeople. So let's go ahead and see what we have here. So this is going to go to chats. Okay, so it's no longer the dashboard, and this is custom functions. Okay, so we don't even need this custom function, but because it's not being, let's go ahead and delete it. I was going to say it's not being used, but let's go ahead and delete it. And this is also this is used in the other app. So we're going to delete it just to keep things clean. And this is kind of what we have. And so let's go ahead and run this app and see what happens. And I want to log in as one of the leads that has a chat. So I'm going to jump in here. We have here our chats, and I'm going to log in as one of the leads. So if you see that this is two chats that I'm having, like as James, with two separate leads, and one of them is Michael, the other one is Richard Sawyer. So if we go into users extra and we find here's Michael and here's Richard Sawyer. So let's go ahead and log in as one of these. Let's say Michael. So what is his username? Let me go ahead. There's a filtering here that's messing it up. And Michael is here, michael@michael.com, and my password should work. And so let's go ahead and run this app and see if it's able to display exactly, what the lead needs to see. All right, so this is our app, and here we'll have to change the branding that this is for leads, Lead Access Pro or something we can call it. And signing up, we need to delete that, right? This is only for existing leads, right? They can't create new account. So I'm going to log in as Michael here. I'm going to say michael@michael.com. And I think this is the password, Michael. All right, so here we are logged in. And as you can see, I have a chat here with James. I can open this up and I see the messages from James here. So James wants to set up a meeting. I said, okay, sounds good. So James is sending some more messages. So I can go ahead and reply to James. Meeting this Thursday at 10 a.m. at my office. Sounds good. Okay, so I confirm the meeting, and that is there, and that is in the database. And because the two apps share the same database, James should be able to see this. Okay, but first, if I go back, what I want to do is I want to make sure that the logout is set correctly, right? So I'm going to come in here and I want to remove this sign up, right? There should be no reason for them to sign up, log in, get in here. So this tab page here, we're going to delete this tab. Okay, so now they can only sign in. And here we can call it something like James No Code Lead Access Pro. Okay, so this is their lead access, right? So they can sign in here and we can delete this. Let's get started by filling out, or we can leave that. Log in below, or use your account to log in below. Okay, so something like this. So that's it, right? They have a very simple kind of a limited version, right, of the app, of the main app. And this is, I feel, the right approach, right? Because otherwise there's so many things that we have to limit in the main app that is a good approach if you are trying to limit it among similar users. But if you're dealing with leads who have very, very limited access, just chats, you know, it's just worth creating a new app. Okay. And so this is kind of what we have. And so now if I go ahead and come back to this original app here, the CRM app, and I run this app and I log in as James, I should see the conversation. So let's go ahead and start the original app here and log in as James. All right, so this is the original app, and here we can change it to James no code, main log, James no code, right? It should not say anything else, right? So let's go ahead and log in. All right, here I'm logged in. I'm gonna go into chats, and there's a chat with Michael and says meeting this Thursday at 10 a.m. at my office. Sounds good. And if I click here, I see the meeting, okay? And so this is our CRM app, and obviously you can take it further. You can do a lot of great things with it, and hopefully I've showcased some interesting techniques, interesting methods, and got your ideas kind of stoking, got your imagination going, and you can take it as far as you want to take it. All right, so that was our app building tutorial. I really hope that you enjoyed it. And like I mentioned at the beginning of the video, if you're serious about building these kinds of apps, if you're serious about, you know, building simple apps or more complex apps or production ready business apps, perhaps just like this one, then you definitely need to become a member of our amazing Patreon community, because in addition to getting complete and unrestricted access to this app, which means that you can view it on your screen, you can also clone it. That means you can do pretty much anything that you want with it. You're also going to get access to all my other apps that I talk about on this channel, which means that you can view them, you can clone them, you can do anything that you want with them. You can use them as a base for an app that you're building, or you can change them around. You can just add a couple of features. You have complete and unrestricted liberty to do anything that you want. And that's not all. You're going to be a member of our incredible Patreon community. You can interact with other members. You can ask questions about the apps. You're also going to get access to other content, such as Q&As, behind the scenes content, and our Patreon supported masterclass, where I do all kinds of different deep dives on all kinds of different topics. And above all that, you're going to be supporting this channel and supporting my work. And so if any of this sounds like it's going to provide you with any level of value, then definitely check out our amazing Patreon community via the first link in the description below the video. And also check out my flagship trainings, Mastering FlutterFlow and Mastering Supabase, which walk you step by step with easily understandable video modules, so that you learn everything that you need to and nothing that you don't. And plus, as a member of our trainings, you're also going to get access to our private community, where me and other members of the community will be more than happy to help you in any way possible build the very best app that you're looking to build. And if that sounds like something that you might be interested in, check out the links in the description below the video.